Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Naruto's strongest shinobi system with a glitch Chapter 151. With a sharp bang, the door to the Hokage's office flew open. Tsunade strode in without hesitation, her presence filling the room. Hiruzen calmly set aside the documents in his hands and raised his gaze. His eyes landed on the two figures standing behind her, Rina Uzumaki and Karin. He didn't need to ask. The vibrant red hair, the vast, almost tangible chakra, they could only be Uzumaki. A flicker of delight lit Hiruzen's expression. He had expected just one survivor, yet fate had delivered two. Both were women as well, which meant the possibility of reviving the Uzumaki line within Konoha. If nurtured properly, the clan could once again take root and thrive here. Hokage-sama. Rina Uzumaki bowed quickly, her movements betraying both respect and nervousness. She knew very well she was standing before one of the most powerful men in the shinobi world. "You've suffered enough," Hiruzen replied with a warm chuckle. "There's no need for such formality. Konoha will be your home from this day forward." His voice was gentle, yet his mind was already racing. The Uzumaki's massive chakra reserves alone made them invaluable, but combined with even modest talent, both mother and daughter could one day reach Jonin level. And with their clan's natural affinity for Fuinjutsu, their worth far surpassed ordinary shinobi. After all, sealing techniques were among the few arts that could restrain tailed beasts, beyond the Sharingan or wood release. Within Konoha, true masters of the craft were painfully rare, himself, Danzo, and Jiraiya. Once, Minato and Kushina had carried that torch, but both had fallen. Orochimaru's defection had only deepened the void. To Hiruzen, the arrival of Rina and Karin was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Rina said earnestly. For the first time in years, she felt genuine relief. With his words, she and her daughter's safety was assured. Kusagakure would never dare lay a hand on them again. "Tch, Rina's body is frail," Tsunade interjected, her tone leaving no room for argument. "She'll stay with me. I'll see to her treatment personally." Of course, Hiruzen agreed without hesitation. One glance was enough to confirm Rina's health was in decline. As for Karin, Tsunade continued, her eyes flicking toward Kitazawa, "She's of schooling age. Enroll her in the academy, first year, Class A." "Kitazawa, make the arrangements," Hiruzen ordered smoothly. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kitazawa replied without missing a beat. "Karin has never attended school in Kusagakure," Tsunade added. "She'll need extra help catching up. Kitazawa, make time to tutor her." The unspoken sympathy in her voice didn't escape anyone. Tsunade had clearly taken a liking to the mother and daughter. "Mission alert, mission from your teacher, Tsunade. Do not shirk this duty. Task, ensure transfer student Karin ranks in the top 10 of the Academy's theoretical exam this semester. Reward, 4 limbs heavy seal. Accept." Kitazawa's eyes lit up. Trust Tsunade to hand him another mission with a single word. Challenging, yes, but hardly impossible. Theory exams could be conquered with enough practice and guidance, unlike combat tests, where talent and instinct mattered more. And with 2.5 months left in the term, the timeline was manageable. The reward, though modest, was still worth it. The 4 limbs heavy seal might not be flashy, but its ability to restrain enemies made it invaluable in certain situations. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Kitazawa said, accepting the task. From behind Rina, Karin peeked out, curiosity shining in her crimson eyes. Kitazawa caught her gaze and offered her a reassuring smile. She blinked, cheeks flushing faintly. "This sensei, he's kind of handsome. And gentle too." "Kakashi," Hiruzen suddenly said, recalling protocol. "Submit the mission report." Kakashi, ever the professional, produced a scroll and handed it over. Hiruzen skimmed through, his lips twitching despite himself. As expected, Tsunade had left the official record-keeping to someone else. Not that it mattered, Konoha's stance toward Kusagakure was justified. Their mistreatment of Rina Uzumaki had placed Konoha firmly on the moral high ground. You all performed well. This will be classified as an S-rank mission, Hiruzen declared. The reward is 2 million ryo, divided among the 4 of you. Including Rina? Tsunade asked with a raised brow. Indeed, Hiruzen confirmed. She's new to the village and in need of funds. Rina's eyes widened in gratitude. Verbal assurances were one thing, but tangible rewards carried far greater weight. From this moment, her loyalty to Konoha was secured. Tsunade, Hiruzen added, the village will also cover the cost of her medical treatment. Good, Tsunade replied with a nod. She knew full well he was buying goodwill, but since it benefited Rina, she wouldn't refuse. Turning to Kitazawa, Hiruzen's expression softened. You did well. As a reward, you may choose 3 B-rank and 1 A-rank jutsu. Kitazawa's heart skipped. That generous, old man. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The matter settled, Tsunade rose. I'll take Rina and Karin back. She didn't wait for dismissal, simply turning and striding out. Kakashi, Itachi, and the other ANBU melted away behind her. Kitazawa, Hiruzen said, waving them off. Go select your jutsu. Kitazawa obeyed, but as he stepped out of the office, he nearly collided with Danzo Shimura. For a moment, Kitazawa froze. So, Danzo shows up right on cue. Of course he'd be after the Uzumaki. He ignored Danzo and moved on, but inside, he couldn't shake the thought, Rina and Karin had just gained safety under Konoha's roof, but safety and Danzo rarely coexisted. Kitazawa glanced at him, then deliberately looked away. Danzo ignored him, striding past into the office. Inside, Hiruzen sighed heavily. His earlier good mood dimmed instantly. He knew exactly why Danzo had come, but he would never allow the Uzumaki to be dragged into route. Not when their seals were critical to the Ninetales' future. Meanwhile, Kitazawa entered the Jutsu archives with Haru. He already excelled in medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, fire, and wind, there was little need to expand those further. With 5 elemental affinities in his future, he would eventually acquire lightning and earth as well. That left 2 paths, water ninjutsu, or sealing. Kitazawa's eyes lingered on the sealing scrolls. None of the truly forbidden techniques were here, not the dead demon-consuming seal, not the 4 symbols seal, nor the 8 trigrams seal. That was expected, such techniques were far too dangerous. After much deliberation, he turned away from the seals and walked to the water release section. Unlike sealing, water techniques could immediately strengthen him. And besides, Konoha was the home of the greatest water user in history, Senju Tobirama. One by one, he made his selections. A rank, water release, great waterfall technique, a devastating, wide area attack. B rank, water release, water wall, one of the few strong defensive jutsu. B rank, water release, water dragon bullet, refined by Tobirama himself, reduced from 44 seals to just 3. B rank, water release, instant water, a hybrid between body flicker and an ambush technique, perfect for sudden strikes and rapid repositioning. It was a balanced arsenal, offense, defense, and mobility. New task, master 4 water techniques before the end of the 3rd semester. Reward, advanced water nature transformation. Kitazawa smirked as the notification appeared in his mind. Another challenge, huh? Perfect. This mission was almost identical to the last one for wind release training. Only the timing had shifted, from the 2nd semester to the 3rd. The reward remained unchanged, proficiency in chakra nature transformation. Naturally, Kitazawa accepted without hesitation. After all, reaching proficient level water release on his own could take years of relentless training. According to Konoha's regulations, A-rank ninjutsu scrolls weren't allowed to leave the archives. So Kitazawa spent a few minutes committing water release, great waterfall to memory before leaving with 3 B-rank scrolls tucked under his arm. That was when he ran into Danzo again. But unlike before, Danzo's expression was dark and sour, his displeasure written plainly across his face. Clearly, whatever he had tried to negotiate with Hiruzen had not fallen through. Kitazawa watched his retreating figure with a thoughtful look. Danzo kept snatching people left and right. Perhaps it was time to turn the tables and steal one of Root's own. The thought of Aburame Torion crossed his mind, given the boy's close ties to Shino. But taking someone from root was no small feat. It was dangerous, the kind of thing that needed careful, long-term planning. And of course, the best outcome would be if the system dropped a task for it. Kitazawa left the Hokage building. Though it was Friday, he had no plans to attend classes at the Ninja Academy. He'd already taken leave. He strolled through the busy street, stretching lazily. This haul had been more than worthwhile. One mission completed, 2 new ones unlocked, and even Hiruzen had rewarded him with 4 water release techniques. When Kitazawa arrived at Karinai's home, he found it empty. After a moment of thought, he went behind the well to the open field and began training, not water release, but wind release. The water release deadline wasn't until next semester, so there was no need to rush. Time slipped by quietly until familiar footsteps approached. "When did you get back?" Karinai walked up to him. "Not long, about an hour ago." "You weren't home, so I came here to train," Kitazawa replied. "I ran into Lady Tsunade and the others earlier. That's why I was late." She explained, "I also got to meet the 2 Uzumaki girls you brought back." "How was it?" Kitazawa asked casually. "I should have gone with you to Kusagakure. Those bastards were despicable. It's a real shame I couldn't deal with them myself." Karinai clenched her fists, her voice laced with frustration. At Tsunade's place, she had met Karin and Rina Uzumaki and heard the full story of their ordeal in Kusagakure. "It's fine," Kitazawa comforted her with a smile. "I already beat them up for you." "No, still, I have to reach Jonin as fast as I can." Karinai's eyes blazed with determination. As a mere Chunin, there were too many missions she wasn't qualified for, like Tsunade's expedition to Kusagakure. No matter how much she wanted to, she couldn't have joined unless someone pulled strings for her. "Then let's train together." Kitazawa took her hand firmly. "MHM." Karinai smiled faintly, leaned in to kiss him, and threw herself into training. The weekend slipped away, and October's 3rd week arrived. "Kitazawa-sensei, good morning." Karin greeted him with a bright smile. Dressed in fresh clothes, her crimson eyes and striking red hair made her stand out even more. "Come on, I'll take you to school," Kitazawa said, waving her along. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei." Rina bowed politely, her tone unusually formal. "No need for that." Kitazawa nodded, then led Karin toward the academy. The moment they entered, Hinata leapt off the sofa at the sound of the door. But when her gaze fell on Karin, she froze. "Hinata, this is Karin, our class's new transfer student," Kitazawa said, patting Hinata's head. "Hello, I'm Hyuga Hinata." She quickly recovered, extending her hand. "All right, breakfast first," Kitazawa interrupted lightly. "I have a short meeting afterwards." Hinata couldn't help sneaking another glance at Karin. Red hair was rare, and she couldn't recall any Konoha clan that had it. After breakfast, Kitazawa instructed, "Hinata, take Karin to the classroom." "Karin, follow me," Hinata said, rising. Kitazawa made his way to the academy's conference room for the October monthly exam meeting. As usual, the agenda was routine, nearly identical to September's. He wasn't expecting much from this exam. With no system task tied to it and so little time since the last one, the students hadn't improved significantly. Even Naruto and Sasuke were plateauing. In fact, Kitazawa could already guess the rankings would barely change from last month. Still, he had plans. He wanted to rig things just enough so that Sasuke suffered a crushing defeat, maybe it would trigger a new mission. Meanwhile, Class 1A was buzzing with energy. Karin's arrival had turned the classroom lively. "Whoa! Your hair is red!" Naruto exclaimed in awe. "That's the first time I've ever seen red hair. And it's the first time I've seen golden hair." Karin smiled back. His curiosity didn't feel malicious, just genuine. "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto," he introduced cheerfully. "Your surname is Uzumaki?" Karin shot up in shock. "Huh?" Naruto scratched his head, confused. "Is there a problem with that?" "You." Karin hesitated, her thoughts swirling. The surname Uzumaki without red hair, was it just coincidence? Sasuke entered just in time to overhear, shaking his head. Pointless chatter about hair color. With hands in his pockets, he walked past Naruto to his seat without a word. Karin found herself staring after him. Does he always act this cool? Sasuke-kun is mine. Don't even think about it. Sakura snapped, glaring at her suspiciously. Sorry, I didn't mean anything, Karin replied quickly. In the original timeline, she'd only fallen for Sasuke because he saved her, but this time, that hadn't happened. You don't need to be so formal, Sakura muttered, embarrassed. Do you think everyone's obsessed with Sasuke? Ino rolled her eyes at Sakura before leaning toward Karin with a friendly grin. Hey, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Nice to meet you. Chapter 152. Kitazawa returned to the 1A classroom after the meeting. Karin was already chatting with Ino and Naruto, and from the looks of it, they had quickly become friends. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. What kind of malicious intent could a bunch of 6- or 7-year-old kids really have? Besides, Karin wasn't like Hinata, who struggled with shyness. Her personality was closer to Tsunade's or even Sakura's in the original story, straightforward and bossy. Class is starting. He tapped the podium lightly, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Karin blinked in surprise. The authority in his presence was unquestionable. Every student sat up straighter, no trace of reluctance on their faces. Even the perpetually lazy Shikamaru looked attentive. Their first lesson was on the will of fire. At first, Karin thought she wouldn't be able to follow along. She was a transfer student, after all, with no formal schooling. But the more she listened, the more engrossed she became. So this is what a sensei from one of the 5 great villages is like. Truly terrifying. Karin, come to my office. Kitazawa dismissed the class and called her out before leaving. I'll be back later, I'm going to see Kitazawa-sensei, Karin told Ino and the others. We'll be training at the grounds, Ino said with a grin. If you need us, come find us. Sasuke-kun and I are at the artificial lake. Sakura quickly chimed in. You should stop by too. She often helped at the hospital, but whenever Kitazawa wasn't around, she would sneak off to the lake, partly to practice medical ninjutsu, and partly to steal glances at Sasuke. Hey, don't forget me. Kiba added loudly. I'll be there too, working on water walking. Karin nodded, her chest warming. Back in Kusa, she and her mother had spent their lives locked away, friendless and isolated. Now, all of a sudden, she had people waiting for her. It felt like a dream. After leaving the classroom, she headed for Kitazawa's office. Come in, his voice called after her knock. Kitazawa-sensei. She stepped inside. How was your first day at school? Kitazawa asked with a gentle smile. It felt really good, Karin answered sincerely. Everyone's been kind, and sensei's lessons are amazing. If you ever run into trouble, come to me right away, he said with a nod. Then his tone shifted slightly. But you've already missed quite a bit, it's the second semester, after all. You'll need to catch up. I understand, she agreed quickly. For now, you won't be attending regular classes. Once you've made up for what you missed, you'll join the rest. Kitazawa casually picked up a textbook. Come with me, we'll head to the training ground. Karin froze. Tutoring at the training ground. It's too quiet in my office, Kitazawa explained, as if reading her mind. You'll feel more motivated with Ino and the others around. Karin was stunned. He really thinks of everything. Kitazawa-sensei is incredible. She wasn't used to this warmth. In Kusa, kindness didn't exist, everyone was cruel. When the two arrived at the training ground, Ino's eyes widened. Karin, she said in surprise. Shikamaru immediately took the chance to slack off, dropping his stance. Hinata kept training, though her gaze drifted toward them. Niji gave a single glance before ignoring them completely. Kabuto, however, approached first. She'll be with you for her makeup lessons, Kitazawa explained. He unrolled a summoning scroll and pulled out a desk and chair. Karin hurried to sit down. This is the first semester's material, Kitazawa said, placing a stack of textbooks before her. Read through it first. My shadow clone will guide you. On her own, Karin's progress would be slow. But with his clone, she'd learn faster than in normal classes. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. The pile of books made her head spin, but she didn't complain. After the nightmare of Kusa, even studying like this felt wonderful. You all keep training, Kitazawa reminded the others, his gaze lingering on Shikamaru, who had been itching for a break. With a sigh, Shikamaru resumed practicing the shadow sewing technique. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto spoke up. I've already learned Gale Palm and Great Breakthrough. Impressive, Kitazawa nodded. 2 C-rank Jutsu in just half a month, solid progress. I'll teach you a third one now, he said after a pause. But it's B rank, so it won't be easy. He pulled out a shuriken and infused it with chakra. Wind release, shuriken. The weapon whistled through the air, slicing cleanly through a rock. This is your next challenge, Kitazawa explained. If you can't manage it yet, focus on refining your chakra nature transformation first. Yes, sensei. Kabuto drew a deep breath and prepared himself. After half an hour of guidance, Kitazawa left a shadow clone to oversee him. Kabuto's strong foundation and control meant he didn't need constant supervision. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata finally spoke up, unable to contain herself. He walked over, gently patting her head. What's wrong? Having trouble? Hinata shook her head, her lips curving shyly. No. I can already perform 12 consecutive palms. Kitazawa chuckled. So you're asking me to praise you? Her face turned scarlet, and she lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. You've made remarkable progress, he said warmly. Your strength is enough to qualify for the Chunin exams. Hinata's heart fluttered at the praise. It's all thanks to your guidance, sensei. Don't get carried away. Keep pushing toward mastering the 64 palms, Kitazawa said, lightly pinching her cheek. MHM. She nodded with determination. Once satisfied with her progress, Kitazawa moved on. Passing through 2 tree-lined paths, he finally reached Naruto. Or rather, a horde of Narutos. Dozens of clones, drenched in sweat and barely standing, were still struggling with Raiznon training. The third stage was brutal, and since Naruto hadn't resorted to shortcuts like in the original story, his progress was slower than ever. Enough, Naruto. Rest for a bit, Kitazawa called out. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto's eyes lit up with surprise. Dismiss the clones first, Kitazawa sighed. The sight of so many green jumpsuits nearly gave him a headache. Naruto quickly made the seals. With a series of pops, the clones vanished, their memories crashing back into him. He staggered and collapsed, pale-faced. Kitazawa winced. Monster. If it were me, recalling that many clones might kill me outright. Here, water. He handed over a bottle. Thanks, sensei. Naruto chugged it down gratefully. Kitazawa glanced at the boy's stomach. I wonder if the Ninetales ever eavesdrops out of boredom. It had been locked in that dark space for years, maybe listening was its only entertainment. Then again, it could just be napping. Wait here a moment, Kitazawa said suddenly. Huh. Naruto blinked, confused, but before he could ask, Kitazawa disappeared. Moments later, he returned, with Sasuke. Sasuke, activate your Sharingan. What? Sasuke's expression darkened in confusion. Called here just for this? Still, he obeyed, his scarlet eyes glowing as the air grew tense. Inside Naruto's seal space. The Kyuubi stirred from its slumber. An Uchiha. Its deep voice rumbled with hatred. Few things angered it more than those cursed eyes. Oh, it's just that brat. Recognizing Sasuke, the fox lost interest. He was weak, hardly worth its attention. Back outside, Kitazawa smiled. Naruto, how about during this break, I tell you the story of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara? That sounds awesome. I want to hear it. Naruto perked up immediately. Uchiha Madara? Wasn't that the strongest Uchiha in the entire clan's history? Even Sasuke's eyes flickered with interest at the name. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, he murmured. The Ninetales gave a low snort. Just hearing those names made its massive body shudder. Back then, it had been peacefully asleep when Madara suddenly tore it away, shackled its will, and dragged it to war. The beast had always thought itself invincible, the peak of living power in the shinobi world, until Madara subdued it with nothing more than a single glance. At that moment, the Nine-Tails had no doubt, Madara was the strongest shinobi alive. But then came Hashirama Senju, even more outrageous. "You're too strong, so you'll have to be sealed," Hashirama had declared, pinning it to the earth with just one hand. The memory still left the Nine-Tails with a lingering bitterness. "The Warring Era stories are ancient," Kitazawa began lightly. "I wasn't there to see them myself. Just bits of wild folklore I've picked up. So don't take them too seriously." He smiled faintly. "Whose tale do you want first?" "Hashirama Senju," Naruto shouted instantly. "Uchiha Madara," Sasuke said at almost the same moment. Kitazawa chuckled. "Then we'll start with Madara." "Don't look so disappointed, Naruto, most of his stories are tied directly to Hashirama anyway." Naruto gave a quick nod, then patted the ground beside him. "Come on, Sasuke, sit." After a reluctant pause, Sasuke sat down. According to unofficial records, Kitazawa began, his tone lowering conspiratorially, Madara never cried once after birth. His father, Uchiha Taijima, laughed with joy and declared his son a gift from the god of war. "Why was that something to celebrate?" Naruto asked, confused. "Because the world back then was chaos," Kitazawa explained. "Only the strongest survived. Even geniuses like Madara and Hashirama couldn't protect all of their brothers." Sasuke frowned. "Not crying doesn't sound like anything special. I thought you'd say his birth shook the heavens, petals falling, chakra storms, something worthy of legend." Kitazawa coughed. "Well, when Taijima finally lifted Madara in his arms, the boy did cry. But it wasn't the cry of a normal baby." Sasuke blinked. "Then what kind was it?" Kitazawa deadpanned, "It was a girl's cry." "Ah." Naruto, Sasuke, and even the Nine-Tails jolted in unison. "So," Kitazawa continued smoothly, "Madara was raised as a girl for years. Wore skirts and all." Sasuke's face darkened. "No. Impossible. Madara might have betrayed Konoha, but in the clan's memory, his image as an indomitable force had never faded." To hear this now, it felt like his world was collapsing. "No wonder," Naruto exclaimed. "So that's where the sexy jutsu came from." He recalled an earlier, unofficial record Kitazawa had shared, Madara transforming into a beautiful woman to trick Hashirama. If he thought about it, wasn't that the prototype of the sexy jutsu? Sasuke slowly turned toward him. "Don't tell me, the sexy jutsu actually originated from Madara himself." "Ha ha ha ha." The Nine-Tails roared with laughter, slapping its belly inside the seal. Never in its wildest dreams had it imagined such a backstory for Uchiha Madara. "Fine," Sasuke muttered darkly. "Then what about Hashirama Senju? He must have some embarrassing tales too." The Nine-Tails perked its ears instantly. Kitazawa nodded. "Hashirama and Madara were rivals, but also friends. Do you know what their very first contest was?" Naruto's eyes blazed. "It must have been an epic duel. A clash of fiery spirit." Sasuke gave a firm nod. The two strongest shinobi in the world, their first fight had to be legendary, like their final battle at the Valley of the End. Kitazawa, however, shook his head. "No. Their first contest was to see who could pee farther." "What?" Naruto's jaw dropped. Sasuke's mouth twitched. "Even at 3 years old, I wouldn't have played something that childish." The Nine-Tails howled with laughter, its chakra thrashing the sealed space until it grew turbulent. Naruto clutched his stomach. "Ow. I think I ate something bad, I'm getting gassy." Kitazawa raised a brow. "Let me check." Naruto lowered his hands obediently. Kitazawa placed a glowing palm over his stomach, and green chakra flared as he probed. He quickly detected the churning sealed space. "Nothing serious," he said, pulling back. "Just rest a while." But inwardly, he smirked. The Nine-Tails wasn't sick, it was simply laughing so hard it nearly knocked itself out. "So, who won in the end?" Naruto asked eagerly. Sasuke sighed. "Why does it even matter? Still, he glanced at Kitazawa, curious despite himself. Hashirama, Kitazawa said without hesitation. Because Madara had one fatal weakness, he couldn't go if anyone was standing behind him. Sasuke stiffened. So someone helped Hashirama. Indeed. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, teleported behind Madara with the Flying Thunder God. Instant defeat. Sasuke's eyelid twitched. The Flying Thunder God, used for that. Really? And wasn't that 2 against 1? Shameless Senju. The Ninetales was in tears from laughter. Naruto clutched his stomach again. Ah. Not again. Kitazawa clapped his hands. That's enough unofficial history for today. Back to training. Maybe next time, I'll share more. Of course, that was a lie. He intended to wait a long while, the Ninetales might just break its silence first, desperate to hear more ridiculous truths about Madara and Hashirama. Sasuke sat stiffly, his expression tangled and grim. Naruto, however, was grinning ear to ear. Chapter 153. After lunch, Kitazawa and Sakura made their way to Konoha Hospital. Luck was on his side today. Barely after settling into his office, a message arrived from Nono, an Umbu had been gravely wounded and required immediate surgery. 3 hours later, Kitazawa walked out of the operating room, having completed yet another high-difficulty procedure. But the mission was far from over. 7 more such surgeries still awaited him. That evening, after finishing the final practical combat class of the day, Kitazawa returned to Karinai's home. He had already mastered 3 of his 4 wind release techniques. Only the last, and most demanding, remained, Futon, Shinku Renpa, an advanced variation of Shinkaha that could unleash dozens of razor-like wind blades in a single breath. A devastating area of effect technique, but also a true test of control. The next morning, Tuesday, Kitazawa arrived at the first-year sensei's office early. Kitazawa-senpai. Irika greeted him promptly. Help me send out a notice, Kitazawa said directly. All student council members from each class are to meet in the conference room at 12:40 sharp. Understood. Irika didn't flinch. By now, running errands for Kitazawa was routine, and far from a chore. Many of his colleagues even envied him. After all, it meant he had earned Kitazawa's trust. With Hiruzen and Tsunade both valuing Kitazawa so highly, his promotion was only a matter of time. Being seen at his side now could save Irika years of effort down the line. The morning passed with regular training, and soon noon arrived. Sasuke. This conference room is huge. Naruto exclaimed, wide-eyed. Sasuke ignored him, stone-faced. Naruto. A booming voice came from the corridor, Rock Lee. Sasuke instinctively took 2 steps back. Lee. Naruto rushed forward, beaming. The 2 green-clad oddballs embraced with a flourish, producing a series of bizarre, enthusiastic noises. The other students exchanged baffled glances. Sasuke and Neji met eyes, a silent bond of shared suffering passing between them. Let's go. Neji muttered, heading inside. Sasuke followed quickly. Inside, the conference room had been neatly arranged, nameplates on every seat, along with an introduction to the newly formed student council. Sasuke sat down and scanned the document. The information went far beyond what Kitazawa had explained earlier. The scope of authority was impressive. Theoretically, the student council president had influence over every student in the academy. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. This was worth aiming for. By contrast, Neji remained unmoved. To him, the title was little more than a distraction. His time was better spent refining the 8 trigrams 64 palms. At exactly 12:40, Kitazawa entered. Every trial council member was present. Though each was a top student, only a handful carried names familiar from the original story: Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, Lee, and Inuzuka Hana, Kiba's elder sister and a 5th year. Have you all read the materials on your desks? Kitazawa asked, settling in. Yes, the group answered in unison. This council was established with Hokage-sama's approval, Kitazawa said with a small smile. Do well, and you may find yourselves summoned by the Hokage personally. The effect was immediate. At the academy, there was no title more revered than Hokage. 9 out of 10 students dreamed of wearing that hat. Excitement buzzed through the room. But for now, Kitazawa continued, raising a hand to quiet them, the council is still in trial phase. To be formally recognized, we must first achieve results. So tell me, what should be our very first activity? Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto shot his hand up without hesitation. Go ahead. Kitazawa braced himself. I think the council should have a uniform. Something youthful and inspiring. Naruto puffed out his chest. This green jumpsuit I'm wearing is perfect. I agree, Naruto. Lee beamed, thumb raised. This is the power of youth. I refuse. Sasuke's voice was ice. The youth virus must not be allowed to spread. I refuse as well, Hana quickly added, goosebumps rising at the very thought. Others followed suit. Huh? Why? Naruto scratched his head, utterly baffled. It's ugly, Hana deadpanned. Kitazawa cleared his throat. A uniform isn't a bad idea, but the design will require further discussion. We'll put it to a vote. Kitazawa-sensei is wise, Hana sighed in relief. Lee's shoulders drooped, but Naruto slapped his back. Don't worry, Lee. We'll win the vote with the power of youth. These two are hopeless, several students thought simultaneously. All right, back to business, Kitazawa said firmly. Our first official council activity will be the creation of a club. A club. Naruto tilted his head. Think of it as a group where students with the same interests gather, Kitazawa explained. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Then I'll start a youth club. You can, Kitazawa replied evenly, but there are conditions. A club must have at least 10 members to be recognized. Naruto deflated slightly. Aside from him and Lee, who else cared about youth? His eyes darted toward Sasuke. I'm not joining, Sasuke said immediately, shuddering at the memory of green spandex. Clubs are new to everyone, Kitazawa continued. That's why you, as council members, must set the example. We'll start with one together. What kind of club, then? Hana asked. The Will of Fire Club, Kitazawa said with a smile. Any student who dreams of becoming Hokage can join. I'm in. Naruto shot his hand up instantly. Hokage and youth, 2 dreams in one. Over 2/3 of the room followed. Good, Kitazawa nodded. Next, let's talk structure. The Will of Fire Club will have a president, plus 3 departments, activities, publicity, and external relations. He placed a ballot box on the table. Now, we'll vote for president. Write the name of your candidate, the one with the most votes wins. Pens scratched as students filed forward. Kitazawa already suspected the outcome. Not Naruto. Despite his enthusiasm, his green jumpsuit proposal had put many off. Sasuke, however, talented, composed, and already famous within the academy, was the obvious choice. Neji might have been competition, but his silence earlier had cost him support. Kitazawa's lips curved slightly. The results would be interesting. The Uchiha clan's strained relations with the village elders, especially Danzo, were no secret. How would they react to Sasuke becoming president of the Will of Fire Club? And how would Hiruzen handle it? When the ballots were tallied, Kitazawa announced. By majority vote, Uchiha Sasuke will serve as the first president of the Will of Fire Club. Huh. I lost to Sasuke. Naruto blinked, stunned, then grinned almost immediately. Congrats, Sasuke. Thanks, Sasuke replied, caught off guard for just a moment. To be honest, the title of president of the Will of Fire Club meant little to him. His dream was never to become Hokage. All he wanted was to one day catch up to his brother, Uchiha Itachi. But for Kitazawa's sake, he couldn't refuse. Inuzuka Hana, you'll take charge of the activities department, Kitazawa announced. He continued without pause, your department's main role is to organize regular events to strengthen the bonds between members. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei. Hana responded crisply. Naruto, practically bouncing in his seat, leaned forward with wide eyes that screamed, what about me? What about me? Uzumaki Naruto, Kitazawa said with a knowing smile, you'll be in charge of the external relations department. Your task is simple: secure sponsorships. In other words, bring in funds. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Sponsorships? From who? Anyone, really, Kitazawa replied, patient as ever. Senseis at the academy, shinobi of the village, even shopkeepers. I get it. Naruto beamed. I'll go ask Tucci. My family can contribute as well, Sasuke added calmly after a pause. As president, he felt it was only right to step forward. Oh, that's true. The Uchiha are the largest clan in Konoha, someone whispered. And Sasuke's the second young master, he'll definitely bring in huge funds. The president really puts our minds at ease. The room buzzed with chatter. Sasuke's lips curved ever so slightly. Perhaps this president thing wasn't so bad after all. Kitazawa reminded them, we are the Will of Fire Club. Even Hokage-sama himself can be asked for sponsorship. Kitazawa-sensei is right. Naruto, I'll join the External Relations Department too, let's go see Hokage-sama together. Count me in. In an instant, Sasuke was sidelined, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fine. Anyone who wants to join, go ahead. Kitazawa allowed, much to Naruto's delight. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt the thrill of being genuinely popular. The Will of Fire Club has 3 departments. Choose whichever suits you best. This week, you have 2 tasks: recruit new members and secure sponsorships. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, the students chorused. Next Monday, same time, we'll meet here again. I'll be checking your progress. With that, Kitazawa left. The moment he was gone, the meeting room erupted into excited chatter. After some quick planning, students eagerly joined all 3 departments. We'll split into 2 groups, Sasuke ordered. Naruto, you'll go see the Hokage. I'll head home. Everyone, with me. Naruto shouted, raising his hand high. Target, the Hokage building. Yes. The group cheered as if they were heading into battle. Sasuke couldn't help but think dryly, to anyone watching, you'd look like you're about to storm the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. After lunch, Hiruzen had just dozed off when a knock stirred him awake. Hokage-sama, Haru entered, forcing his expression to remain neutral. Uzumaki Naruto has arrived, with 27 academy students. They're requesting an audience. Hiruzen straightened in surprise. 27. What in the world was this about? Had some scandal broken out at the academy, forcing the students to appeal directly to him? Let them in, he said, moving to sit at his desk. Grandpa third. Naruto and his crowd rushed in, their voices overlapping in greeting. Naruto, Hiruzen asked with a chuckle, what brings you here at this hour? Has something gone wrong at the academy? Nope. Naruto grinned and shook his head. We're here to ask you to sponsor our Will of Fire Club. Sponsor? Will of Fire Club? Hiruzen blinked. Naruto quickly explained everything from start to finish. By the end, Hiruzen was half exasperated, half amused. That Kitazawa boy, he always finds new tricks to stir things up. Still, he had to admit, this Will of Fire Club was clever. If nurtured properly, it could truly spread the Will of Fire throughout the academy. Very well, Hiruzen said warmly. I'll sponsor you with 50,000 ryo for now. It was a fair sum for students, enough to encourage them, not enough to spoil. Thank you, Grandpa third. Naruto cheered, goal achieved. Uchiha compound. While the Hokage's office buzzed with laughter, Sasuke's side was much quieter. He returned home with 11 students in tow, which alone was enough to shock Mikoto. Her son was naturally reserved, already steeped in Uchiha ways despite his age. To see him bring back such a crowd was unprecedented. Mom, Sasuke announced with pride, I'm the president of the Will of Fire Club now. What? Mikoto froze, her expression twisting. You, an Uchiha, founding something called the Will of Fire Club. Are you trying to doom the clan? Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Explain yourself. It was Kitazawa-sensei's idea, Sasuke replied quickly, recounting the whole story. I see. Relief washed over Mikoto. If anyone else had proposed this, she might have suspected a scheme against the Uchiha. But Kitazawa, backed by none other than Tsunade, was different. Tsunade had been steadily building influence, competing with Danzo for manpower, stirring up Kusa, even bringing back members of the Uzumaki clan. Many clans were already eyeing her as a strong candidate for 5th Hokage. And if a new Hokage rose, Konoha's power structure would shift. The Uchiha could seize the opportunity to cement their place as the foremost clan. As for sponsorship, Mikoto said carefully, "I'll call your father home before deciding." Sasuke's eyes lit up. His mother's tone told him this presidency was far more significant than he had thought. "Entertain your classmates for now. I'll prepare tea." Minutes later, Mikoto returned with Fugaku. "Father." Sasuke greeted him eagerly. "You've done well," Fugaku said in a deep voice. Mikoto had already briefed him. To him, this was no trivial matter. It was a sign, perhaps even Tsunade's subtle hand at work. If Sasuke could tie himself to the Hokage faction early, then the day the Uchiha produced a Hokage candidate might not be mere fantasy. "Manage this Will of Fire club carefully," Fugaku instructed. "And when the trial period ends, aim to become the student council president." "I will." Sasuke straightened, elated by his father's approval. "As for sponsorship, tomorrow, ask Naruto how much the Hokage gave. We'll match an amount accordingly." Fugaku's reasoning was simple: though wealthy, the Uchiha must never overshadow the Hokage himself. Under Sasuke and Naruto's dual leadership, the Will of Fire Club quickly flourished. Within 2 days, the entire academy knew of its existence. Backed by the Hokage's personal support, it became the hottest new thing. Kitazawa observed for a time, then let the students steer it themselves. By late October, the society was thriving. Only 7 days remained before the monthly exams, after which, all eyes would turn toward the finals in December. Chapter 154. Monday noon, Ninja Academy Conference Room. The probationary student council gathered for its second meeting. "You all did well," Kitazawa said approvingly after reviewing the weekly report that Sasuke had submitted. The Will of Fire Club's recruitment drive had been a resounding success. Practically every student in the academy had joined. Some were inspired by the Will of Fire, some out of admiration for Hiruzen, and others simply because it looked fun. After all, student activities at the academy were rare, and few wanted to miss the novelty. The only drawback: the Will of Fire Club had too many members. Normally, no club could afford to balloon to such a size. But since it was the academy's only trial club, rules were lenient. More members simply meant Hiruzen could better observe the student council's influence. Of course, we must give it our all. This is the path of youth. Uzumaki Naruto threw an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, grinning proudly. "Right, Sasuke." Sasuke's lips twitched. During official meetings, use titles. "Are you the president, or am I?" The first activity turned out well too, Kitazawa continued, turning his gaze to Inuzuka Hana. Hiruzen had sponsored 50,000 ryo, while the Uchiha clan contributed 40,000 more. 90,000 ryo, an astronomical figure for students. To make good use of the funds, Hana's first proposal had been a knowledge competition, a quiz blending textbook material with questions about the Will of Fire. "The October monthly exams are approaching," Kitazawa mused. "We'll hold the activity after the exams. It'll be a good way for everyone to unwind." The exams again. Sasuke's fists clenched unconsciously. The sting of his previous disastrous performance still haunted him. This time, he was determined to restore the Uchiha name. At the very least, he would take second place. Meeting adjourned. "If you have time, get some rest." Kitazawa rose and left the conference room. After a short nap in his office, he headed for Konoha Hospital. "Good afternoon, Nono-senpai." He pushed open the office door and found Nono inside. Pausing briefly, he greeted her with a polite smile. "Good afternoon, Kitazawa," she replied gently. "Is there an emergency surgery?" he asked, pouring her a glass of water. "You've nearly mastered the rehabilitative regeneration technique," Nono said with a faint smile. "Do you feel confident using it on patients?" "Yes," Kitazawa answered without hesitation. Any surgery requiring the technique would be high risk, exactly the sort that would push his skills and advance his mission progress. Good. In half an hour, you'll join us. The rehabilitative regeneration technique wasn't like ordinary medical ninjutsu. It required a pre-drawn jutsu array, and half an hour was just enough to prepare it. Should we call Shizen-senpai as well? Kitazawa asked. The technique required a team, 5 at minimum. He and Nono alone wouldn't be enough. It would be best, Nono admitted, but will Lady Tsunade allow it? She's practically itching to send Shizen away, Kitazawa said dryly. Without her, no one can stop Lady Tsunade from gambling. Nono sighed, unable to find words. I'll go fetch her, Kitazawa said, turning toward the door. Konoha only had a handful of casinos, and it didn't take long for him to find Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade stood at the table, her eyes sharp as she tracked the dealer's movements. Shizen, by contrast, looked utterly numb. After so many years with Tsunade, she didn't even need to look to know the outcome. Lost again. Damn it. Tsunade cursed as the dealer collected her chips. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa greeted as the round ended. Her golden eyes lit up. Kitazawa. Perfect timing, come gamble with me. She hadn't forgotten how lucky he'd been with the slot machines before. Sorry, Kitazawa said, I'm here for Shizen-senpai. There's a surgery at the hospital. You've already learned the rehabilitative regeneration technique. Tsunade blinked, caught off guard. Though she was his nominal teacher, it was really Shizen who'd been guiding him. Tsunade herself had been, otherwise occupied. Now hearing he'd mastered such a complex jutsu startled her. This is thanks to Shizen-senpai, Kitazawa said modestly. Shizen, however, only felt conflicted. Thanks to me. From her perspective, Kitazawa had advanced so quickly she'd barely taught him anything. It was hard to feel pride when she hadn't truly contributed. You two should hurry to the hospital, Tsunade said, waving them off. Lady Tsunade, only 3 more hours of gambling, at most, Shizen pressed firmly. I know. You're such a nag, Tsunade muttered irritably. After they left, she stared at the table, suddenly losing her taste for it. If Kitazawa had already reached this level, then the only things left for him to learn were her Ein Seal and Creation Rebirth. Which meant, it was about time she accepted him as her student. Yet, as she wandered out of the casino and onto the street, Tsunade's steps slowed. She wasn't against taking Kitazawa in, he had talent, skill, and a decent heart. But she still hadn't decided if she could remain in Konoha. Unlike Shizen, Kitazawa had roots here, friends, responsibilities, and a post at the academy. He couldn't just wander the world at her side. Her gaze drifted to the Hokage rock, where the stone faces of Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato stood in silent vigil. Then I'll gamble one last time, for Konoha, she whispered. This time, the gamble wasn't on cards or dice, but on herself, her crippling hemophobia. No matter how many psychological medical techniques had been developed to treat it, none could guarantee success. And hers was among the most severe. Konoha Hospital, operating room. Kitazawa took in the scene. Though he'd assisted in many surgeries before, this was the largest yet. Including himself, 5 medical jonin stood ready. The patient, a Hyuga discovered half-dead after a mission in Hidden Mist territory. Begin the surgery, Nono commanded, her face grave. Everyone nodded and moved into position. Hands blurred through seals. Rehabilitative regeneration technique. The patient lay at the center of the massive jutsu array. As chakra poured in, his body was bathed in a soft green glow. Nono plucked a strand of the man's hair. Under the technique's power, fresh cells sprouted from it and spread, filling torn tissue and sealing wounds. Kitazawa's mind flickered back to the scene from the original timeline, the one where Shizen's team had saved Niji in much the same way. The hours dragged on. Adjusting cell ratios, generating new tissue, each step demanded flawless chakra control and unyielding focus. From 2 in the afternoon until nearly 7 at night, they worked without pause. By the end, Kitazawa's chakra reserves were nearly empty. He had planned ahead, asking Irika to cover his evening classes. A shadow clone might have sufficed, but with the strain of the surgery, it would have dispelled midway. At last, Nono let out a weary breath. The surgery was a complete success. Thank you, everyone. Her forehead glistened with sweat. The others looked no better, drenched and exhausted. Long surgeries like this were battles in their own right, every bit as grueling as combat. See you tomorrow, Nono-senpai, Kitazawa said softly. Kitazawa stepped out of the operating room, heading toward his office. It was already late. The hospital glowed with light, every corridor illuminated against the night. He stifled a yawn, exhaustion weighing on both body and mind. Still, it hadn't been for nothing, today he'd made another step forward in his arduous surgical mission. Just as he neared his office, his brow furrowed. The door wasn't fully shut, a faint gap remained. Someone inside. Sakura had returned to the academy hours ago. She couldn't help with the rehabilitative regeneration technique anyway. Kitazawa pushed the door open carefully. His eyes swept the room until they landed on the sofa. Karinai Yuhi lay curled on her side, fast asleep. For a moment, Kitazawa was caught off guard. Then he understood, she must have come looking for him when he hadn't returned home. But since he'd been in surgery, she had waited here. He crouched in front of her. Her face rested against her arm, making her cheek look soft and flat. Her lithe figure curved gently on the cushions, her clothes outlining her form under the pull of gravity. Something stirred in his chest. Slowly, he reached out and brushed her cheek. Karinai shivered at the touch, but didn't open her eyes. Feigning sleep. A small smile tugged at Kitazawa's lips. His hand trailed from her face down the line of her neck, across the graceful arch of her back, and finally settled on her firm hips. Her breathing faltered, less steady than before, but still she didn't stir. So she was playing along. Kitazawa chuckled inwardly. Dangerous game. His hand slid toward the hem of her clothes, fingers brushing against the waistband of her pants. It was then he noticed the bandage wrapped only around her thigh. Her hips were bare. Kurinai's eyes flew open in shock, only to meet Kitazawa's calm gaze as his hand squeezed lightly. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. With a sharp whoosh, she vanished with the body flicker jutsu. As expected, Kitazawa muttered to himself, stretching lazily. That touch was perfect. All his fatigue seemed to melt away. He sat down on the sofa, lips curled in satisfaction. Moments later, Karinai reappeared. Without a word, she stomped hard on his foot. Pervert, she snapped, her face burning with equal parts anger and embarrassment. You scoundrel, you're getting bolder. Kitazawa blinked innocently. What did I do? Her glare could have pierced stone. You touched. Don't tell me you don't know what you just did. You were the one pretending to be asleep, he shot back smoothly. Didn't that mean you agreed? I. She faltered, cheeks blazing. It was true, she'd feigned sleep, curious what he'd dared to do. But she hadn't expected that. Kitazawa stood, pinching her cheek with a grin. Come on. Let's head home. Have you eaten? No, she admitted, lips pouting before softening. I'll cook when we get back. You've been in surgery all afternoon. You're too good to me, Yuhi, Kitazawa murmured, leaning in to steal a kiss. She stiffened, hands pressing weakly against his chest, but didn't push him away. Their lips lingered, clashing and melting in a long, heated kiss. When they finally broke apart, she lowered her head, only to feel his hand again on her rear, this time over her clothes. You really don't know when to stop. She rolled her eyes, flustered, and turned toward the door. If I beat you up properly, maybe you'd behave. Close the door behind you. Coming, Kitazawa said cheerfully, following her out of the hospital. As they walked, Karinai suddenly remembered. Oh, Lady Tsunade is at our place. She's the one who told me you and Shizun were stuck in surgery. Kitazawa raised a brow. And you two didn't eat first. I wanted to, Karinai admitted. But she said cooking twice would be troublesome, so she'd wait for you both. Strange, Kitazawa muttered, rubbing his chin. That doesn't sound like Lady Tsunade. You know her too well, Karinai said quietly. She did seem off today. Maybe she just lost big at the casino again, Kitazawa replied dryly. Maybe, Karinai sighed, dropping the thought. They soon arrived home. Just as Karinai said, Tsunade was sprawled casually on the sofa. Shizune had already arrived and followed Karinai into the kitchen to help. Kitazawa's eyelid twitched as he sat opposite Tsunade. Without her coat, her blouse strained against her figure. Truly a sight. What did Hiruzen tell you? Tsunade asked suddenly. Kitazawa blinked. Hokage-sama. I haven't seen him today. Before, then, she pressed, her gaze sharp. Kitazawa hesitated. Which matter? The one concerning me. His scalp prickled under her stare. At last, he exhaled. He asked me to persuade you to accept treatment for your hemophobia. As expected, Tsunade said calmly, not surprised in the least. Kitazawa frowned. Her tone was too measured. Then Tsunade leaned forward, eyes locking on his. Let's make a bet. Kitazawa's pulse quickened. What kind of bet? I'll be Yakumo's first patient. Her lips pressed into a thin line. If she fails to cure me, I'll leave Konoha. But if she succeeds, I'll stay and perfect the psychological ninjutsu system with her. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed. So it's come to this. He understood, when someone proposes a bet, their heart has already chosen. Tsunade knew she always lost bets, yet she insisted anyway. Deep down, she wanted to stay. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said softly, the past will eventually fade. You talk too much, she snapped. So, do you accept or not? Kitazawa smiled faintly. How could I refuse a bet from you? Humph. She crossed her arms. Don't be so sure of yourself. The outcome is far from decided. Chapter 155. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Kitazawa's hands blurred through seals. A torrent of chakra surged from his lungs, exploding into a violent gale. The wind roared. Invisible currents sharpened into reality, countless blades of air, thin and deadly, carrying an edge that seemed to sting the skin just by looking at them. The blades spun outward in a storm, slicing apart everything in their path. Moments later, the training ground before Kitazawa was etched with deep gouges, as though clawed by 1,000 knives. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. With that, he had mastered all the wind release jutsu Mikoto had passed on to him. In terms of wind release alone, he might even be called a little Danzo. For all the jokes about Danzo sealing half a bridge using one life, the man's strength was no laughing matter. He had gone toe-to-toe with Sasuke, Mangekyo blazing, and still held his own. Against most jonin, he would have been an overwhelming force. By standards from Kitazawa's past life, Danzo was solidly Kage level, though on the weaker end. Kitazawa narrowed his eyes in thought. Could he defeat Danzo at full power? Uncertain. In sheer ninjutsu, he was already comparable. But Danzo's sealing arts were troublesome, and then there was Shirsue's stolen Mangekyo. A single Koto Amatsukami could unravel any plan. Even so, Kitazawa was satisfied. In less than 2 semesters, he had risen to the level of one of Konoha's top powerhouses. If he told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. Then, glowing letters appeared before his eyes. Current mission, learn 4 wind release jutsu within the 2nd semester. Mission reward, proficient level wind release chakra nature transformation. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Finally. Kitazawa grinned as an influx of knowledge and instinct surged into his mind. With proficient level chakra nature transformation, his mastery of wind release would accelerate drastically. More importantly, he now had the foundation to create original jutsu. Testing wind release, Reiznan would have to wait, though. Today was the 2nd day of the October monthly exam, the practicals. The bet with Tsunade had been last Monday, a week had flown by. The new jutsu wasn't complete yet, but that was fine. Tsunade had already agreed, and she could wait as long as it took. Kitazawa made his way to the academy. Yesterday had been the written exam. The rankings were out, Sakura first, Sasuke Uchiha second, Hinata third. Naruto, as usual, was still 12th. Kiba, however, had climbed 1 place, now tied with Naruto, thanks to Kitazawa cutting his water walking practice short. Yakumo had also moved up. But what mattered most to Kitazawa was Karin. Her mission was to break into the top 10 by the final exam's written test. For this one, she had managed 19th. Not spectacular, but considering she had never attended a real school before, it was impressive. Sheer diligence carried her this far. Compared to surviving in grass, studying was nothing. Training ground, Ninja Academy. The students of Class 1A were already assembled, buzzing with excitement. It's really lively, Karen said, looking around. It was her first time at a practical exam, though for now, she was just spectating. Karen, have you learned any ninjutsu yet? Ino asked curiously. Since enrollment, Karen had only been catching up academically, skipping most practicals. Her strength remained a mystery. No, Karen admitted with a shake of her head. That's fine. Ino smiled. Kitazawa-sensei can teach you anything. Karen didn't doubt it. She had seen Kabuto and Ino train during breaks. Each student practiced different things: secret arts, elemental jutsu, gentle fist, fire release, medical ninjutsu. To Karen, Kitazawa seemed like an all-knowing teacher. Our last transfer student scored second place in her first practical, Ino said encouragingly. Maybe you can repeat the miracle. Karen's gaze drifted to Yakumo. She still found it hard to believe someone so frail-looking had beaten Sasuke and Hinata. But first place is mine. Naruto suddenly declared, bursting out of nowhere. You're too strong, I can't match you, Karen said honestly. Of course. Naruto puffed out his chest and flashed a thumbs up. I'm the man who'll become Hokage. Ouch. Kitazawa's hand had landed on his head. I could hear you from a mile away. Konoha doesn't need a Hokage that noisy. Hee hee. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. Kitazawa-sensei. The students greeted in unison. Time's almost up, Kitazawa said. Line up for the exam. The class quickly formed ranks. Kitazawa's eyes lingered on Karen. In the original timeline, she had been Sasuke's indispensable healer. With her massive chakra reserves, he wondered, could she master shadow clones and raise Non too? The thought intrigued him. Irika stepped forward. It's 9 o'clock. Let's begin. The rules are the same as last time, Kitazawa announced, unrolling a summoning scroll and producing a box of slips. Chakra flowed subtly from his hands into the box. He intended to cheat just a little, testing his new wind manipulation by guiding the draw. Everyone, step up and draw. Irika managed the line. I'm number 1. Naruto cheered. I drew 7, Kiba said, glancing around. Anyone else? No. Yakumo shook her head softly. I got 20. Shino, Shikamaru, and Sakura also shook their heads. Finally. My luck's turning, Kiba muttered, relief washing over him. After months of bad draws, maybe this time he could actually shine. Sasuke-kun, what number did you get? Sakura asked eagerly. 7, Sasuke replied coolly. Kiba froze. No way. Unlucky as always, Ino giggled. Or perhaps someone's targeting you, Shino murmured. Don't complain, Shikamaru added with a smirk. Drawing lots is fair. You're just cursed with bad luck. Number 1, both contestants, step forward, Kitazawa called. Naruto jogged into the arena. His opponent was a boy ranked near the bottom, who quickly lost. Still, he held his head high, losing to the top student was no shame. Number 7, both contestants, prepare to enter, Kitazawa announced, pen in hand, scoring calmly. The sparring matches between the academy students looked more like clumsy pecking contests than real battles. With their young age and limited stamina, results usually came fast. The first 6 matches combined didn't even last half an hour. Sasuke-kun, good luck. Sakura waved her tiny fists enthusiastically. Kiba, don't lose on momentum. Naruto Uzumaki yelled from the sidelines. Kiba's mouth twitched. Even Naruto, the one who usually cheered him on the loudest, sounded doubtful now. Did no one believe he could win? Sasuke, I joined Kitazawa-sensei's special training too. Kiba shouted, pumping himself up. I'm not the same as before. Sasuke, hands tucked lazily in his pockets, watched him without a ripple of emotion. He had also undergone Kitazawa's training. Nothing new there. Damn it. Kiba charged without hesitation. Four legs technique. Dropping to all fours like a wild beast, he lunged at Sasuke with startling speed. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his sharpened nails clawed forward like fangs of a wolf. Much faster, Sasuke admitted, his Sharingan flickering to life. But against these eyes, it's still not enough. He slipped back, effortlessly avoiding the strike. Kiba kept pressing, claw after claw tearing through the air. Leaf whirlwind. Sasuke seized an opening and lashed out, his kick smashing into Kiba's wrist. That was beautiful, Sasuke. Nice leaf whirlwind. Naruto shouted, flashing a thumbs up. You're burning with youth. I'm not. The praise had the opposite effect. If it reminded him of Might Guy, Sasuke wanted no part in it. He deliberately avoided following up with Guy's other moves. Instead, he blocked Kiba's next strike with his forearms. A heavy impact numbed his arms. So his strength's grown too. Kitazawa's training really had sharpened him. Better chakra control made the four legs technique more lethal, stronger, faster. But Sasuke had grown too. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He sprang back, weaving signs before unleashing a roaring inferno. Kiba skidded away, unable to counter fire with brute force. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Without pause, Sasuke launched a second jutsu, scattering small fireballs like falling stars. Kiba dodged desperately, but one clipped him, until suddenly his body lightened. Kitazawa had plucked him out of danger. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, Kitazawa declared, lowering him to the ground. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba exhaled, relieved. A small fireball wouldn't kill him, but it would sting like hell. You've improved a lot, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. I'll give you a high score. Though Kiba had lost decisively, he was still among the stronger students in the academy. He'd just drawn the short straw, facing a prodigy like Sasuke. Time ticked on. The first round ended. The second began. Number 1, both students, step into the arena, Kitazawa announced with a faint smile. Sasuke, it's finally time for our youthful showdown. Naruto grinned ear to ear. Last exam, he hadn't gotten the chance, Yakumo had taken that spot. Sasuke was speechless. Facing Naruto this early felt like rotten luck. But he quickly pushed the thought aside. There was only one first place, and meeting on that path was inevitable. The only reason you won last time was because you didn't face me. Sasuke's Sharingan spun as he spoke coolly. For this moment, he'd begged Itachi to train him for a whole month. And though it was just 1 month, the progress felt immense. Sasuke, here I come. Naruto flashed through hand signs. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the arena flooded with clones. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Not panicked, just wary. Itachi had warned him, the jutsu was powerful but flawed. Take down the original, and victory followed. The clones surged. Leaf whirlwind. Leaf rising wind. Dynamic entry. Taijutsu strikes from all directions rained down. So much chakra. Karin muttered, astonished. If Naruto had red hair, she'd swear he was pureblood Uzumaki. Fighting Naruto is more about stamina of the mind, Shikamaru sighed. Or tolerance for green spandex weirdos, Ino deadpanned. Sasuke-kun, you must win. Sakura prayed with clasped hands. Sasuke's doing well, Shino observed. Indeed, Sasuke flowed through the chaos like a dancer, Sharingan reading movements, kunai and shuriken flying from his hands. Each strike dispersed a clone in a puff of smoke. But for every clone destroyed, Naruto spawned another. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Sasuke spat 3 serpents of flame, weaving them through a storm of shuriken. Explosions of heat wiped out half the clones in one breath. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto bellowed again, replenishing his forces instantly. Found you. Sasuke lunged, hands flashing through seals. Sharingan gleamed. Genjutsu, bubble. Naruto froze mid-step, dazed. It's over, Naruto, Sasuke smirked, already imagining victory. He readied his final strike. Arg, that hurt. Naruto jerked awake as if slapped. In truth, the Ninetales chakra had lashed out again, shattering the genjutsu. What? Sasuke's eyes went wide. Leaf-strong whirlwind. A clone capitalized on his hesitation, kicking him clean across the arena. Sasuke scrambled to his feet, but the horde descended. Fists, feet, elbows, Naruto's clones pummeled him relentlessly. Within seconds, Sasuke collapsed under the barrage, bruised and reeling. Enough, Naruto. Kitazawa's calm voice cut through. The clones dispersed, revealing Sasuke battered and swollen. Naruto. Sakura shrieked, rushing forward. How could you hit his face? She fussed over Sasuke, applying quick first aid. The damage looked bad, but it was all superficial. He'd recover quickly. But inside, Sasuke seethed with frustration. Why had Naruto broken his genjutsu so easily? Was his entire month of training meaningless? Why did he lose? Silent and heavy-hearted, Sasuke left the arena. Chapter 156. The second round ended before anyone realized it. Aside from Sasuke and Naruto, Kitazawa hadn't interfered with the results, because there was no need. Unlike the Chunin exams, losing here didn't mean elimination. Advancement depended on accumulated points, not a single victory. As long as your overall strength was solid, the third round was within reach. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. The roster for the third round looked nearly identical to the last monthly exam. Sasuke, Naruto, Shino, Yakumo, Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba. The only new faces were Ino and Kiba. A month of Kitazawa's special training hadn't taught them new ninjutsu, but it had sharpened their basics enough to raise their scores. The ones left behind this time were Sakura and Choji. Sakura, because combat wasn't a medic's forte. Choji, because he still hadn't mastered the Akimichi clan's secret techniques. Students who passed, stepped forward to draw lots. Kitazawa reappeared with the lottery box. This time, there's no way I'm drawing Sasuke. Kiba clenched his fists, determined. He refused to believe he could be unlucky twice in a row. Then who do you want to draw? Shino asked, voice as calm as ever. I want to. Kiba froze mid-sentence. Out of the 8, he was the weakest. His only realistic hopes were against Shikamaru or Ino. He exhaled and forced a laugh. Just making it to round 3 is a win. Doesn't matter who I draw. Maybe you'll get me, Shikamaru offered half-heartedly. Truthfully, he was hoping for Kiba too. Everyone else on the list was a nightmare matchup. Sasuke ignored them all, stepping forward in silence. He wanted only one opponent, Naruto. He still couldn't accept his previous loss. If Naruto hadn't somehow shattered his genjutsu, Sasuke was convinced the outcome would have been different. Number 1. He glanced down at his slip of paper, heart flickering with anticipation. Naruto had drawn number 1 in the last 2 rounds. If fate repeated itself, they'd clash again. Sasuke, what number are you? Naruto bounded over, already reaching into the box. 1. Ah. I got number 2. Naruto sighed, disappointed. Sasuke's excitement dulled instantly. I'm number 1. Yakumo lifted her slip. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Fighting Naruto had been his goal, but Yakumo, she was even more dangerous. Against her, genjutsu offered no easy advantage. His grip on the slip of paper tightened. Was he destined to lose again? No, if Naruto could beat Yakumo, so could he. He had more than just genjutsu, his taijutsu and fire release gave him options. Haha. Number 3. Kiba hooped, practically dancing. He dodged Sasuke, Naruto, and Yakumo in one stroke, cause enough for celebration. Who's my opponent? He asked eagerly. It's me. Hinata's soft voice answered. Kiba's grin collapsed. So much for good luck. I'm fighting Naruto. Seriously. Shikamaru muttered, staring at his own slip marked with a 2. Then mine's Shino. Ino sighed. Forget it, I'll just forfeit. Mind-body switch against a bug user. Completely pointless. The drawing is complete, Kitazawa declared, sealing away the box. Numbers 1s, step into the arena. Sasuke and Yakumo walked forward, tension palpable. A duel of genjutsu users. Shino's eyes glimmered with rare interest. This should be fascinating. Fascinating, sure, Kiba muttered, but not much fun to watch. Genjutsu fights are a pain for the audience. Agreed, Ino added. Most illusions targeted the opponent's mind or sight. To spectators, it would look like nothing was happening at all. Sasuke-kun, can he win? Sakura asked anxiously. She remembered Yakumo's clash with Naruto all too well. There's a chance, Shikamaru mused. Only Sasuke has the tools to counter her illusions like Naruto did. Naruto, how did you even break her genjutsu last time? Kiba asked. I don't really know. Naruto scratched his head, sheepish. He remembered the tale that had struck him free, but not what it truly was. And the Hokage still hadn't explained, even after a month. You're ridiculously lucky, Kiba sighed. Battle, begin. Kitazawa's voice cut through the chatter. The arena went silent, all eyes on Sasuke and Yakumo. You're strong, Sasuke, so I won't hold back, Yakumo said seriously. She knew exactly how dangerous he was, sharp Sharingan, strong fire jutsu, and solid taijutsu, far more versatile than Naruto or Hinata. Her weakness was clear, her frail body. Genjutsu creation took time Sasuke's Sharingan would exploit. She had to strike first. As it should be. Sasuke's voice was calm, but his hands were already moving. Genjutsu, bubble. Sharingan spinning, he cast without hesitation. Unlike against Naruto or Hinata, there was no point in waiting. Yakumo wasn't fast enough to dodge. Her body froze. Eyes glazed. Sasuke's form scattered into a murder of crows, which morphed into a rain of shuriken. Yakumo stumbled, two blades grazing her legs before she fell. I win. Sasuke advanced, grinning wildly, pointing a kunai at her as laughter burst out of him. What's he laughing about? Sakura asked, baffled. From the sidelines, it looked like nothing had happened at all. Because he's already trapped, Shikamaru sighed. Yakumo's illusions are terrifying. No way. When did it hit him? I didn't even notice. Sakura gasped. Probably the moment he opened his mouth, Shino replied evenly. Guess Naruto had the right idea, Kiba muttered. Spamming shadow clones from the start. Then he frowned. Not that any of us could pull that off. Honestly, if it's Yakumo, just forfeit. Shikamaru shrugged. Saves time and chakra. Yakumo's genjutsu was a bloodline gift, seamless, needing no seals. Practically impossible to counter. Then what about Sasuke? Sakura's heart tightened. If he realizes it's an illusion, he still has a shot. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Inside the genjutsu world. You've won, Sasuke, Yakumo said, clutching her leg wound. Victor, Uchiha Sasuke. Kitazawa's voice rang out across the field. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. Sakura and the others hurried over to him. Sasuke's lips curved slightly as he basked in the admiring gazes around him. He had already laughed maniacally moments ago, so doing it again would be awkward. Besides, simply defeating Yakumo wasn't enough. He wanted a greater victory, one that would silence all doubt. Kitazawa-sensei, I challenge Naruto. Sasuke declared without hesitation. Kitazawa's eyes shifted. Naruto, do you accept? I accept. Naruto shot forward eagerly, grin wide. Come on, Sasuke. Last time, I was careless, Sasuke said confidently. This time, you won't win. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto's response came in an explosion of smoke, bang, 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 as dozens of clones filled the field. A chaotic melee erupted. Sasuke clashed against the army of Naruto's, weaving through strikes and countering with kicks and kunai. Though overwhelmed, his smirk never faded. It was the same as before. Naruto hadn't changed at all, still a battle idiot relying on brute force and clones. But then, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Something felt off. He slipped past Naruto's leaf great whirlwind, hands flashing through seals. Fire release, great fireball. Flames roared, incinerating swaths of clones. Sasuke exhaled sharply. He had already fought 2 draining matches, and his chakra reserves were running dry. One last chance. His gaze locked onto Naruto. If he could find the original and trap him in Genjutsu, the fight would end. Wait. Realization struck. Naruto hadn't shouted "youth" a single time. Not once. Sasuke froze, his expression stiff. For Naruto not to yell that ridiculous word meant he was fake. Which meant Sasuke was still trapped in Genjutsu. Shame burned his cheeks. An Uchiha, tricked for this long without noticing. If his father or brother knew, they would be furious. Snapping out of the false battle, Sasuke turned on Yakumo. Did I show a weakness? Yakumo asked curiously, rising to her feet. Her legs, supposedly injured, were perfectly fine now. Sasuke couldn't answer. It's fine if you don't say, she smiled faintly. But you should surrender, Sasuke-kun. Uchiha never surrender. His teeth clenched. Yakumo raised her hand. Thunderclouds gathered above, crackling with imminent lightning. Then tell me, how much chakra do you have left? Sasuke's eyes widened. With a surge of desperation, he charged. Leaf great whirlwind. But from both sides, waves of Naruto clones swarmed him like a green tide. No. He was buried alive in the storm of illusions. Yakumo ended the Genjutsu. The Narutos vanished, leaving Sasuke collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Sakura rushed to his side. Are you real? Or fake, he muttered hoarsely. Huh. Sakura blinked in confusion. He's back, Yakumo said gently. The battle is over. She's real. Sasuke's eyes widened, empty. In the illusion, he had been beaten senseless by Naruto's clones. Yet here, his body bore no wounds. Which meant, he had broken free. But it was still defeat. Another defeat. His chest tightened, a storm of humiliation and despair tearing through him. I don't understand. I don't get it. Clutching his forehead, he felt as if his eyes were splitting open. Sasuke-kun. Sakura whispered, alarmed. Yakumo's expression shifted. She sensed it, a sudden surge of yin release boiling within Sasuke. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. So, is his Sharingan about to evolve? Truly worthy of being a protagonist of the original tale. But the power flared only briefly before fading away. Sasuke stood, deactivated his single Tomo Sharingan, and walked off the field without a word. Kitazawa's gaze followed him thoughtfully. Still not enough. Either the emotions aren't strong enough, or he's simply too young. The foundation isn't there yet. Winner, Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa turned, voice steady. Students with number 2, prepare for your match. I forfeit, Shikamaru said immediately, raising his hand with his usual laziness. His goal had always been to reach the 3rd round. Facing Naruto. A waste of energy. Naruto looked crestfallen. I wanted to fight Shikamaru. Shikamaru's lips twitched. Fight? That's not a fight, that's a mob beating. I forfeit too, Kiba said after a moment. He had drawn Hinata as his opponent, and everyone knew Gentle Fist was a nightmare for pure taijutsu users. Without Akamaru, it would be hopeless. Me too. Ino chimed in quickly. Kitazawa clapped his hands together. Then today's practical exam ends here. Take a short rest. Rankings will be announced soon. Irika frowned. Kitazawa-sensei, isn't it inappropriate to let them forfeit so easily? There's nothing inappropriate about knowing one's limits, Kitazawa replied smoothly. And their grades? Irika pressed. Base them on their first 2 rounds, Kitazawa said casually. Understood. Irika sighed, collecting the roster to finalize results. Sasuke. Kitazawa's voice carried across the field. The boy turned, dazed. Sasuke-kun, sensei is calling you, Sakura prompted softly. She had tried comforting him herself, to no avail. Maybe Kitazawa could reach him. Sasuke trudged over. Congratulations, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. Congratulations. Sasuke stared, stunned. What was there to celebrate after losing twice? Didn't you notice? You've grown stronger. Me. Sasuke clenched his fists. Prompted by Kitazawa's words, he realized it. His Sharingan felt sharper, his whole body more in control. His eye had strengthened by at least a fifth. Fierce battles are the greatest forge, Kitazawa said with a smile. You're not far from awakening the two-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened. The leap from 1 to 2 tomo was monumental, Genin to Chunin in a single evolution. If he couldn't beat Naruto and Yakumo with 1 tomo, then with 2, he surely could. Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke said firmly, I want harsher training. Push me further. His current fire release training felt far too slow. Mission triggered, help Uchiha Sasuke awaken the 2-tomo Sharingan. Reward, 2-tomo Sharingan. Accept. Kitazawa's eyebrow lifted. He had expected a mission to defeat Naruto or Yakumo, not this. But the reward was excellent. Naturally, he accepted. Chapter 157. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile as he watched Sasuke slowly regain his fighting spirit. At the end of the day, Sasuke was still just a boy, straightforward in his emotions, and easy enough to read, perhaps even to manipulate. But what stood out most was how deeply the Sharingan was tied to his pride. Still, was the jump from 1 to 2 tomo really that drastic? Kitazawa could only conclude, it depended. For ordinary academy students, the 2-tomo Sharingan was practically an insurmountable wall. But when it came to prodigies like Yakumo or Naruto, the advantage wasn't so clear. Yakumo's bloodline limit genjutsu was held back by her young body, but even so, her illusions already surpassed the power of a fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan. As for Naruto, between the Nine Tails' protection against genjutsu, his growing mastery of shadow clones, and the raise Nani was soon to learn, Sasuke would have his hands full. Of course, none of this needed to be spelled out to him just yet. Sasuke, Kitazawa finally said, after a moment's thought, come find me tomorrow. I'll prepare a new special training for you. Truthfully, Kitazawa's first instinct upon accepting this mission had been simple, let Sasuke take enough beatings until the trauma forced his eyes to evolve. But such a cruel method risked breaking him instead. A boy like Sasuke might just retreat inward forever. No, a gentler approach was better. Build his fundamentals. Strengthen his core. With a solid enough foundation, the 2-tomo would awaken naturally. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke said gratefully, the gloom of defeat already lightening. To him, Kitazawa seemed invincible. You can pause your fire release chakra practice for now, Kitazawa added, but don't neglect genjutsu training. Sasuke nodded firmly. He wouldn't give up on genjutsu, not when it was his brother, Itachi, who was personally teaching him. Those rare moments of instruction were something he could never let go. It really has to be Kitazawa-sensei, Ino muttered enviously from the sidelines. Choji let out a nervous chuckle. Sasuke looked downright terrifying just a moment ago. Now he's smiling like nothing happened. For a proud Uchiha, losing twice in a row isn't something you just shrug off, Shikamaru yawned, arms behind his head. Honestly, it's easier being lazy. Eat when you want, nap when you want. Forget chasing after power. Then why are you still here training with us? Ino shot back. This is called fate, Shikamaru said, lazily pointing to the sky. An enemy from heaven. Can't escape it. Naruto tilted his head, confused. What's he talking about? Kiba clapped him on the shoulder. His parents, idiot. Try using your brain sometimes. But Naruto's still ranked higher than you, Shikamaru suddenly added. Kiba froze, the smile slipping from his face. TCH. Meanwhile, Sakura was watching with stars in her eyes. If only I could be like Kitazawa-sensei, just a few words and Sasuke-kun smiles again. Ino snorted. You. Not a chance. You're too rough around the edges. Gentleness isn't really your strong suit. Ino. Sakura shot up, glaring at her. But when Ino casually remarked, Sasuke's back, by the way, Sakura instantly dropped the argument, plastering on her brightest smile. Sasuke-kun. Women are terrifying, Shikamaru muttered, shivering. He silently vowed to marry someone ordinary, with no sharp edges. Kitazawa walked to the front of the class, Irika's roll sheet in hand. I'll now announce the rankings for this month's exam. As expected, the results mirrored the previous test. First place in the practical exam, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned ear to ear. Sasuke glanced at him, and for just a moment, jealousy flickered in his eyes. He couldn't even remember what it felt like to take first. Second, Yakumo Kurama. Naruto puffed his chest proudly, though Kitazawa knew his progress wasn't actually greater than Yakumo's. Her terrifying bloodline had simply hit a temporary bottleneck, her potential was still frighteningly high. Third place, Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth, Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa had engineered Sasuke's setbacks this time. Awarding him third was more of a consolation prize than anything else. Not that Sasuke seemed comforted, he clenched his fists tightly. The final exam would be his chance. Once his Sharingan evolved, he'd reclaim everything. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly said, grinning. I've got a surprise for you in the finals. Sasuke's face went blank with confusion. Another surprise. The last one, Naruto's shadow clone technique, had nearly given him a heart attack. After dismissing class and handing out report cards, the students swarmed out, more eager to play than dwell on rankings. Come on, Naruto. Ramen's on me, Kiba sighed. The bet between them had long since turned into a running joke. He's been losing for a long time, but a man keeps his word. How about I treat this time? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. He was tired of freeloading, especially since Kiba's luck was so bad. What, you looking down on me? Kiba barked, smacking his shoulder. And no, of course not. Then let's go. Naruto's smile stretched wide. Thanks, Kiba. Ha, I'm the Inuzuka clan's second heir. What's a bowl of ramen to me? The two boys laughed as they headed to Ichiraku together. Later that evening, Naruto bounced home, still humming cheerfully from dinner. So happy, did you take first place again? A warm voice asked the moment he opened the door. Naruto's eyes widened. Grandpa third. Hiruzen chuckled. Judging by that grin, I already know the answer. I got first in the practical again. Naruto said proudly. It would be perfect if you managed first in the theory exam someday too, Hiruzen mused, smiling wistfully. Minato had never once fallen short of the top rank during his academy years. Naruto's grin faltered. I'll try my best. He really did try, but there were things sheer effort couldn't fix. Unlike sparring, you couldn't fake knowledge you didn't know. Hiruzen laughed, easing the boy's worries. Don't look so burdened. You're doing well. Naruto sighed with relief. He was terrified Hiruzen might dump stacks of practice questions on him again. The Hokage then pulled out an envelope. Today's November 2nd. Here's your allowance for the month. Thanks, Grandpa third. Naruto's eyes sparkled. I can buy the new limited edition instant noodles. You really do love your noodles. Hiruzen shook his head, amused. But before the boy could dart off to stash his money, Naruto spoke again. Oh. Grandpa third, when I was fighting Sasuke today, I saw the tail again. Hiruzen stiffened. The nine tails, so cooperative. Already surfacing twice in just 2 months. It didn't match the beast from the old stories. What was that tail, anyway? Naruto asked innocently. I'll tell you later. Hiruzen coughed, deftly changing the subject. By the way, save a little money for December. Why? Naruto tilted his head. What do you think of Kitazawa? Naruto's smile returned instantly. He's amazing. The best teacher ever. Then remember, December 21st is his birthday, Hiruzen reminded. Naruto blinked, then clenched his fists with determination. He gave me a birthday present last month. I'll definitely get him something even better. Hiruzen chuckled. What did he give you? Naruto proudly fetched a kunai. This. Same model as the fourth Hokage's. The old man's eyes softened at the familiar weapon. Though just a replica, the carved words, "Sword of Shinobi's Love," were unmistakable. Memories of Minato came flooding back. Kitazawa put real thought into this, Hiruzen said quietly. Keep it safe. Naruto twirled the kunai in his hands, grinning. I'll talk with Sasuke and the others tomorrow about what to get him. And if you're short on money, come see me, Hiruzen added kindly. Thanks, Grandpa Third. I'll buy the most expensive present of all, better than Sasuke's or anyone's. Naruto declared with fiery determination. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, smiling despite himself. Even giving gifts, this boy turned everything into a competition. A new day, Wednesday. Since November began, Konoha's temperature had dropped sharply. By December, heavy snow would blanket the village, and with it came the approach of the new year. In the ninja world, everyone followed the new calendar, with January 1st marking the year's beginning. Kitazawa had never cared much for such occasions. For someone who lived alone, the new year was just another date. But this year was different. With Karinai, Tsunade, and the others around, the new year promised to be lively for the first time in his life. Just as he was walking, Kitazawa froze mid-step. A thought struck him. Asuma Sarutobi. As a guardian ninja stationed in the fire capital, Asuma rarely returned to Konoha unless the mission was urgent. But for something like New Year's, he would definitely come back. Kitazawa sighed. This is going to be troublesome. He shook his head, half amused, half bitter. It wasn't that Asuma was a bad person, far from it. In fact, he was decent, likable. But the problem was Karinai. Snatched wasn't the right word. He couldn't say that. After all, Asuma and Yuhi weren't officially together. Forget it. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Pushing the thought aside, Kitazawa made his way to the academy's training ground. But the grounds were eerily empty. Puzzled, he wandered over to the artificial lake, still no one. Strange. He stroked his chin. Could they all be freeloading breakfast again? Normally, only Hinata would join him for morning meals, with Ino and Sakura dropping in occasionally. Sasuke, Naruto, and Kiba always ate at home. Something was off. Inside Kitazawa's office. Hey, Naruto, what's with all the secrecy? Sakura demanded. Early that morning, Naruto had dragged them all into Kitazawa's office for a so-called important matter. Yeah, Tenten added, brows furrowed. Why call us too? Even Niji, who stayed silent, looked faintly confused. Naruto. Lee suddenly clenched his fist with burning passion. Could it be, you're creating a youth club? Youth club? Ino wrinkled her nose instantly. Count me out. Same here, Shikamaru muttered, too lazy for even the idea. Not a youth club. Naruto threw up his arms dramatically. This is way more important. I hereby declare, our very first strategy meeting officially open. TCH, don't waste time. Sasuke leaned against the doorway, scowling. Last night, neither his mother nor Itachi blamed him for his performance, and that stung worse than scolding. The weight of the Uchiha name pressed down heavier than ever. He wanted nothing more than to train, to redeem himself. So why was he standing here? It's Kitazawa-sensei's birthday. Naruto finally revealed. When? Hinata asked softly, almost before she realized the words had left her lips. December 21st. Oi, that's still more than a month away. Kiba barked. Why are we talking about it now? Because. Naruto jabbed a thumb at his chest. Kitazawa-sensei's been nothing but good to us. We can't just give him some half-baked gift, it has to be perfect. He's not wrong. Ino crossed her arms, already considering options. So, what exactly does Kitazawa-sensei even like? Shikamaru scratched his chin. Yeah. What's his thing? I know. Naruto raised his hand proudly. Kitazawa-sensei likes teaching. The room fell silent. Everyone stared. So what, you plan to make him teach us on his birthday? Shikamaru deadpanned. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Hinata, Ino suddenly turned, you're the closest to him. You must know what he likes, right? Yeah. Caught under the spotlight, Hinata's face flushed scarlet. I don't know either. Kitazawa-sensei might like ninjutsu. Sasuke spoke at last, his tone thoughtful. I could gift him one. That's a problem though. Shikamaru frowned. If you give him ninjutsu, anything else we give will seem less. Whatever. Sasuke cut him off impatiently. I'm heading to the training ground. He's probably already there. I'll buy you guys some time. Without another word, he turned and left. The moment he stepped out of the academy building, Sasuke almost collided with Kitazawa himself. Sensei. Sasuke straightened immediately. Are we starting new training today? Let's head to the training ground. Kitazawa nodded, then glanced around. But why are you the only one here? Where's Naruto and the others? I don't know. Sasuke's chest tightened, but his face remained calm. Kitazawa didn't press. When they reached the training grounds, Kitazawa finally spoke. The main focus of your new training will be your Sharingan. He paused, studying Sasuke. Tell me, what's the most important ability of the One-Tomo Sharingan? Sasuke thought for a moment. Insight. It lets me read the target's movements more clearly, so I can respond faster. Not bad. Kitazawa nodded approvingly. Then your next training will sharpen that insight to its limit. With a casual flick of his hand, chakra swirled into wind. Fallen leaves around them lifted, their edges sharpening under the force of wind release. A heartbeat later, they shot forward, embedding themselves into the bark of a nearby tree like steel knives. Sasuke's eyes widened. The precision, the control, this wasn't just wind release. It was mastery. I'll attack you with leaves, Kitazawa said lightly. Activate your Sharingan, and dodge. For a moment, Sasuke froze. This training, it was the same method Kitazawa had once used on Hinata. Chapter 158. As soon as Naruto and Neji arrived at the training ground, they spotted Sasuke already in the thick of training. His Sharingan gleamed crimson as he hopped in place, occasionally letting out a muffled grunt, the sound of someone struck by a kunai. These weren't ordinary leaves. Infused with wind-release chakra, they carried the speed and impact of thrown kunai. Of course, Kitazawa had stripped away the cutting edge of the wind chakra, leaving only its velocity. Otherwise, Sasuke would have been shredded. This looks a lot like Hinata's leaf training from before, Shikamaru observed thoughtfully. Except this time, it's meant for the Sharingan. The Sharingan has stages, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, and 3 tomo, he continued. Ino gasped. Wait, are you saying Sasuke's about to unlock his 2 tomo? Is 2 tomo really that strong? Naruto asked curiously. Niji's voice dropped low. Once the Sharingan reaches 2 tomo, its wielder's strength is on par with a Chunin. A heavy sense of crisis welled up in Niji's chest. Sasuke was one of his rivals, someone he'd already defeated once. Neji had been planning to challenge him again after perfecting his 8 trigrams, 64 palms. But clearly, Sasuke wasn't standing still. Chunin. Naruto's eyes went wide. He wasn't even officially a genin, yet Sasuke was already pushing for Chunin-level strength. As expected of my eternal rival. Naruto gave a hearty thumbs up, grinning. Such fiery youth. I can't lose either. If you keep shouting like that, Kitazawa-sensei's bound to notice. Kabuto adjusted his glasses coolly. Though not an academy student, he often trained with Ino and the others. Naruto, naturally, had dragged him into the group's secret meeting as well. Kitazawa-sensei will definitely notice if we slip, Shikamaru warned, giving Hinata a pointed look. Especially you, Hinata. I'll try my best, Hinata stammered, nervously wringing her hands. You've got this, Hinata. Ino encouraged, pumping a tiny fist. Your mission will succeed for sure. Hinata's mission wasn't just about keeping secrets, it was to uncover what Kitazawa liked. Don't worry, Sakura reassured, patting her chest with a confident smile. Even if you fail, I'm on the same mission too. She also spent a lot of time with Kitazawa, though mostly at Konoha Hospital. Actually, I can handle this mission too. Naruto volunteered eagerly. You? No way, Shikamaru shot back. You're way too obvious. That's true, Ino muttered, recalling how Naruto was the first one exposed during their attack on Tsunade. All right. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Time's up. Everyone, back to training, Shino spoke up suddenly, the first and last words he offered that day. His quiet command was enough. The group broke apart instantly. Kiba headed for the artificial lake alone. Sasuke no longer needed it for training, so Kiba had it to himself. Sakura stayed behind to keep Sasuke company. Naruto, fired up with determination, ran to his own training ground. He had to finish mastering the Rasengan before the final exam. Ino resumed practice with her advanced mind-body switch, attempting to control two people at once. It was mentally exhausting but crucial for her growth. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, after weeks of painstaking effort, was finally close to completing his second clan technique, shadow sewing. Unlike the rigid shadow imitation, this one was versatile and flexible. If he mastered it, he could climb a rank or two in the exam. Hinata began practicing 64 palms with quiet determination, occasionally glancing toward Kitazawa for reassurance. Niji, training a distance away, had already reached 8 consecutive palms and was pushing for 10. Karin sat at a desk with her books, while Kabuto leaned against a tree, practicing wind release, shuriken. Kitazawa-sensei. I'm out of strength. 2 hours later, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring off him. His muscles screamed, his breath burned, and his eyes ached with fatigue. His vision was blurring badly. It seems it's not just your Sharingan that needs strengthening. Your body as well, Kitazawa remarked thoughtfully. At the mention of physical training, Sasuke immediately thought of one man. His face went pale. From now on, Kitazawa continued, you'll do leaf training in the morning, and physical training with Might Guy in the afternoon. Sasuke's expression froze. Heat flushed through him despite the winter chill. His worst nightmare had come true. But, for the sake of Tutomo, he clenched his fists and endured. Once you've rested, you can seek out Guy, Kitazawa added with a faint smile, clearly enjoying Sasuke's suffering. Sasuke hesitated, glaring suspiciously. Was Sensei doing this on purpose? He dared not ask, in case Kitazawa handed him a green jumpsuit on the spot. Current mission, help Nara Shikamaru learn his second clan jutsu. Mission reward, shadow sewing jutsu. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa's gaze slid toward Shikamaru. His shadow had sprouted into 2 arm-like appendages. With enough chakra, the technique could multiply dozens, hundreds, even thousands of shadow arms in theory. Though an ordinary Nara would barely manage a handful. Congratulations, Shikamaru, Kitazawa said warmly. At your age, mastering 2 secret techniques already makes you a genius among geniuses. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru dismissed the jutsu with a sigh. But I'm no genius. Sasuke and Naruto, they're the real prodigies. Kitazawa chuckled. Their talent is monstrous, I'll admit. Sometimes it feels like they're not even human. Shikamaru's eyes lit up. So you think so too, sensei? Of course. After all, like you, I'm just a normal human, Kitazawa replied with a shrug. If not for the system, he mused privately, he'd be far worse off than even Shikamaru. Sensei. Shikamaru leaned forward hopefully. Since I've mastered shadow sewing, can I finally rest? After half a semester of relentless training, all he wanted was to collapse in bed and sleep for days. You can rest today, Kitazawa granted with a smile. But tomorrow, you'll begin practicing in-release nature transformation, sculpting with shadows. Shikamaru froze. You're no human, you're a devil. Don't want to rest? Then we can start right now, Kitazawa began. But Shikamaru had already bolted, sprinting like a startled deer. Kitazawa shook his head with a helpless laugh. After checking that everyone else was training properly, he finally turned and headed toward the artificial lake. Kitazawa-sensei. Inuzuka Kiba, practicing water walking alone, froze in surprise when he spotted him. Want to master water walking faster? Kitazawa asked, stroking his chin. Yes. Kiba's eyes lit up, touched. Sensei really does care about me the most. It wasn't surprising Sasuke never trained with him. And Sakura, well, she'd abandoned friendship for beauty. Typical. All right then. Kitazawa's expression turned serious. While you train, I'll attack you with water-release jutsu. That way, he could polish his water style while helping Kiba push past his limits. A win-win. Huh. Kiba blinked. What kind of hellish training was this supposed to be? Be careful, Kitazawa warned, rolling his shoulders. I just learned this jutsu. My aim might not be perfect. Huh. The realization dawned on Kiba. Wait. Am I just target practice? Whatever warmth he felt a second ago evaporated instantly. Sensei really had no heart. Kitazawa's hands blurred through seals as he recalled the water style, water dragon bullet from the scroll. He didn't have mastery of water nature, but his chakra-shaped transformation was top-notch. Under his control, the artificial lake began to churn violently. Water surged upward, coiling into the form of a massive dragon. Water release, like most jutsu, benefited from environmental buffs. Near rivers, lakes, or oceans, it consumed less chakra and hit harder. That was why Kitazawa had chosen this spot. As for Kiba, he was just a convenient side benefit. Run. Kitazawa guided the dragon forward. The key to water walking is steady chakra rhythm. Kiba dashed across the lake's surface. Don't panic. Keep breathing, Kitazawa called calmly. I won't actually hurt you. That reassurance settled Kiba. Even with a water dragon chasing him, the exercise didn't feel much harder than before, just faster, forcing him to run instead of walk. But then the dragon suddenly accelerated. Crash. It slammed him straight into the water. Kiba flailed, choking on mouthfuls of lake water. Oops. My mistake. Kitazawa hauled him out casually. Kiba coughed, dripping wet. And no big deal. What else could he say? Arguing would only make it worse. Keep going. Kitazawa patted his shoulder. You don't want Naruto outperforming you in every single exam, do you? That lit a fire under Kiba. Does Sensei have a way for me to beat him? He asked eagerly. Losing to Naruto every time wasn't just frustrating, it was humiliating. Even the Ichiraku ramen bet stung. You don't have a partner dog right now, so beating him in the practical exam is tough. Kitazawa paused. But you could surpass him in the overall rankings. Kiba wilted. But our theory scores are about the same. Then improve them. More practice questions, more drills. And if you can climb even a rank or two in the practicals, you'll have a real shot. I get it. Kiba clenched his fists. I'll do it. Kitazawa nodded, satisfied. Hook, line, sinker. But Sensei, Kiba frowned, my strength hasn't improved lately. How can I place higher in the practical exam? That's because you don't have a ninja dog. Kitazawa smirked. But I've got another idea. If you don't have one, become one. Huh. Kiba stared blankly. What kind of insane logic was that? Your clan's secret techniques let you merge with your ninja dog, right? Like human-beast transformation. Kitazawa said bluntly. That's true, but those require cooperation with a partner. Kiba shook his head. I can't use them alone. Why not? You have Shadow Clone. Kiba's jaw dropped. Shadow Clone. Can that actually work? I've never heard of anyone in my clan doing that. There's no harm in trying. Kitazawa shrugged. Even if it fails, you'll still learn Shadow Clone. That's already a huge step forward. Kiba's eyes lit up. Naruto's Shadow Clone was legendary in the academy now. Even producing two would boost his combat power immensely. Yes. He straightened, resolve burning in his eyes. Please teach me, Kitazawa-sensei. Mission triggered, help Inuzuka Kiba develop a new jutsu. Reward, 10% Senju clan bloodline. Kitazawa blinked. He'd expected a mission, but that reward. 10% of the Senju bloodline. Did the Inuzuka clan have hidden ties to the Senju? Or was it because their techniques leaned heavily on yang release? Either way, this was a high-difficulty mission worthy of such a prize. Their beast combo jutsu would need major adjustments to work with shadow clones instead of dogs. but with his mastery of yang release, it was doable. And if he completed this plus Naruto's Raise non-mission, he'd reach 40% Senju bloodline. The Senju bloodline might not be Hashirama's monstrous cells, but it still promised overwhelming chakra. I'll teach you. But not yet. Kitazawa said firmly. Finish your water walking first. Shadow Clone is still a B-rank jutsu, it demands control. Kiba grinned fiercely. Got it. Don't go easy on me. He dashed back onto the lake. Kitazawa raised another dragon with a flick of his hand. Training resumed, both of them pushing their limits. When the final class ended, the students of Class 1A and 2A filtered out. Hinata. Something on your mind? Kitazawa noticed the shy girl lingering at the doorway, face pink, fingers poking together. Kikitazawa-sensei. She whispered, stepping forward nervously. Want me to walk you home? He asked gently. No. She suddenly blurted, then gathered her courage. I want to treat sensei to a meal. Her sudden boldness surprised even her. But she'd found her chance. The others had asked her to figure out what Kitazawa liked, and what better way than food. Originally, she'd thought of giving him money as a birthday gift, but that felt cheap and impersonal. A meal felt warmer. What do you want to eat? Kitazawa smiled, patting her head. I'm treating. What does sensei want to eat? She asked, eyes shining. Me. I've always liked grilled meat. I see. Hinata's face lit up. Then, with sudden determination, she declared, then I'll treat sensei to grilled meat every single day from now on. Kitazawa laughed, tapping her forehead. Who eats grilled meat every day? Once in a while is fine. Why? She asked innocently. Too much isn't healthy, he said casually. Come on, let's go. She followed, then quickly asked, Kitazawa-sensei, besides grilled meat, what else do you like to eat? Snacks. Sweets. I don't mind those either. What kind specifically? Hinata pressed, eyes sparkling. Kitazawa chuckled. You're unusually talkative today. I just want to understand sensei better. Hinata's voice trembled, her heart hammering. Kitazawa smiled faintly. She was too transparent, but he didn't call her out. Instead, he found himself curious to see what this timid girl was planning. Chapter 159. At the entrance of the Hyuga compound. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stopped and asked timidly, can I treat you to dinner again tomorrow? Last night's barbecue had been fun, delicious food, easy conversation. But more importantly, she had completed Ino and the others' mission, discovering what Kitazawa liked to eat. I'm the sensei, you're the student. Kitazawa chuckled softly. How could I let a student treat me to dinner every day? I don't mind. Hinata tilted her head, voice quiet but resolute. Besides, I'm not short on money. Having money isn't a reason to treat someone. Kitazawa patted her head with a smile. Tomorrow won't work. Maybe next time, if there's an opportunity. He wasn't the type of man to sponge off others. All right. Hinata's shoulders drooped ever so slightly, her disappointment clear. Kitazawa nearly caved seeing her pitiful expression. But no, accepting free meals every day was simply unnecessary. See you tomorrow, Hinata. He pinched her cheek lightly, adding, smile more. You're cutest that way. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Hinata blinked in surprise, then replied with shy embarrassment. Kitazawa turned and headed toward Karinai's house. It was already past 7, and the streetlights flared to life one by one. While it couldn't compare to the dazzling cities of his past life, the illumination was more than enough to keep him from bumping into a utility pole. But just as he neared Karinai's house, the light seemed to flicker and dim. His vision darkened. He froze, then glanced around. A familiar figure appeared before him, swallowed by black current. The world around him bled into pitch-black silence. How is it? Came Karinai's voice from the shadows. Very good, Kitazawa praised without hesitation. You've completely mastered the bringer of darkness. The illusion shattered. The street returned, and Karinai stood in the glow of the lamps. In Genjutsu, you're already at the level of a special jonin. Kitazawa caught her delicate hand, mischievously brushing her palm with his fingers. My goal is to be a jonin. Karinai tilted her face, ruby-like eyes shining beneath the lamplight. A jonin needs at least 2 types of ninjutsu mastered. Genjutsu alone isn't enough, Kitazawa reminded her. I know, she sighed. But mastering another type isn't easy. It is, if you let me teach you. Kitazawa leaned down, whispering in her ear. Karinai froze. He wasn't wrong, his strength had long surpassed hers, and he had knowledge of countless techniques. The gap between them still felt unreal. Just a year ago, she was the one defeating him with Genjutsu. Now, she was his student. What are you thinking about? Kitazawa teased, giving her a sudden slap on her rear. What are you doing? Karinai spun, crimson with embarrassment and fury. You zoned out first, he replied innocently. I was reminding you. Is that how you remind someone? Sorry. He rubbed the spot as if to make amends. I was too forceful just now. Karinai's body trembled. She staggered back, her cheeks glowing under the streetlights. Pervert, she snapped. What ninjutsu do you want to learn? Kitazawa cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. I can teach you anything. Anything? Then what about Fuinjutsu? She asked with a sharp snort, half out of irritation, half to challenge him. No problem. Kitazawa grinned. Karinai blinked in surprise. Fuinjutsu wasn't something most Konoha shinobi could touch, yet he agreed so easily. You really know Fuinjutsu? She asked, stunned. Would I lie to you? He pulled her into his arms. When did you learn that? She pressed, suspicious but intrigued. Do you know Lady Tsunade's In seal? Kitazawa asked, breathing in her faint fragrance. Of course. Wait, you mean you learned Fuinjutsu just to pursue the In seal? Her eyes widened. Does Lady Tsunade actually plan to take you on as a student? What's this? You didn't believe me. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. It's not that, that's Lady Tsunade. Karinai's expression softened into something complicated. She respected Tsunade deeply, and the thought of Kitazawa becoming her disciple meant his status would soar far beyond her own. Do you realize how amazing I am now? Kitazawa teased, eyes slipping down toward her pale neck. No matter how amazing, you're still a pervert, she snapped, noticing his gaze. Is that so? He lowered his head, kissing the curve of her neck. Then should I do something perverted? Karinai shuddered, breath catching. His warmth against her skin sent sparks racing through her nerves. Her lips parted, but before she could finish, Kitazawa claimed them in a kiss. Her hazy eyes betrayed her resistance, melting away as his arms tightened around her. He could feel every curve pressed against him. When they finally broke apart, Karinai gasped, breathless, her lips damp. I'll teach you Fuinjutsu tomorrow morning, after my meeting. Kitazawa twirled a strand of her dark hair around his finger. Karinai leaned against him, heart pounding wildly. She couldn't even tell if it was her heartbeat or his. Come on, let's go back. Standing here is pointless. Kitazawa chuckled, giving her thigh a playful pinch. Karinai glared daggers at him before striding ahead. By the way, Kitazawa caught up, how's Lady Tsunade's new jutsu coming along? It's nearly complete. Should be ready any time, Karinai replied. Good. Kitazawa thought privately, if that jutsu was finished, Tsunade's treatment was close at hand. Whether he could truly cure her hemophobia remained uncertain, but he would give it his all. The next morning, Thursday. Naruto's second secret meeting convened in the Ninja Academy's conference room. The location wasn't chosen at random, they'd be holding a student council meeting immediately afterward. Kitazawa-sensei likes barbecue, and takoyaki too, Hinata reported softly, yesterday's findings spilling from her lips under the weight of everyone's expectant gazes. Excellent. Ino smiled in approval. Hinata, you pulled off your task beautifully. When Kitazawa-sensei's birthday comes around, we'll treat him to the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Naruto declared, sweeping his arm grandly. That's great. Choji cheered, both hands raised. Barbecue was his true love, after all. I think we should consider the budget, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes shifting lazily between Hinata and Choji. No worries. Naruto thumped his chest proudly. I already got sponsorship from Gramps, the third Hokage. You can get sponsorship for this too. Kiba gawked. As expected of our head of external affairs, Kabuto remarked with a polished smile, adjusting his glasses. To secure Hokage-sama's support twice, impressive. It's not that big a deal. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. I've got some intel on Kitazawa-sensei as well. Kabuto's glasses glinted as he narrowed his eyes. What is it? Naruto leaned in immediately. Ino, Niji, and the rest of the group instinctively turned his way. Even Shino, behind his dark shades, found himself silently grumbling, we both wear glasses. Why does his presence feel so strong? Kitazawa-sensei specializes in wind release, Kabuto explained unhurriedly. With the right ninja tools, wind release can double their effectiveness. Wind release, sharp, cutting, deadly. It paired exceptionally well with weapons. Asuma Sarutobi himself had famously wielded twin chakra blades with it. I'll get him a ninja tool. Hinata blurted, her cheeks warming. Ninja tools were deeply personal. She wanted Kitazawa to carry one that came from her hands, something he would use often. All right, Kabuto said smoothly, you're better suited than me. High-quality ninja tools cost a fortune. Kabuto's funds were limited. Hinata, however, was the Hyuga heiress. You just earned a major contribution, Hinata. If you want to give it, then it's only fair you do it, Naruto added with uncharacteristic seriousness. Look at you, already acting like Hokage, Kiba teased. Of course. Naruto grinned. My dream is to surpass every Hokage that came before. I've got an idea. Ino tapped her chin, then snapped her fingers. Kitazawa-sensei's birthday is close to New Year's. I could give him a kimono. In the ninja world, wearing traditional kimono for New Year's was a cherished custom. That's a fitting gift, Shikamaru agreed. Hinata, I'll need your help. Ino turned toward her suddenly, palms pressed together. Me. Hinata blinked in surprise, not used to Ino's solemn tone. To tailor a kimono properly, I'll need Kitazawa-sensei's measurements, Ino explained. And you have the Byakugan. No one's more suited. Hinata froze, but then nodded shyly. Perfect. Ino brushed a strand of golden hair from her forehead and smirked. Now it's your turn to decide on a gift. Hey, don't leave us hanging. Kiba protested. We're classmates, you've got to help us brainstorm too. I never said I was running away. Ino leaned back, crossing her legs with a mischievous smile. So, any other ideas? The group fell silent, each sinking into thought. Just then, two students from another class poked their heads inside. Wrong meeting room. One of them muttered, confused. Then it settled. Naruto clapped his hands. Second meeting ends here. Student council members, stay behind for the meeting. Ino, Tenten, Hinata, and the others filed out, chatting as they went. The clock struck 8:40. Kitazawa arrived precisely on time. The student council members were already assembled. Hana, he greeted as she stepped forward, proposal in hand. This is the activity plan I drafted, Kitazawa-sensei. Good work. He opened it, skimming the details. The structure was sound, polished, thanks in no small part to the advice he'd given her earlier. No issues. You may proceed. When will the activity be held? Hana asked eagerly. Promote it these next few days. Launch officially next Friday, Kitazawa decided after a moment's thought. Really? Hana's eyes lit up. She had expected Saturday or Sunday. This meant an extra day of fun. The students erupted into cheers. Barring any unexpected issues, Hokage-sama himself will attend, Kitazawa added with a knowing smile. Do not disappoint him. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, they chorused, voices brimming with excitement. Good. The rest is up to you. If problems arise, come to me. He dismissed them, leaving without lingering. His role was guidance, the execution belonged to them. After teaching his first class that morning, Kitazawa returned to Karinai's home. "You're back," she called, perched casually on the roof. "Why wait up there?" Kitazawa quirked a brow, amused. "Nothing better to do." Karinai hopped down gracefully. The motion sent a ripple through her form, her outfit stretching just enough to catch Kitazawa's eye. Staring again, she teased, giving him a swift kick. "You can't blame me," he said without a flicker of shame. "You're simply too beautiful." "Smooth talker," she huffed, though her lips curved into a reluctant smile. "Before we dive into sealing jutsu, you'll need to master drawing sealing formulas." Kitazawa shifted back to business. Unlike most ninjutsu that required only hand seals, sealing techniques demanded both hand seals and complex formula patterns. Sustained seals like the 4 symbols or 8 trigrams seal, such as the one holding the 9 tails, could last a lifetime. Today, he intended to teach her the fire suppression seal. Properly inscribed, it could contain flames indefinitely, so long as the scroll remained intact. "Formulas aren't drawn with brushes, but with chakra itself," Kitazawa explained. "It demands precise control." "I'm a genjutsu specialist," Karinai smirked, clenching her fists. "Chakra control is my strength." "Then let's begin." Kitazawa unrolled a scroll. The formula was circular, its surface etched with writhing characters like tadpoles frozen mid-stroke. "First, memorize it. Then replicate it here." He laid out a blank scroll. Karinai inhaled deeply, placed her hand on the parchment, and began channeling chakra. Black marks slowly emerged, forming into lines of script. "You may have real talent for sealing," Kitazawa remarked approvingly. "That's, Her concentration wavered, and the marks veered off track. "It's normal not to succeed at first," he reassured her. "Try again, and the lines will fall into place." She nodded firmly, undeterred. Sealing was even harder than genjutsu, it was only natural to stumble. The days passed quickly. Under Naruto and Sasuke's lead, the student council launched its first campaign. Flyers fluttered across the academy, banners hung from every wall. The once ordinary academy buzzed with new energy. Kitazawa himself remained low-key. Classes, guidance, water release training with Kiba, sealing lessons with Karinai, that was his rhythm. Half a week slipped by. By Thursday of the second week of November, the stage was set. Tomorrow would mark the Student Council's first official event under the banner of the Will of Fire Club. Though merely a knowledge contest, the allure of generous prizes and relentless promotion had drawn nearly every student in the academy. Finding someone not signed up was harder than finding one who was. That morning, Kitazawa made his way to the Hokage building. He had promised the students he would invite Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Just as he arrived, 3 lines of glowing text unfurled before his eyes. Current mission: help Yakushi Kabuto learn 3 wind release techniques. Mission reward: Earth release. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa's brows lifted slightly. An unexpected reward, but not entirely surprising. Kabuto, already a skilled medical ninja with an exceptional foundation, naturally picked up elemental ninjutsu faster than the others. Now with Earth Release added to his arsenal, Kitazawa lacked only Lightning Release to complete the full spectrum of chakra natures. Chapter 160. 10% discount is going to end in a couple of days. Hurry up. Code 6EFF5. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa stepped into the Hokage's office after receiving permission. "Ah, Kitazawa," Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted, lifting his eyes from his paperwork. "Is Tsunade not with you today?" "Lady Tsunade is still engrossed in researching the new jutsu," Kitazawa replied, pausing before continuing. "I came today to speak about the student council." "The knowledge competition, is it?" Hiruzen asked, puffing leisurely on his pipe. Keeping close watch over Naruto had made him well aware of the student council's affairs. "Hokage-sama's foresight is truly remarkable," Kitazawa said with a polite smile before adding, "the student council has prepared everything for your attendance. We hope you can join us tomorrow." "You've organized it all within a week. Impressive." Hiruzen chuckled. "As the patron of the Will of Fire Club, I'll certainly attend. Sasuke and Naruto have been eagerly waiting for your visit. They'll be thrilled to see you." Kitazawa smiled. You've guided them well, Hiruzen admitted plainly. Naruto's performance in the Will of Fire Club has been particularly satisfying. Truth be told, he had always worried about Naruto, too brash, too reckless, perhaps destined to become a ninja capable of little beyond fighting. But now, to Hiruzen's quiet surprise, the boy was showing care beneath the chaos. When preparing for the student council's first event, Naruto had thrown himself into the work, completing it with unexpected diligence. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Perhaps Naruto truly carried the spark of Minato. Konoha, meanwhile, was in a fragile transitional state. Its high council was aging. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were well past their prime. Jiraiya wandered in search of the child of prophecy, Orochimaru had defected, and Tsunade still struggled with her hemophobia. Fortunately, Kitazawa's proposal of psychological medical ninjutsu had given Tsunade a path forward. Kakashi was too withdrawn, Asuma had stepped away, Might Guy was, eccentric at best, and Karinai lacked the necessary strength. Now Kitazawa. He'll need to see. Only Naruto and Sasuke shone with the promise of the new generation. How is Tsunade's condition? Hiruzen asked, breaking from his thoughts. Lady Tsunade has agreed to undergo treatment for her hemophobia, Kitazawa said seriously. Hiruzen's hand trembled on his pipe. Truly. He had little faith that anyone could sway Tsunade. She was not a woman easily persuaded. If she could be moved so easily, it would never have fallen to Kitazawa to attempt it. Lady Tsunade said it herself, Kitazawa confirmed with a firm expression. If you truly cure her, Konoha will reward you generously, Hiruzen promised with a rare smile. It wasn't mere lip service, Tsunade's recovery would change everything. If she returned, Konoha would gain not only the world's greatest medical ninja, but also a true Hokage successor. That stability would strengthen the village within and deter enemies outside. And naturally, Hiruzen thought, as the one who achieved this, Kitazawa would also earn a place of honor, perhaps even as Tsunade's student, keeping the Hokage's legacy in the family. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said, bowing. He wanted Tsunade's recovery even more than Hiruzen did. With her as Hokage, his own path would be secured. After their discussion, Kitazawa left the Hokage's office and made his way to the artificial lake by the academy. Kiba was waiting, and he hurried up at once. After a week of harsh training, he had finally mastered water walking and was eager to move on. Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba pulled out a scroll. This contains the Inuzuka clan's secret transformation techniques. Kitazawa unrolled it, scanning the text quickly. Immediately, he noticed something odd. 2 techniques were listed, yet neither was complete. He understood at once, he was an outsider, and the clan had deliberately omitted certain details. Not that he intended to learn them anyway. Without a ninja hound, they were meaningless to him. If he were to choose a partner beast, it would have to be from the 3 great sage regions, summons that could heal, fight, and support, far more versatile than a dog. Still, the incomplete techniques were clear enough. Beast-human clone, which transformed a ninja hound into a human. Human-beast transformation, twin-headed wolf, which merged man and hound into a beast. They were likely chosen by Kiba's parents themselves. I already have some ideas, Kitazawa said, rolling the scroll closed. But first, I'll teach you the shadow clone technique. Really? Kiba's face lit up with excitement. You don't have the same chakra reserves as Naruto, so for now, focus on creating just one clone, Kitazawa advised. Only one. Kiba muttered, recalling Naruto's countless clones. The difference in chakra was staggering. Sometimes he wondered if Naruto had been born from a tailed beast, though, to his knowledge, tailed beasts didn't give birth. After half an hour of careful explanation, Kitazawa asked, any questions? I understand everything. Kiba declared confidently. You explained it so clearly, I'll nail it on the first try. He formed the hand signs. With a puff of smoke, another Kiba appeared. And immediately toppled over, missing a leg. Cough, well, at least it looks human, Kiba muttered, dispelling it. No rush. Take your time, Kitazawa said with a chuckle. I'll leave a clone to guide you. If you're stuck, ask him. He created a shadow clone with deliberate slowness. You'll practice with him, Kitazawa instructed, and don't neglect your water walking. Then he turned and left. The shadow clone technique wasn't overly complex, but for someone at Kiba's level, it would take at least a week. And in that time, Kitazawa would be free to devise ways to refine the Inuzuka's secret arts. Kitazawa-sensei. At the training ground, Kabuto immediately ran over the moment he spotted Kitazawa. "I've already mastered wind release, shuriken," he announced proudly. "Good. Then today, I'll teach you a new wind release technique." Kitazawa wasn't surprised. Thanks to the system, he already knew Kabuto's progress. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei," Kabuto said quickly. "The jutsu I'll be teaching is wind style, vacuum blade. It's somewhat similar to wind release, shuriken." Kitazawa pulled out a kunai. "You infuse wind chakra into the blade, sharpening and empowering it until it becomes far deadlier than normal." "I understand," Kabuto nodded. Wind release, shuriken relied on throwing special tools. Wind style, vacuum blade, however, turned an ordinary kunai into something closer to a razor-edged sword, though it could still be thrown like a weapon if needed. "Go ahead, give it a try." Kitazawa explained the technique for half an hour, much like he had with the shadow clone jutsu. But when Kabuto drew his kunai, he hesitated instead of forming hand signs. His expression carried a rare uncertainty. "What's wrong?" Kitazawa asked, raising an eyebrow. "Kitazawa-sensei, there's something I'd like to ask of you," Kabuto said after taking a deep breath. "Why so serious?" Kitazawa replied, a little surprised. "Did something happen?" "I want to participate in the Chunin exams." Kitazawa blinked. "You're not already a Chunin?" Kabuto lowered his voice. "I grew up in Root. I never took part in the Chunin exams held in the village. Strictly speaking, I'm not even a genin." Kitazawa stared, dumbfounded. "With your strength, participating should be trivial. What's the problem?" "To join the Chunin exams, I need a team leader and 2 teammates." Kabuto looked embarrassed. "And I don't have either." Everyone he once knew was en route. Outside of it, in the vastness of Konoha, he couldn't find even 2 genin to rely on. He'd even considered asking Nono, but as the head of Konoha Hospital, she couldn't simply abandon her post. After much thought, only Kitazawa came to mind. He had experience as a teacher, and many of his former students were already genin. As a genius, you should become a Chunin early and carve your name into the world. Current mission, lead Yakushi Kabuto to pass the Chunin exams as the top-ranked team. Mission reward, water release, hydrification technique. Accept. Kitazawa's expression froze. "Seriously, system? I'm already a special jonin, why on earth would I sit through the Chunin exams?" And hadn't the system already given him a mission when he was assessed for special jonin? Did it just forget? He frowned, though the reward was undeniably tempting. The hydrification technique was a secret water release jutsu of the Hozuki clan in the Hidden Mist. It allowed the user to liquefy their body, making them nearly immune to physical attacks while also perfect for infiltration and ambushes. Considering his current lack of defensive and life-saving jutsu, this technique would be invaluable. As long as he didn't run into lightning release, he'd practically be unkillable. But the issue remained, how could he even enter the Chunin exams? Even with his ties to Hiruzen, there were limits. Breaking the rules outright wasn't an option. Then, an idea struck. The mission said lead Kabuto to victory as the top-ranked team. Did that mean the team leader counted? Whether it did or not, this was his only shot. And besides, the system wasn't exactly reliable. "So," Kitazawa said aloud, "you're asking me to act as your temporary team leader?" Kabuto nodded. "Yes. And, if you have any former students who are genin, I was hoping you could recommend them." "I see," Kitazawa mused. Now it made sense why Kabuto had approached him. He did indeed have former students, but none with particularly remarkable talent. Without special bloodlines or prodigious gifts, they couldn't reach the level of true elites, no matter how hard he trained them. And while Kabuto was already strong, the Chunin exams weren't about individual strength alone, they were team-based. If his teammates dragged him down, Kitazawa's mission would fail. He sighed inwardly. If only he could pull in Yakumo or Naruto, the top rank would be guaranteed. But they weren't even genin yet. When do registrations close for the exams? Kitazawa finally asked. December 1st, Kabuto answered. Right, the end-of-year exams. These were limited to Konoha's Shinobi only. The joint village exams from the original history had been a rare exception, a political showcase of strength. All right, I'll do it, Kitazawa nodded. As for your teammates, I'll choose them and introduce them to you soon. Kabuto exhaled in relief. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Don't get complacent, Kitazawa warned. Even if your strength already surpasses the average Chunin, you still need to prepare. There's half a month left, Master Wind style, vacuum blade before then. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto raised his kunai and began practicing at once. Kitazawa stepped back, watching carefully while considering potential teammates. Kabuto alone carried risks, he needed at least one more capable genin to ensure victory. The problem was, talented genin were scarce. Many, like Uchiha Itachi, had already advanced beyond Chunin or joined the Umbu. His thoughts drifted to Aburame Torion of Root. Around Shino's age, his nanopoison insects made him a terrifying opponent for ordinary shinobi. A pity that in the original course of history, he'd met an untimely end at Obito's hands. But stealing someone out of Danzo's grip was no small task. Unless... Kitazawa's mind shifted to the Aburame clan itself. If Tsunade supported them, they might reclaim Torion from Root. That would not only strengthen Kabuto's team but also boost Tsunade's standing as a Hokage candidate. And Shino, yes, Shino Aburame would be the key. Kabuto, you're fine on your own for now. I'll leave a shadow clone here to guide you if needed. Kitazawa formed the seals and split off a clone. He'd been using two regularly anyway, one at the artificial lake, another at the training ground. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto replied, already absorbed in practice. Kitazawa checked briefly on Hinata and Ino's training before heading to Class 1A, where Irika was teaching a flower arrangement lesson. Spotting him, Irika released the students to practice freely and walked over. After class, send Shino to my office, Kitazawa instructed. Irika nodded. Back in his office, Kitazawa busied himself reviewing preparations for tomorrow's Will of Fire Club event. As student council president, he couldn't afford any mistakes. 10 minutes later, there was a knock. Kitazawa-sensei. Shino stepped inside, dressed in his usual white coat and dark glasses. Shino, Kitazawa began, what do you think of your ranking in the last monthly exam? My classmates are all very strong, Shino answered cautiously, unsure of the question's intent. Kitazawa pressed further. But are you satisfied with your ranking? Shino hesitated. Why would Kitazawa ask this? In truth, breaking into the top 5 of their class was already an achievement. With peers like Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yakumo, all geniuses personally trained by Kitazawa, his own efforts seemed meager in comparison. I've done my best to reach where I am, Shino admitted. Improving further feels difficult. Then, gathering his resolve, he asked, Kitazawa-sensei, may I also join your special training? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Smart boy, he'd grasped the heart of the matter quickly. Chapter 161. Of course. Kitazawa smiled lightly. As long as it doesn't interfere with your theoretical studies, I welcome your participation anytime. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Shino raised his gaze, his voice steady as always. What kind of special training do you want me to undergo? First, you'll need to better your chakra control with tree climbing and water walking practice, Kitazawa replied. After that, we'll design training specifically tailored for your insects. Shino blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Special training for insects. The Aburame clan's bond with their Kikaichu was deep-rooted. Their clan techniques, refined over generations, were already centered around these insects. They were perfected long ago, there was no need for further training. Which is why Shino found Kitazawa's words unusual. I have 2 ideas, Kitazawa continued, raising one finger. First, discovering new insects. Shino's brows knit behind his dark glasses. Sensei. The Aburame clan has searched for new species for centuries. None surpassed Kikaichu. What makes you think? I know of one, Kitazawa interrupted, his voice calm. An insect that can slip into an enemy's body through air, drain their chakra, and eventually detonate. Shino's composure cracked. An insect like that exists. The implication struck him instantly. An insect invisible to the eye, capable of infiltrating the body, draining chakra, and exploding. Such a creature was a living nightmare. Even the fourth Raikage nearly died to them, Kitazawa added with a faint smile. That silenced Shino completely. His eyes widened in shock. The fourth Raikage, one of the strongest shinobi alive, nearly killed by an insect. Just that fact alone put these creatures leagues above Kakechu. What are they called? Where can I find them? Shino's voice betrayed a rare urgency. Explosive bugs, Kitazawa answered. Shino frowned. He had never heard of them, nor had his clan's records ever mentioned such a species. They originated from a hidden shinobi organization known as the Nokizuru Group, Kitazawa explained. Nokizuru Group? Shino adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. With such a lead, the Aburame clan could easily begin their investigation. If these insects were real, they had to be acquired. Their presence alone could shift the clan's standing in the shinobi world. They dared to move against the fourth Raikage. Are they truly that strong? Shino asked, his tone sharp. Kitazawa shook his head. Their strength is nothing extraordinary. Their threat lies entirely in their explosive bugs. The Raikage team was simply caught off guard, lacking intel. Understanding dawned on Shino. It made sense, against an invisible, unknown threat, even the mightiest could fall. Then how do you know about them, Kitazawa-sensei, he pressed. Because Tsunade-sama once removed explosive bugs from the Raikage's body. Kitazawa then recounted the tale. Years ago, the hidden cloud had stolen secret ninjutsu from the village of trees. In retaliation, the village hired the Nokizuru Group. The Raikage and his men were struck by explosive bugs. One subordinate exploded on the spot, killed by the parasites inside him. At their most desperate moment, the group encountered Tsunade and Shizun, wandering through the world. The Raikage challenged Tsunade to an arm wrestling match, vowing only to accept treatment if he won. Shino blinked, taken aback. That's bizarre. Who would have thought the infamous fourth Raikage nearly perished to a forgotten group like the Nokizuru groups? Or that sheer luck led him to Tsunade, the greatest medical shinobi of all time. What do you think of these insects? Kitazawa asked, watching his expression carefully. Shino's voice was firm. They're powerful. If the Aburame clan can acquire explosive bugs, you will forever be regarded as an honored guest. You are the future Hokage. This is your chance to win the loyalty of the Aburame clan. Mission triggered, help the Aburame clan obtain explosive bugs. Reward, White Zetsu's body substitution jutsu. Accept mission. Kitazawa's heart skipped. A mission. From this? He had expected one when dealing with Torion en route, not here. Yet the reward was tempting, an incredibly rare disguise technique, capable of replicating not just appearance, but even chakra, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Perfect for infiltration or survival. Better than any Aburame secret technique, in fact, since insects were the last thing he'd ever let crawl inside him. You can notify me once your clan locates the Nokizuru Group, Kitazawa said smoothly. Tsunade-sama taught me how to remove explosive bugs. Shino's gratitude was palpable. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. It's nothing, Kitazawa replied casually. The Nokizuru Group has done enough harm. They should have been destroyed long ago. Kitazawa-sensei, Shino said, bowing slightly, this matter is of great importance. Please come to the Aburame compound. No rush. Kitazawa waved him off with a faint smile. We still haven't discussed my second idea. Shino straightened, eyes filled with anticipation. If the first suggestion alone could elevate the clan so much, what could the second be? Kakechu mutation, Kitazawa said at last. Shino's composure faltered for the second time. The clan has tried that, but it's nearly impossible. Too difficult. And how do you attempt it? Kitazawa asked calmly. By flooding the Kakechu with chakra, trying to force evolution, Shino explained. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow. That's all. No control experiments. Control experiments. You raise two groups. Keep one in a normal environment. Place the other in an extreme one. Compare the results, Kitazawa explained simply. Shino froze. You mean, the environment itself could change the outcome? Exactly, Kitazawa said with a nod. Insects are masters of adaptation. They evolve. That's why they never go extinct. A shiver ran down Shino's spine. Kitazawa's words stirred ideas that shattered the boundaries of his clan's old methods. For the Aburame, Kikaichu were not tools, but partners living inside their bodies. Subjecting them to harsh environments had never crossed their minds. Yet, Kitazawa's reasoning was undeniable. You don't need to tell your clan yet, Kitazawa cautioned. For now, it's just an idea. Let's experiment first, see if it holds merit. Shino nodded. Understood. Whether successful or not, there was no real loss. But if it worked, the Aburame clan might change forever. You've carried out so many Kikaichu mutation experiments. Did any of them succeed? Kitazawa blinked, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he posed the question. No. At least, I'm not sure if it really counts as a mutation. Shino Aburame's usually stoic face revealed a rare trace of hesitation. Explain in detail. Kitazawa leaned forward, inwardly thinking, finally, we're getting to the heart of it. It concerns a close friend of mine, Torion, Shino said at last. His Kikaichu mutated into nano-sized poisonous insects. Kitazawa feigned confusion. Such unique venomous insects, how have I never heard of them? He joined Root. Shino's voice grew quiet, his expression darkening with a mix of helplessness and regret. Was that his choice? Kitazawa pressed. No. Shino hesitated, then admitted the truth, Torion had joined Root in his stead. Humph, typical of Root's tyranny. Kitazawa snorted coldly, then added, don't worry. One day, Lady Tsunade will dismantle Root. Really? Shino's eyes widened slightly, disbelief written across his usually unreadable face. Ever since Torion had been swallowed by Root, Shino had resigned himself to never seeing him free again. But now, Kitazawa's words rekindled a fragile spark of hope. Of course, Kitazawa said with a small smile. No one despises Danzo Shimura and his Root more than Lady Tsunade. It wasn't a lie. Tsunade's disdain for Danzo was well known, though she rarely acted on it, out of respect for Hiruzen and her own lack of ambition for the Hokage seat. Then, what should I do? Shino asked quietly. Have your clan petition Lady Tsunade directly, Kitazawa suggested. Would that really work? Shino's tone carried more doubt than confidence. After all, the Aburame had little connection with her. Trying costs you nothing. Kitazawa's easy smile seemed to steady him. I understand. I'll go speak to father right away. The thought of saving Torion lit a fire beneath Shino. He gave a hurried farewell and bolted. Kitazawa watched his retreating figure with a faint smirk, thoughts drifting to Tsunade. I never mentioned this to her beforehand, will she scold me for dragging her into it? But then again, anything that undermined Danzo's Root was something Tsunade would secretly welcome. Perhaps she had even been itching for such an opportunity. The risk, however, was political. If Tsunade openly moved against Root, many clans might assume she was angling for the Hokage position. Would she be willing to bear that burden? Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. If she agrees to retrieve Torion, that alone would prove her stance is shifting. It wouldn't mean she'll seize the Hokage seat tomorrow, but it would show she no longer rejects the idea outright. He chuckled under his breath. A plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Even failure carried no real consequence. At worst, the Aburame would remain as they were, and Tsunade would scold him for being reckless. He could live with that. Tsunade's sharp tongue always hit a kind heart. And besides, he had a reason, protecting his student, Shino. The Aburame compound. Father. Shino burst through the gates, chest heaving. Back so early. Shibi Aburame stepped out, brows furrowed. School isn't finished yet. I have something urgent to tell you. Shino's breathless state surprised him. His son was usually calm, almost detached. What's wrong? It's Torion. The name alone tightened the air. Shino quickly relayed everything Kitazawa had said. In his rush, he didn't even mention the Kikaichu mutation at first, his mind was wholly on Torion. Did Kitazawa truly say this? Shibi's first reaction was disbelief, tempered by a flicker of hope. Absolutely. I swear it's true. Shino pounded a hand against his chest in guarantee. Shibi fell silent, pacing in thought. Kitazawa's close association with Tsunade wasn't a secret. His daily trips to Konoha Hospital to study under Shizune, his official position there as a medical ninja, any clan with eyes could see it. Why would Kitazawa choose now to nudge them? Did this mean Tsunade intended to move against Danzo? Caution was warranted. The Aburame were strong, yes, but insignificant compared to Danzo or Tsunade. Aligning wrongly in a power struggle could cripple the clan. Still, the logic held, Tsunade had a greater chance of becoming Hokage than Danzo. And Danzo's seizure of Torion was an outrage. If they let it pass, what future awaited the Aburame? At last, Shibi made his decision. We'll pay Kitazawa a visit. Not Lady Tsunade directly. Shino asked, puzzled. This began with Kitazawa. We'll show our thanks to him first, and through him confirm Lady Tsunade's position, Shibi said firmly. I see. Shino nodded, though the deeper politics eluded him. Then he suddenly remembered. Father, there's something else, new explosive insects. Shibi froze mid-step, eyes widening. He understood their worth far more keenly than his son did. This was no trivial matter, it could elevate the entire Aburame clan. Why didn't you mention this earlier? He demanded. I was only thinking about Torion. Shino lowered his head, embarrassed. Shibi inhaled deeply. In his mind, it only reinforced that Tsunade must be behind Kitazawa's words. After all, she alone knew of the fourth Raikage infection with Kakechu. Wait here, Shibi ordered, striding away. He intended to prepare a gift worthy of the opportunity Kitazawa had just handed them. Minutes later, he returned, expression settled. Let's go. Without another word, father and son made their way to Kitazawa's office. Knock. Come in, Kitazawa called. Kitazawa-sensei. Shibi entered, extending his hand. I am Shibi Aburame. Thank you for guiding Shino. Clan head Shibi, Kitazawa greeted, shaking his hand warmly. Though Shibi had few appearances in the village's history, Kitazawa remembered his reputation. A man who once fought alongside Minato, firmly in the same camp as the late fourth Hokage. A camp that had lost much with Minato's early death. I've already heard everything from Shino, Shibi continued. He straightened, then bowed deeply. On behalf of the Aburame clan, I thank you, and Lady Tsunade, for your aid. There's no need for such formality, Kitazawa replied quickly, though he knew full well that Shibi's gratitude was aimed at Tsunade. Still, for the clan head of the Aburame to bow so sincerely, there was no clearer sign of his resolve. Chapter 162. Shibi and Shino didn't linger for long. Kitazawa had already said everything that needed to be said, their visit was simple, to express gratitude. Kitazawa-sensei, please accept this small gift as a token of our appreciation, Shibi said, handing over a scroll. Thank you. After a brief pause, Kitazawa accepted. He knew that only by taking the gift would the Aburame clan feel at ease. Once father and son had left, Kitazawa unrolled the scroll and examined its contents. Inside were a variety of ninja tools, secret chakra-restoring medicines, and, most surprisingly, 5 million ryo. Ninja clans really are wealthy, he muttered with a wry smile. Still, the Aburame weren't at a loss. The explosive insects were worth far more than that. Even 20 million wouldn't have been an exaggeration. But since Kitazawa had only provided clues rather than the creatures themselves, 5 million was a fair exchange. For him, that amount was more than enough to last a long time. After all, he wasn't like Tsunade, constantly gambling herself into debt. Once he confirmed that the Will of Fire Club's preparations were in order, Kitazawa made his way to the academy training grounds. His shadow clone was busy pelting Sasuke with sharpened leaves. Kitazawa watched quietly for a while before nodding in approval. Sasuke's natural talent was undeniable. In just a week, he had adapted to the leaf training, progress far quicker than Hinata's had been in the past. But talent alone wasn't enough. Awakening the Sharingan required more than precision drills, it demanded an emotional spark strong enough to shake the heart. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Another eating contest. No, the effect wouldn't hit as hard the second time. He'd have to find something new. Leaving the thought for later, he walked over to the artificial lake to practice water release, water dragon bullet. Not far off, Kiba Inuzuka was sweating through his own shadow clone drills. The next morning, Friday. Naruto woke up early, scarfed down breakfast, and rushed to the academy. For once, he skipped Guy's morning training. Today, after all, was a Will of Fire Club event, and as head of the External Affairs Department, he had to be early. Sasuke. To his surprise, Sasuke had beaten him there. Sasuke spared him a glance, indifferent as ever. Did you get the prizes? Naruto asked eagerly. They're in here. Sasuke pulled out a scroll. Let me see. Naruto snatched it immediately. You don't even know how to use a summoning scroll? Sasuke asked flatly, watching him fumble. Nope, Naruto admitted. Give it here. Sasuke took it back, unsealed the scroll, and with a puff of smoke, a small mountain of prizes appeared before them. Whoa! Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke, you're amazing. Really? A faint smirk tugged at Sasuke's lips. This is just average. You two sure are early. The voice came from Hana Inuzuka, with Kiba trailing behind. Kiba. Why are you here? Naruto asked, puzzled. What do you mean, why? Kiba snapped back. What do you think my relationship with Hana is? Naruto blinked. Wait, you two are siblings. Are you just figuring that out now? Kiba scoffed. Sasuke subtly looked away. Truth was, he hadn't realized either. How are you talking to the head of external affairs like that? Hana barked, jabbing her elbow into Kiba. Huh. Kiba's face was a mess of confusion. Call him leader. Hana glared. Naruto leader, Kiba ground out through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Kiba, no need to be so formal. Naruto laughed, sounding suspiciously like an Uchiha about to cackle. I wasn't trying to be polite. Kiba grumbled. This guy's so full of himself, annoying. Sasuke-kun. Sakura came running like a butterfly in spring. Behind her trailed Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Why are we helping too? Shikamaru yawned. Didn't you join the Will of Fire Club? Choji asked around a mouthful of chips. Ino signed me up without asking, Shikamaru muttered. What? You got a problem with that? Ino shot back, fists clenched. I didn't say that. Shikamaru quickly backtracked. I just mean there are already too many people here. Our help isn't needed. Perfect. Naruto beamed. You're the smartest one here, help us make some tricky questions. Shikamaru froze. Oh, you want tricky? Fine. I'll give you problems no one in this entire academy can solve. His eyes sharpened with unexpected fire. Since when does Naruto motivate people that easily? Ino blinked. Meanwhile, Hana called Choji over. Help me build the contestant stage. You're stronger than the rest combined. Sure, Choji said, smiling warmly as he set aside his chips. By 9 o'clock, everything was ready, and the knowledge competition began. Students of every grade crowded the training ground. Everyone, please settle down. I'll explain the rules first. Hana stood on stage, voice carrying across the field. The rules were simple, 10 questions, 1 minute each. Get one wrong, and you're eliminated. The more correct answers, the better the prizes. As the competition began, Kitazawa waited at the academy gates for Hiruzen. Of course, punctuality was a privilege reserved for Hokage. Kitazawa had been waiting more than 10 minutes before the old man finally arrived. Apologies, something came up, Hiruzen said as soon as they met. You're right on time, the activities just started, Kitazawa replied smoothly. Together they entered the training ground. It's lively, Hiruzen said, smiling at the excitement around them. It's good to hold activities like this now and then. The academy had never had such events before, or had kept everyone too busy and too tense. But with peace finally here, the time was right. His thoughts turned briefly to Kitazawa's idea of psychological medical system. Even Tsunade's hemophobia had proven that wounds of the mind were as crippling as those of the body. "Hokage-sama is here," someone cried. Instantly, a wave of children rushed toward him. "Careful, don't push," Hiruzen urged kindly. "I'm only here to watch, like the rest of you." Kitazawa, about to intervene, paused. Instead, he glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. "Student Council, maintain order. Leave it to me," Naruto declared, rallying the others to guide the crowd back. When the students finally returned to their places, Naruto trotted back. "Grandpa Third, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hiruzen patted his head warmly. "You did very well. Strength alone wasn't enough to be Hokage, you had to be able to command others." That was why Hiruzen had never supported Danzo. The man was too far removed from the common ninja and villagers to ever earn their loyalty. Looking at Naruto, Hiruzen thought of Minato. He had been the ideal Hokage. Even over Orochimaru, he had never hesitated to support Minato. Kitazawa, observing silently, knew his plan was working. After today, Hiruzen would have no reason to disband the student council. Mission success. Back on stage, the competition continued. The second question, who spread the belief in the will of fire? Hana asked the boy before her. The third Hokage, the boy answered instantly, eyes shining. Correct. Kiba announced. You advance. Hiruzen turned to Kitazawa, amused. Who came up with these questions? Sasuke and Naruto, Kitazawa answered. The teachers didn't intervene. Hiruzen chuckled. Excellent, truly excellent inheritors of the will of fire. The knowledge competition was split into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. With nearly the entire academy signing up, one morning was nowhere near enough. That's plenty for now, Hiruzen finally said after watching the contest for over 2 hours. I'll walk you out, Kitazawa offered, though he wasn't surprised. The Hokage's schedule was far too heavy for him to linger all day over something as small as a student competition. Hokage-sama, what do you think of the event? Kitazawa asked carefully. Though there are a few flaws, for children of their age, it's already remarkable, Hiruzen replied with a broad smile. I'll pass that along to them, Kitazawa chuckled. They'll be thrilled for days. Don't exaggerate, Hiruzen waved him off. Their success is thanks to your efforts. I only did a little, Kitazawa answered modestly. Hiruzen slowed his steps. It seems the student council truly is a valuable addition to the academy. It can continue. Kitazawa let out a quiet breath of relief. With the Hokage's personal approval, the project was firmly secured. Hokage-sama, when will the student council members be chosen? He pressed. Why not merge the selection with the practical portion of the final exam? Hiruzen suggested after a pause. This semester? Kitazawa blinked in surprise. The Hokage nodded. He had been keeping a close eye on Naruto's training and knew the boy would have the Rasengan mastered by then. With that in hand, Naruto's chances at first place were all but guaranteed, even against older competitors. Understood, Kitazawa said, before asking, and, who do you think should serve as student council president? Hiruzen mused with a chuckle. Naruto shone in this event, but Sasuke and the others also did well. The exams will decide. Kitazawa's expression didn't change, but inwardly he sighed. He already understood the Hokage's intent. Hiruzen clearly leaned toward Naruto, otherwise he wouldn't have named him first. I'll take my leave now. No need to see me off, go on with the event, Hiruzen said, and vanished in a flicker. Kitazawa turned back, his gaze instinctively finding Naruto. The boy bustled about energetically, fulfilling his duties as judge and scorekeeper since he wasn't competing himself. At noon the competition paused for lunch, then resumed at 2. By late afternoon, it was over. Students who answered 10 questions correctly, please come forward. Inuzuka Hana announced. Your prizes will be presented by Kitazawa-sensei. 7 students stepped up. Kitazawa scanned the group and recognized only one, Haruno Sakura. Shikamaru, your questions were way too hard. Ino complained, having been stopped at the 8th question. Choji scratched his head. I only got 5 right. That's because you don't pay attention in class, Shikamaru retorted lazily. Only the last 2 were mine anyway. Really? Heh. Choji laughed sheepishly. 5 correct is already good, Lee said, clenching his fists. I only managed 2. My youth is still far too weak. I'll run 50 laps tonight to make up for it. What does that even have to do with this? Kiba groaned. Stop tying everything to youth. Niji, such a pity, you almost got them all right, Tenten said. It's fine, Niji replied calmly. Participation matters more. Naruto, watching Kitazawa hand out prizes, felt a pang of reluctance. Kinda sad it's ending. This isn't the last event, Shikamaru reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. You're right. Naruto bounced back instantly. The next one will be even better. When will that be? Tenten asked eagerly. Winning prizes and skipping classes for fun competitions, what was there not to love? No idea, Naruto grinned. Depends on Kitazawa-sensei. Speaking of, he's calling your student council, Shino noted. Let's go. Naruto dashed on stage, with Sasuke, Niji, and Lee following behind. Shikamaru, Sakura, and the rest stayed put. I officially declare the student council's first event a success. Kitazawa announced. Applause thundered across the courtyard. Thank you, everyone. Naruto shouted, running in circles as if he were basking on a stage built just for him. The cheers washed over him, and for the first time, he felt a piece of his lifelong dream, acknowledgement from everyone, becoming real. Sasuke smirked faintly, suppressing laughter. His own desire was different. He didn't crave recognition, he craved praise. And unfortunately, today the applause was for the council as a whole, not him alone. Kitazawa caught his expression and sighed inwardly. Children really couldn't hide their emotions. Sasuke's growth was tied to his emotions, pain had already fueled his strength. But happiness could, too. Kitazawa stroked his chin. What would it take to make Sasuke so ecstatic that his Sharingan advanced? Perhaps taking first place in the monthly exam. He hadn't tasted that victory in a long time. If he crushed Yakumo and Naruto both, the praise would be intoxicating. Still, such a scenario was difficult to arrange. And if not joy, then pain. Kitazawa recalled how much stronger Sasuke had become after consecutive defeats. Suppressed emotions, when finally unleashed, burned the brightest. Maybe I should add sparring to the practical classes, Kitazawa mused. Letting Sasuke get beaten down now and then might not be such a bad thing. Chapter 163. Karinai's house. Kitazawa slid the key into the lock, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The first thing he saw upon entering the living room was Karinai herself, leaning slightly over the coffee table. Her hands pressed against a blank scroll, her beautiful face focused in deep concentration. Kitazawa arched a brow. From his angle, the scene was far too tempting. Karinai's back was to him, her posture forcing her to lean forward because of the low table. The result, her hips tilted back ever so invitingly. And since she hadn't gone out that day, she was still dressed in a silk nightgown. The soft fabric clung lightly to her form. Kitazawa walked closer, his gaze flicking to the scroll covered in black seals. Without hesitation, he reached out and laid his hand on her pale thigh. Karinai stiffened, whipping her head around to glare at him. Yet she didn't push him away, her chakra flow demanded her full attention. Knowing this, Kitazawa smirked and let his hand wander upward, savoring the warmth of her skin before pulling back. Pervert. Karinai snapped, finishing the sealing jutsu and retreating half a step. Tugging at her nightgown, she glared at him again, cheeks burning red. This was a special training method, Kitazawa replied smoothly, utterly unashamed. Even with my interference, you still managed to complete the jutsu perfectly. That means you passed. You expect me to believe that nonsense, she retorted. I'm not lying. His gaze lingered on her figure, but his tone was deadly serious. You're ready to move on to the next stage of the fire sealing method. Karinai hesitated, biting back the urge to call him shameless. How could he spout such things with a straight face? Then you teach me, she said finally, choosing to ignore the incident altogether. After all, by now she was almost used to it. Kitazawa nodded and moved closer. Her heartbeat jumped. What are you doing? What do you think? His smile was infuriating. Aren't you supposed to be teaching me sealing jutsu? She asked, already backing toward the sofa. You already know the answer to that, so why ask? He teased, dropping onto the sofa with a stretch. Karinai froze, flustered. He only sat down. That was all. I've been standing at the academy all day. Sitting feels better, Kitazawa explained casually. Then he glanced at her, his smile sharpening. Tell me, what were you just imagining? I wasn't thinking anything, she protested, voice tight. Your face is as red as an apple, he said, amused. I didn't think anything. She instinctively touched her hot cheeks, making it worse. You're adorable when you lie, Kitazawa chuckled. Don't laugh, she huffed, stalking forward and covering his mouth with her hand. Seizing the chance, Kitazawa slid his arm around her waist. With a startled gasp, she toppled onto his lap. Teaching like this gives me more motivation, he said lightly. Karinai rolled her eyes, threatening, if you don't teach properly, I'll kick you twice. Questioning the best teacher in the academy, he teased, pinching her cheek. You haven't earned my approval yet, she shot back. Then I'll have to prove myself. Clearing his throat, Kitazawa began explaining the fire sealing method in detail. Karinai listened intently, though her body gradually relaxed into his. Without realizing it, she shifted into a comfortable position, leaning against him as the lesson stretched on. An hour slipped by before Kitazawa asked, anything unclear? No, she admitted. You explained it very well. So I have your approval now. Karinai didn't answer. Instead, she stood up, bent down slightly, and, before he could react, covered his mouth again. The nightgown shifted with her movements, dangerously close to slipping. Kitazawa froze, eyes wide, uncertain where to look. Bad guy, she muttered, cheeks burning. You haven't seen me at my worst yet, he murmured with a mischievous smile. Flustered, Karinai spun away. I'm going to train. She darted upstairs, ignoring his voice calling after her, ask me if you don't understand anything. Kitazawa wasn't bothered. Their relationship was a dance of playful banter, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they stepped closer. Friday passed, and the weekend began. For Kitazawa, 2 free days meant double the pleasure, spending time with 3 beautiful women. By day, he practiced water release and taught Karinai sealing techniques. By night, he discussed new ninjutsu with Tsunade and Shizun. On Sunday morning, just after breakfast with Tsunade, a knock came at the door. Kitazawa, get the door, Tsunade said lazily, stretching. All right. He opened it to find a familiar face, Shibi Aburame. So he had come already. Most likely about Torion. Why did you open the door? Shibi asked, surprised. Why can't it be me? Kitazawa countered with a smile. Shibi quickly composed himself. Is Lady Tsunade home? She is. Please, come in. As Shibi entered, his eyes flicked to the table, 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Tsunade-sama, he greeted, inclining his head. Shibi. Tsunade blinked in mild surprise. You rarely seek me out. What's wrong? Shibi hesitated, glancing around. Sensitive matters couldn't be discussed in front of everyone, Shizun, Kitazawa, Karinai, and the others. Reading his concern instantly, Kitazawa stood. Karinai and I will step out. He led her away without protest. Later, at her home, Karinai excused herself to train, leaving Kitazawa free. Settling onto the sofa, he considered what to practice. With no water nearby, water release was out. Instead, he held out his hand, chakra swirling into a raise-non. The familiar sphere spun steadily. Kitazawa narrowed his eyes and began infusing wind-release chakra. The orb's hue shifted, edges sharp as blades. The chakra sphere now resembled a storm of spinning knives. If this struck flesh, it would be devastating. The door creaked open, its sound echoing through the room. Tsunade stepped in, her expression far from pleasant, only to halt in surprise at the sight before her. Kitazawa was holding a swirling sphere of chakra. Her eyes narrowed. That's A Raise-non infused with wind release, she blurted out, genuine astonishment slipping through her usual composure. Kitazawa glanced up, curiosity flickering in his gaze. What do you think of this, wind release, Raise-non, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade crossed her arms, analyzing the jutsu with a keen eye. It's far more lethal than the original Raise-non, but it demands a mastery of wind release transformation at an advanced level. Only shinobi already skilled in wind release could even attempt it. What she didn't add was that those who could reach this standard were, more often than not, already jonin. She shook the thought off. Let's leave that aside for now. Shibi Aburame came to me just now, asking for help to rescue Torion from Root. Kitazawa tilted his head, feigning confusion. Why not go directly to the Hokage? He did. But it was useless. Tsunade's tone sharpened, her lips curling into a cold snort. Hiruzen has grown senile, letting Danzo steal away the talents of Konoha's clans right under his nose. Her words struck heavy, but Kitazawa said nothing. Senile? Hardly. If anything, Hiruzen's been allowing Danzo to act unchecked, using him to pressure the clans. Foolish, yes, but exactly the kind of gamble Hiruzen and Danzo would make. And what was your answer? Kitazawa asked, watching her closely. Danzo's reach has gone too far. Tsunade snapped. He even sent people after Rina Uzumaki and Karin before. Kitazawa blinked, genuinely surprised. That happened. He hadn't heard a word of it. But with Danzo, it wasn't hard to believe. Fortunately, Rina and Karin had Tsunade, and even Hiruzen, backing them, so Root hadn't dared to drag them off by force. If he dares to snatch people, Tsunade said coldly, then I dare to snatch them back. Her conviction brought Kitazawa a wave of relief. Come on. We're going to see Hiruzen. She gestured curtly. The words had barely left her lips before she realized, this had nothing to do with Kitazawa. Yet for some reason, she called him along without hesitation. Of course, Kitazawa replied smoothly. Truth be told, he was hoping Torion's case might spark a new mission, and besides, who would want to miss the chaos of making trouble en route? With a resounding bang, Tsunade kicked open the Hokage's office door. Hiruzen started, but stopped when he caught the fire in her eyes. Danzo again, he guessed instantly. Tsunade, he began carefully, what is it this time? What's the procedure for Root's recruitment? She asked bluntly, her tone cool and measured. Kitazawa glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Sharp. If she stormed in demanding Torion back, Hiruzen would have blocked her. But pressing from the angle of Root's system. That's a tactician's move. She really does have the makings of Hokage. Hiruzen hesitated. Why the sudden interest? But in his heart, he'd already confirmed Danzo was the cause. I'm curious, that's all. Tsunade's face betrayed nothing. By Konoha's rules, Hiruzen began slowly, Root must report to Umbu before recruiting anyone. If Umbu approves, recruitment proceeds. If Root shows interest in a ninja, the individual is notified and invited for evaluation. But ultimately, if they refuse, they cannot be forced. He wasn't lying, these were facts she could confirm with a single check. Tsunade's eyes hardened. Then I accuse Root of breaking protocol. As expected, Hiruzen thought grimly. Go on. His voice turned grave. Root approached Rina Uzumaki and Karin last week. They refused. I'll warn him, Hiruzen replied quickly. He is not to approach them again. No wonder Tsunade was livid, it was Rina and Karin at stake. But in that instance, technically, Root didn't violate procedure. Not in that matter, Tsunade cut in. But with Torion Aburame, they crossed the line. Torion. Hiruzen's brows rose. You didn't know, she shot back. I knew he joined Root, Hiruzen admitted, though reluctantly. Root was under Umbu, and Umbu under him, denying it would be absurd. Still, he hadn't expected Tsunade to champion Torion's cause. Was this the Aburame clan pushing her, betting on her future as Hokage? This was my oversight, Hiruzen conceded finally. I failed to look deeper. And what will you do about it? Tsunade pressed. I'll notify Danzo immediately to return Torion to his clan. To Hiruzen, one boy was a small price compared to keeping Tsunade's trust. Danzo would fume, but he was used to that. Danzo won't yield so easily, Tsunade warned, her eyes narrowing. I'll retrieve him myself. You may go, Hiruzen allowed, but no violence. Root is still part of Konoha. Then control them properly, she snapped. You know as well as I do, Torion isn't the only one. Hiruzen bit back a retort. She wasn't wrong. Kitazawa lowered his eyes, feigning detachment. In the original tale, Hiruzen's stance toward Danzo was always murky. But when Danzo crossed the line, Hiruzen never hesitated to strike back, like after the Uchiha massacre, when he disbanded Root outright. Take my warrant, Hiruzen said finally, and an Umbu squad if you wish. Prudent. He had done the same when reclaiming Yamato from Danzo. Fine, Tsunade agreed, her voice softening slightly. At least her old teacher could still distinguish right from wrong. But investigate Torion's location first, Hiruzen cautioned. Root is slippery, even I don't know all of Danzo's hideouts. I know. Tsunade nodded, then turned. Come, Kitazawa. Only then did Hiruzen realize Kitazawa was even there. The boy had clearly become Tsunade's shadow. All right, Kitazawa replied, bowing politely before following her out. And then, 3 lines of glowing text flashed before his eyes. Current mission, retrieve Torion Aburame from Root. Reward, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. Accept. Kitazawa froze. The tongue seal. What kind of reward is that? Am I being nudged into becoming the next head of Root here? Chapter 164. Lady Tsunade. Haru bowed slightly before speaking. We've located Torion Aburame, he's being held in a Root training base inside the Forest of Death. Every member of Root was forced to undergo its brutal training and relentless brainwashing. And Torion, he was still just a child. Like Shino, he was only 7 years old. Prepare an Umbu squad to go with me immediately, Tsunade ordered, rising to her feet. Haru hesitated for a moment. Would the team from last time be suitable? Kakashi and Itachi. Yes, Tsunade nodded. They'll do. Assemble them. Understood. Haru departed swiftly, and within minutes 4 masked Umbu appeared before Tsunade and Kitazawa. At their heads stood Kakashi and Itachi. The moment their eyes landed on Kitazawa, surprise flickered across their faces. Haru had told them only of a mission with Tsunade to confront Root. Kitazawa's presence was unexpected. But after the grass-hidden village ordeal, they quickly composed themselves. Follow me, Tsunade commanded, striding out. Danzo's intelligence network was vast, hesitation could mean failure. If Root detected them early, there was no predicting the consequences. The squad moved at high speed, slipping into the Forest of Death. This way, Kakashi called, leading them toward the Root base. The hideout lay hidden in a valley, its entrance guarded by 2 Root operatives. Without slowing, Tsunade approached. Lady Tsunade. The guard stiffened in shock but stepped forward, blocking her path. Without Lord Danzo's order, you cannot enter, one of them said flatly. I carry the Hokage's orders, Tsunade replied, producing the seal of Hiruzen. We require Lord Danzo's order, the guard repeated, unmoved. Tsunade's expression darkened. Audacious fools. Are you Konoha ninja or not? How dare you ignore the Hokage's authority? We are Konoha Shinobi, the Root guard answered in a chilling monotone, but we are also Root. Itachi. Tsunade's patience snapped. In the next instant, the young Uchiha stepped forward. His crimson Sharingan flared to life, Tomo spinning as his genjutsu washed over the guards. Both men froze, eyes glazing over, before collapsing unconscious as Itachi struck them down. Watching this, Kitazawa felt a ripple of unease. In my past life, the Uchiha massacre hinged on a single deal, Itachi's fateful conversation with Danzo. But now, with Tsunade openly opposing Root, will that agreement ever take place? He wasn't sure, but the odds seemed far slimmer. Tsunade pressed forward into the valley. The hidden base sprawled before them, barracks, training fields, and grim facilities built for one purpose, conditioning soldiers. From dawn, groups of Root recruits were already in training. Children. Tsunade's voice seethed with disgust. Danzo truly has lost his mind. Most of the trainees were painfully young, few even close to 8. This wasn't wartime necessity, it was manipulation. Root wasn't raising shinobi. It was cultivating weapons. Suddenly, the whisper of steel cut through the air. 8 masked Root operatives closed in, surrounding them. Lady Tsunade, halt, their leader intoned, as cold and detached as the guards before. Tsunade didn't bother replying. Her fist shot forward, the sheer force bending the air itself. Boom. The lead operative flew back like a fired cannonball, crashing into his comrades. Even those bracing to catch him stumbled under the shockwave. It feels better to let my fists talk, Tsunade smirked. Kakashi's chest tightened at the display. It was one thing for her to level enemy shinobi in grass country, but to treat Root, fellow Konoha operatives, with such raw violence. She was as fearless as her reputation claimed. Itachi's eyes flickered. For a heartbeat, envy stirred within him. How simple it would be, if he could smash away every conflict, even the growing rift between the Uchiha and Konoha, with strength alone. The leader lay unconscious, but the others surged in, calling to the young trainees for support. In moments, Tsunade's group was surrounded by several times their number. "I am Tsunade, here under the Hokage's orders," she roared, her killing intent crashing over them like a storm. "Who dares raise a hand against me?" The effect was immediate, hesitation rippled through the ranks. Some of the newer recruits faltered, fear showing through their indoctrination. But a Root commander barked back coldly, "Defy Lord Danzo, and you know the consequences." Consequences. Tsunade spat, fury blazing. Root dares defy the Hokage. Seize them all. Her Umbu didn't hesitate. Though outnumbered, Kakashi and Itachi fought with ruthless efficiency, while most of the recruits were untested and weak. Only the senior Root members offered real resistance. The melee erupted in chaos. Kitazawa instantly stepped forward, placing himself between Tsunade and the battlefield. She paused, then understood. He was shielding her from the inevitable sight of blood. Her chest warmed. For once, she allowed herself to stand back, her hemophobia safely guarded by him. Wind release, gale palm. Kitazawa's palms clapped together, sending a slicing gust into the fray. A Root ninja blurred aside with a body flicker, only to be caught by the Raiznon spiraling in Kitazawa's hand. Impact sent him flying, unconscious before he hit the ground. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Another Root operative spewed a blazing inferno, heat scorching the valley. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Streams of water coiled around Kitazawa, swirling into the form of a dragon that roared forward, colliding with the fireball and tearing through it. Tsunade's eyes widened. That speed, that precision, that second grandpa's Water Dragon Bullet. But this wasn't ordinary mastery, Kitazawa had improved with terrifying speed. Had he been hiding his strength all this time? Whether in medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, or elemental releases, wind, fire, or water, his talent was undeniable. Perhaps he'd simply never been given the chance to show it at the academy. But it didn't matter anymore. At this level, Kitazawa wasn't just a promising shinobi, he was already treading into elite jonin territory. The water dragon tore through the fireball and slammed into its target, sending the Root ninja sprawling. And so the clash of Konoha's loyalists and Danzo's Root ignited in full force. Kitazawa's water release, Water Dragon Bullet roared forward, effortlessly swallowing the fire release, Great Fireball. But the Root operative he faced wasn't weak, he was a jonin. Reacting instantly, the men leapt back while weaving hand seals. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The ground split, a solid wall shooting up to block the raging water dragon. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed. No 3 dog heads. So it wasn't that wall. Wind release, Shuriken. With a flick of his wrist, Kitazawa hurled a spinning blade. Crack. The shuriken cut straight through, shattering the stone wall into chunks. Before the Root ninja could retreat again, Kitazawa lunged forward, one hand tucked behind his back in a casual stance. The enemy froze, startled, then gritted his teeth and charged, kunai flashing. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Kitazawa's fingers formed a seal, his gaze locking onto the man's eyes. The Root ninja stiffened. His body trembled, the kunai slipping from his grasp with a sharp clang. In his mind, the most terrifying image appeared, Danzo Shimura. Kitazawa didn't waste the moment. He stepped in and struck, rendering him unconscious. Killing was out of the question. Root operatives were still Konoha shinobi. If one of them died here, the situation would escalate beyond control. Even Tsunade had been clear, subdue, don't kill. Suddenly. Boom. The ground exploded behind him. Kitazawa turned sharply to see Tsunade's heel crashing down, splitting the earth. Shards of stone flew like shrapnel. The root operative facing her screamed as blood sprayed into the air. Kitazawa's stomach dropped. He flickered forward, planting himself between Tsunade and the spray of blood. Wind release, gale palm. A fierce gust roared outward, scattering the metallic stench of blood. Behind him, Tsunade's hand clutched his shoulder, her body trembling as she fought to steady herself. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Kitazawa asked, quickly glancing back. Her face was pale, her pupils unfocused. I'm fine, she muttered, shaking her head. She hadn't seen the blood, only smelled it. The effect wasn't crippling, but it had rattled her. Kitazawa exhaled quietly in relief. Staying planted like a fortress, he cycled through wind, fire, and water releases, suppressing the enemy until, one by one, the 7 official root members were subdued. The remaining recruits were swiftly surrounded by ANBU, more than half unconscious already. Who is Torion Aburame? Kitazawa called out on Tsunade's behalf. Silence hung in the air until a young man finally raised his hand. His face, blank like the others, betrayed itself through his eyes, hesitant, uncertain, not completely brainwashed. Come here, Kitazawa said firmly. I'm Shino's teacher. The Aburame clan sent me to bring you back. Shino. Torion's mask cracked. His eyes widened, life returning to them as if a puppet had become human again. That's right, Kitazawa nodded. Shino Aburame. Your closest friend. Memories flickered in Torion's mind, softening his rigid expression. Slowly, he stepped forward. If it were just Kitazawa, he wouldn't dare leave Root, fear of retaliation against his clan would have kept him shackled. But Tsunade's presence changed everything. With the Aburame's direct request, there was no reason to remain. Tsunade. The ground trembled with the weight of the angry voice that approached. Danzo appeared, leaning on his cane, one eye burning with fury. What do you think you're doing? His voice was cold. Attacking fellow Konoha shinobi, are you trying to defect? That's my line. Tsunade snapped, producing the Hokage's directive. Does Root, which only answers to you, still remember it belongs to Konoha? You. Danzo's cane quivered with restrained rage. He had rushed here the moment he heard of the attack. The last thing he expected was Sarutobi's direct order. Damn you, Hiruzen. What are you playing at? Have you truly discarded our decades of camaraderie? Who's to say that directive isn't forged? Danzo barked. Even if it's real, does it say you can storm Root headquarters? That much is true, it doesn't. Tsunade pocketed the scroll. But your Root broke the rules first. I'm simply correcting that. Danzo's jaw clenched. What rule justifies forcing your way into Root? Tsunade crossed her arms, glaring him down. I forced my way in. What can you do about it? Danzo nearly choked on his own fury. He wanted to unleash Koto Emitsukami, but Itachi's silent presence stopped him cold. Using Shirsui's eye here was too great a risk. Rules are dead. People are alive. Tsunade's tone was ice. Torion Aburame is coming with me. If you object, take it up with the Hokage. Danzo's eyes narrowed in sudden realization. So that's her goal, Torion. His pulse quickened. The Aburame clan siding with Tsunade. That meant, she was truly moving to claim the Hokage's seat. Let's go, Tsunade ordered coolly, brushing past him. Kitazawa guided Torion after her, with Kakashi, Itachi, and the ANBU melting into the shadows behind. Danzo stood frozen, his insides burning. He wanted to scream for Root to strike them down, but he knew better. Killing Tsunade here would bring not just Hiruzen's wrath, but Jiraiya's and countless others. After they vanished, his composure shattered. Damn it. Damn it all. You'll pay for this, he howled, his root shinobi trembling at the sight of their master's rare loss of control. Mission complete, retrieve Torion Aburame. Reward issued, cursed tongue eradication seal. A flood of knowledge filled Kitazawa's mind as the system prompt appeared. The cursed seal, Danzo's sinister trademark. In the original timeline, root operatives bore this curse on their tongues, sealing their secrets. Attempt to speak, and their entire body would lock, paralyzed. Neither voice nor written words could escape. The only release, the caster's will, or their death. Kitazawa had once wondered if root shinobi could bypass it by writing instead of speaking. Now he understood. The seal wasn't so lenient, it bound thought itself. Back in Konoha, Tsunade issued her final command. Kitazawa, take him directly to the Aburame clan. I'll explain everything to Hiruzen personally. It's not enough to retrieve Torion, I want Root's recruitment practices redefined. Understood, Kitazawa nodded. Tsunade took a few steps, then stopped, turning back. Starting tomorrow, she declared, you'll be training under me in super strength. Kitazawa blinked. Huh. He hadn't seen that coming. Don't get the wrong idea, Tsunade huffed. Watching you fight today, you were too indecisive, too flashy. You need something more direct. But isn't that just how ninjutsu users fight? Kitazawa muttered inwardly. Still, he couldn't hide his excitement. Tsunade's super strength wasn't just taijutsu, it was raw, overwhelming power. A technique that could even shatter Susanoo with a single punch. Chapter 165. The Aburame clan's compound. Shibi sat in silence, his teacup trembling faintly in his hand before he set it down again. His mind was restless. I wonder how things are unfolding now. He muttered, worry etched across his usually stoic face. Only 10 minutes earlier, he had received troubling news. Tsunade had marched out of the Hokage building with a squad of Umbu. Their destination wasn't announced, but Shibi knew all too well, Root. Father, you don't need to worry. Adjusting his glasses, Shino Aburame spoke in his calm, measured tone. Lady Tsunade will succeed. She has to. If even Tsunade failed, who else in Konoha could possibly save Torion? Shibi blinked at his son, then let out a soft, self-deprecating chuckle. It seems age has dulled my composure. You're calmer than I am. Shino hesitated. Truthfully, he was nervous too. He simply didn't understand Danzo's cruelty the way his father did. Shino's faith rested on instinct, on the reputation of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Clan head. A clan member burst into the room, his tone urgent. Kitazawa has returned, with Torion. Shibi's chest loosened, the weight lifting at last. It's done. He exhaled with visible relief. That's great. Shino's composure cracked, his boyish excitement showing through. I'll finally see Torion again. Then let's meet them at the entrance, Shibi said with a faint smile, his heart softening at his son's rare enthusiasm. The two left immediately. At the gates, Kitazawa walked beside Torion. Torion, does it feel strange being back? Kitazawa asked. Yes. Torion nodded, his voice low. En route, there were no holidays. For nearly a year, he hadn't stepped foot inside the clan compound. Returning now felt like a dream. You'll readjust in a few days. Kitazawa rested a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Torion's tone was earnest. Since Kitazawa was Shino's mentor, it felt natural to call him Sensei as well. Then his expression faltered. Kitazawa-sensei, will I have to return to Root? His chest tightened at the thought. Root was nothing but endless drills, merciless orders, and death lurking behind every mission. A place where comrades could become executioners overnight. Kitazawa's reply was firm. As long as Lady Tsunade stands, you won't go back. Torion. From a distance, Shino's voice rang out, uncharacteristically emotional. Kitazawa smiled faintly. Shino had always been composed beyond his years, but now, for once, he sounded like a boy his age. Shino. Torion broke into a run. Shibi, however, approached Kitazawa first, bowing slightly. Kitazawa-sensei, thank you. His words were heavy with sincerity. This was Lady Tsunade's doing, Kitazawa deflected modestly. Both she and you have earned the gratitude of the Aburame clan, Shibi replied firmly. If ever you need anything, the Aburame will answer without hesitation. Kitazawa smiled. Then I won't be polite, clan head. No need for politeness, we're family now, Shibi answered with rare laughter. As clan head, Shibi always weighed the future of his people. And right now, Tsunade's rise to Hokage was inevitable. Kitazawa, her confidant, was a man worth standing beside. Already, the clan had reaped two priceless gains, Torion's return and the explosive bugs information. From Danzo, they would have received nothing but loss. Even Hiruzen hadn't shown such generosity. Only Minato Namikaze had, before fate cut him down too soon. Now, another chance had come, and Shibi wasn't about to miss it. Clan head Shibi, Kitazawa began, watching Torion and Shino's reunion. Have you decided what to do with Torion now that he's back? Shibi raised a brow at the question, strange for Kitazawa to ask. Perhaps, Shibi said after thought, he could transfer to first-year Class A, under your guidance. Kitazawa shook his head. That wouldn't suit him. Root's training has shaped him too differently. The academy would only feel alien. Shibi's eyes narrowed slightly. Then what do you suggest? Kitazawa's voice lowered. Do you recall Lady Tsunade's past conflict with Danzo, regarding Nono Yakushi? Shibi nodded. He remembered the whispers. It was after that incident that many clans realized Tsunade intended to remain in Konoha, and to aim for the title of Hokage. Nono-senpai's adopted son, Yakushi Kabuto, shares a background not unlike Torion's, Kitazawa explained. Next month's Chunin exams. I plan to serve as a temporary squad leader with Kabuto. But we're short one member. Then let Torion join. Shibi declared without hesitation. It's his fortune to become your student. Even if Kitazawa called it temporary, Shibi knew what it meant, aligning Torion with Tsunade's camp, an opportunity greater than any other. Thank you for your trust. Kitazawa inclined his head. In a few days, send Torion to the academy. I'll introduce him to Kabuto, and we'll begin special training. Of course. Shino will take him, Shibi answered without pause. Kitazawa gave a final nod. I won't intrude on your reunion further. I'll take my leave. Stay for a meal, at least. Shibi offered quickly. No, I still have matters to handle, Kitazawa declined, turning to leave. Shibi watched his retreating back and sighed with admiration. It truly has to be Lady Tsunade. The gains she's given us, the last Hokage to bless us so was the fourth himself. And now, the Aburame clan stood at the threshold of another era. Meanwhile, Konoha itself buzzed with unrest. The mission to rescue Kabuto had been quiet, carried out in the land of Earth. But this time, a direct assault on Root's base, right in the Forest of Death, minutes from the village. The clash between Umbu and Root was so fierce even Sensory Nin could feel it ripple through the air. Konoha Military Police Force. Clan Head. Yashiro Uchiha's voice was grim. That is the situation. Fugaku exhaled slowly. An earth-shattering event. Tsunade, leading Umbu, stormed Root's stronghold. A battle broke out. Konoha hadn't seen such audacity in years. Good. Tekka Uchiha burst out. Danzo and his Root dogs have hounded us for too long, finally, they're paying the price. Reckless words, Yashiro snapped, glaring at him. Where's your sense of decorum? Still, Fugaku noticed the faint curl of satisfaction in Yashiro's eyes. Tekka shrank a little under the rebuke. I'm just saying. Itachi himself fought Root Shinobi. If it were me, his voice trailed into envy. If given the chance, he would have gladly stormed Root himself. Fugaku cut through the heat of the moment. Yashiro, tighten our ranks. No one from the clan is to act rashly. Root may have stumbled, but they're far from finished. We cannot be careless. Especially with Itachi involved. Yes, clan head. Yashiro inclined his head. I'll return home for now. Fugaku rose. In Yashiro's account, one detail lingered in his mind, Kitazawa. Why had a mere academy instructor been present in such a confrontation? The answer was obvious, his ties to Tsunade ran deeper than expected. Perhaps he was already her disciple, though not yet publicly declared. For now, Fugaku decided against a direct approach. Instead, he would learn through his sons, Sasuke, and Itachi, the eyewitness. Yashiro's reports were second-hand. After all, critical details could have been lost. And Fugaku Uchiha was a man who missed nothing. It was Sunday. Sasuke didn't have to attend the academy, so he spent the morning in the courtyard, practicing the genjutsu, unknowing fire, a technique his brother, Uchiha Itachi, had taught him. Father. Startled by approaching footsteps, Sasuke turned his head. For a moment, he froze in surprise. Itachi isn't back yet? Fugaku asked when he saw his younger son training alone. No, Sasuke replied, then tilted his head curiously. But. Father, why are you home at this hour? I had something to take care of, Fugaku answered briefly. After a pause, he asked, how are you getting along with Kitazawa? Getting along? Sasuke blinked, taken off guard. After thinking it over, he admitted, it's fine, I guess. If the opportunity arises, you should try to strengthen that bond, Fugaku advised. All right. Sasuke nodded, still a little puzzled. Kitazawa had helped him a lot, after all, so it wasn't a bad idea. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Oh. Kitazawa-sensei's birthday is next month. I was thinking of giving him a ninjutsu as a gift. He likes ninjutsu? Fugaku asked, his tone thoughtful. I've given him some fire release techniques before. He accepted them happily, so. I think he does, Sasuke said, though not with complete certainty. In that case, Fugaku nodded, I'll pick out one for you to give him. Although Sasuke was the Uchiha clan's second heir, the strongest techniques he could gift were B rank at best. Fugaku, however, had already decided, Kitazawa would receive an A-rank ninjutsu. Being in the shinobi world wasn't simply about strength on the battlefield, it was also about human ties and diplomacy. Yet, under the relentless pressure of Danzo and Root, the proud Uchiha clan rarely engaged in such niceties. They refused to lower themselves before weaker clans. But with Lady Tsunade, things were different. The saying went, never revoke a medical ninja, especially the greatest one. And Tsunade's strength and status were beyond question. Perfect. Sasuke beamed. He had been troubled over what to gift his teacher, and his father had just solved the problem for him. Keep training, Fugaku said, patting Sasuke's head. I'll go find Itachi. Hokage's office. The moment Tsunade left, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh of relief. Although she was his student, her fiery temper was something even he struggled to handle. And worse, this time, she had been in the right, which left him no ground to pull rank as her teacher. Hokage-sama. An aide stepped in. Lord Danzo will be here shortly. The headache returned instantly. They never give me a moment's peace, Hiruzen muttered, rubbing his temples. Sure enough, the doors opened. Hiruzen. Danzo snapped immediately, his voice thick with resentment. Tsunade went too far this time. Oh. And how so? Hiruzen replied coolly. She stormed into Root headquarters with her people and even injured my men. Isn't that excessive? Danzo demanded. It was your Root operatives who disobeyed my direct order, Hiruzen shot back with rare sharpness. Tell me, Danzo, is Root yours, or is it Konoha's? Of course, it belongs to Konoha. Danzo replied with a hardened face. Everything I've done is for this village. Hiruzen's gaze was unimpressed. I've heard that line too many times. Danzo tried another angle. If you wanted Torion Aburame, you could have asked me directly. Instead, Tsunade used this as an excuse to target me. Would you have handed him over if I had asked? Hiruzen sneered. Over the years, Root has committed countless things it should not have. Hiruzen, Danzo said gravely, if you truly wanted him, I'd give him to you. Root exists for Konoha's sake. Enough. Hiruzen's tone was like steel. I just finished speaking with Tsunade. Every Root recruit you've taken in violation of regulations must be returned immediately. Danzo stiffened in outrage. What? Impossible. Without them, Root would be crippled. Don't forget, Hiruzen countered without hesitation, Root's original roster was 17. How many have you gathered now? This isn't up for discussion. You will comply. Hiruzen. Danzo's voice rose. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Root's existence is indispensable. I'm not dissolving Root, Hiruzen said icily. I'm simply ordering the release of those you took unlawfully. Or, do you want me to disband Root altogether? Danzo froze. The threat rattled him to his core. To hear such words from Hiruzen himself, it felt like facing a stranger. Hiruzen, he growled, teeth clenched, you'll regret this. But he no longer dared to push further. Once Hiruzen made up his mind, nothing could change it. Danzo, Hiruzen cut him off, his voice sharp as a blade, I am the Hokage, you will do as ordered. Bang. Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Half of Root's power would soon be gone, an unprecedented blow. Haru, Hiruzen said, staring at the broken doorframe, send the repair bill to Danzo's account. Umbu base near the Hokage's building. Itachi stood at the window, silently watching Konoha bustle with life. A sigh escaped him. Earlier, he had a rare chance to stand close to Danzo. That encounter confirmed his suspicion, Shirsue's stolen eye rested in Danzo's socket. Danzo, not being of Uchiha blood, could not deactivate the Mangekyo Sharingan. At close range, the subtle wrongness was obvious to Itachi, especially since Shirsue's other eye remained in his possession. Yet revenge was impossible. To strike now would ignite a war between the Uchiha and Konoha. But there was hope. With Lady Tsunade rising to Hokage, her disdain for Danzo could open the path for reclaiming Shirsue's eye. At that moment, Itachi's senses sharpened. He turned toward the door. Itachi. Fugaku entered. Father, Itachi greeted, surprised but already guessing the reason for his visit. Why did Tsunade bring you along to Root? Fugaku asked directly. He trusted his son's intelligence too much to waste time on pretenses. It was because of the mission to the grass village, Itachi explained calmly. Kakashi-senpai and I accompanied her then. Perhaps she judged our strength suitable. I see. Fugaku had half expected Hiruzen's involvement, which would have been a matter worth deeper consideration. If Tsunade gives you more missions, do your best to accept them, Fugaku advised after a moment of thought. I understand. Itachi hesitated, then added, there's something else. He told his father of Hiruzen's decision to cut down Root. What? Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. This was a blow Root had never suffered before, their numbers slashed by more than half. For them, it was devastating. But for the Uchiha clan, it was a reprieve, a sudden lightening of the pressure that had suffocated them for so long. Without question, this was a new shift in Konoha's balance of power. Chapter 166. The third week of November, Monday. Konoha village was unusually restless. Word had spread, at least among the upper echelons, that Lady Tsunade had stormed the Root base and forced Danzo Shimura to dissolve most of his subordinates. To most villagers, however, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. For them, Konoha remained the same peaceful village bathed in the late autumn sun. Kitazawa woke early, as always. After washing up, he made his way to the ninja academy. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stood by his office door, greeting him with her usual gentle smile. Morning. Kitazawa returned the greeting and patted her head. In moments like this, Hinata reminded him of a beckoning cat charm, waiting faithfully at his door every day. Come eat, he said, glancing around. Oddly enough, only Hinata had shown up today. Ino and the others hadn't come to freeload breakfast. Hinata nodded, her heart fluttering. She quickened her steps and sat primly on the sofa. Her short legs dangled, toes brushing the air above the floor. Kitazawa-sensei, she said suddenly, yesterday father told me, if you have time, you're welcome to come to our house for dinner. Kitazawa paused, chopsticks midair. Dinner. Out of nowhere. He quickly pieced it together, most likely the Hyuga clan's way of showing goodwill after Tsunade's bold raid on Root. In the eyes of the great clans, Kitazawa was no longer just a teacher, he was Tsunade's confidant, someone whose influence was steadily rising. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Tsunade's reputation carried enormous weight in Konoha. He hadn't even officially become her student, yet his status had already climbed close to that of a high-ranking official. But Tsunade herself must be troubled. Charging into Root had been a loud declaration. Even if she had no interest in the Hokage's seat, others would surely try to thrust it upon her. It reminded Kitazawa of a phrase from his past life, "You've really put me in a difficult position." Still, her bold move had benefited him even more than her. He'd obtained a cursed seal, gained Tsunade's promise to teach him the super strength, and received gratitude from the Aburame clan, along with the growing attention of every major clan in Konoha. And if the Hyuga clan was making overtures, the rest would surely follow. All right, Kitazawa agreed. Hinata's face lit up, her joy impossible to hide. Kitazawa seldom visited her home, so this was a rare victory for her. After breakfast, the two made their way to the training grounds. Kitazawa stopped at the familiar sight of Kabuto holding court, animatedly telling a story to an eager audience: Sasuke, Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, and Torion. Only Kiba and Niji were absent, the former training at the lake, the latter lost in gentle fist practice. And just like that, Kitazawa-sensei struck down the ambushing Root ninja with a wind-style jutsu. Kabuto's storytelling faltered the moment he spotted Kitazawa. What happened next? Naruto blurted, too engrossed to notice their teacher's arrival. That's enough for now. We'll continue another time. Kabuto coughed lightly before calling out, "Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei." The others turned quickly, realizing their audience had shifted. Everyone, start training, Kitazawa instructed. This afternoon, we'll have a practical combat class. His plan to put Sasuke through a rotation of beatings would begin today. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, they chorused before scattering, leaving Kabuto, Shino, and Torion behind. Torion, why are you here today? Kitazawa asked. My father's busy. Torion doesn't like being alone at home, so I brought him, Shino explained. That works. Kitazawa nodded. Kabuto, have you two met? We've already gotten acquainted, Kabuto answered smoothly. Even free from Root, his habits as a spy lingered. Spotting Torion earlier, Kabuto's instincts had driven him to strike up a conversation. He'll be your teammate for the Chunin exams, Kitazawa said. Kabuto blinked in surprise. Torion hadn't mentioned that. From his perspective, the boy was too young. Could he really fight at Chunin level? He was Root, like you, Kitazawa added. Understanding dawned. Root never recruited the weak. If Torion had been chosen, his strength was undeniable. You too? Torion asked, eyeing Kabuto with a strange familiarity. Kabuto murmured, a trace of emotion in his voice. If not for Lady Tsunade and Kitazawa-sensei, I'd still be trapped there. Ah. Me too, Torion admitted quietly. So Tsunade-sama raided Root to save you? Kabuto realized with a start. Their paths were oddly alike, former Root operatives, now bound as teammates. Fate, perhaps. But then a thought struck him. Could this entire chain of events, Tsunade's raid, Root's humiliation, have originated with him? All because Kitazawa needed teammates for the exams. If so, Kitazawa's influence ran deeper than Kabuto had ever imagined. How do you know so much about what happened? Kitazawa asked casually. Yesterday at the hospital, Kabuto explained, the director and I treated injured Root members. I heard bits and pieces. No wonder, Kitazawa said. Of course, Kabuto volunteered at Konoha Hospital on weekends, honing both wind release and medical ninjutsu. Kitazawa himself had cut back his hospital shifts lately, balancing water release training with the occasional high-level surgery, which was rare to encounter anyway. Kabuto, focus on wind release for now, Kitazawa ordered. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto gave Torion a glance before moving off to practice vacuum blade. Torion, Kitazawa turned back, what kind of training did you undergo in Root? Torion listed it out, and Kitazawa's expression darkened. The methods were brutal, lethal, even. Root's philosophy was simple, survive or die. And Torion's survival owed as much to his deadly nanopoison insects as to luck. Their venom rivaled even Hanzo of the salamanders. Given your age, you've already endured more than enough, Kitazawa said at last. For now, train tree climbing and water walking with Shino. Focus on chakra control. It was a softer regimen than Root's death trials, but Kitazawa knew Torion needed recovery, not more brutality. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Torion accepted without hesitation. Obedience was ingrained in him. Good. Both of you, start with tree climbing, Kitazawa instructed, spending 10 minutes going over the key points. Before they began, Shino added, "Father asked me to tell you, the Aburame clan has already started tracking the Nokizuru group's location." Understood. Tell me as soon as you find it. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed. The Nokizuru group operated like Akatsuki, taking contracts, moving in shadows. Their base was harder to pin down, but once located, Kitazawa intended to wipe them out and seize the explosion insects. No hesitation. Assassins like them had no place in mercy. He created a shadow clone, leaving it behind to oversee Sasuke's leaf training and field questions from the others, while his true body made for the lake. There, Kiba practiced the shadow clone. Kitazawa observed, then nodded. A few more days and Kiba would be able to use it in combat, though his chakra reserves were still meager. Satisfied, Kitazawa moved on to the lakeshore. Time to practice his second water release jutsu. He had nearly mastered the water dragon bullet and tested it successfully in combat yesterday. Now he shifted to water wall. Yesterday's battle had made something painfully clear: without defensive ninjutsu, protecting others was far too difficult. Time slipped by. By afternoon, Kitazawa considered seeking Tsunade to begin monster strength training. But not yet. In broad daylight, Tsunade and Shizun would inevitably be at the casino. And disturbing Tsunade mid-gamble. Even Kitazawa wasn't reckless enough for that. The fourth afternoon class was, as usual, actual combat training. Because Kitazawa had already given notice that morning, Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, and the others were all present. Before we begin, I have an announcement. Kitazawa's voice carried a deep authority. Hokage-sama asked me to tell you that last Friday's Will of Fire Club event was a huge success. He's very pleased. Cheers erupted instantly. To be praised by the Hokage, what greater bragging rights could there be? Even if the compliment was aimed at the whole Will of Fire Club, every single student there was a member. That meant the praise belonged to them too. Something to boast about for days. Also, Kitazawa continued, his tone steady, remember how I said the student council was only on trial? After this event, Hokage-sama has officially approved its establishment. That's awesome. Naruto nearly jumped out of his seat. He had felt genuine recognition during Friday's event, and the thought of it all ending left him uneasy. But now, confirmation. The student council would stay until graduation. 5 more years of planning events and standing out. The rest of the students were just as thrilled. Not only were there prizes, but club events meant a day off from dull lectures. To them, it was a win-win. Of course, Kitazawa raised a hand to quiet the cheering. An official student council means we must choose its members. How do we pick them? Naruto leaned forward eagerly. Is it through combat? That's right. Kitazawa paused before adding, a school-wide combat selection. What? Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Then the final winner will be number 1 in the entire school, right? Sasuke's heart gave a sharp jolt. His brother had once held that very title, unbeaten across every grade. Now the chance lay before him too. But the pressure was crushing. He wasn't even number 1 in his own class. How could he claim the top of the entire academy? Still, it wasn't impossible. If he could awaken his two-tomo Sharingan before the selection battles, he stood a chance. You could put it that way, Kitazawa said with a small smile. In the name of youth, I'll be the number 1 in school this time. Naruto shouted, brimming with energy. Kiba scoffed. Don't get cocky. 5th and 6th graders are in this too. They've got 4 or 5 more years of training than us. Their strength is on a whole other level. Naruto shrugged. Doesn't matter. Whoever they are, I'll just beat them. Humph, don't lose to me then, Kiba muttered, thinking about the secret training Kitazawa had hinted at. I won't hold back this time. Naruto grinned. When did Kiba get so confident? Shikamaru muttered, brow furrowed. Kiba, ranked 7th, talking big to Naruto, ranked 1st. Something wasn't adding up. Maybe it's Kitazawa-sensei's special training, Ino guessed. He's been practicing alone by the lake lately. Come on, Choji said uncertainly. Even Kitazawa-sensei can't make Kiba stronger than Naruto, right? Shino adjusted his glasses calmly. Kitazawa-sensei isn't to be underestimated. Sakura blinked. Since when did you trust Kitazawa-sensei that much? I always have, Shino replied without hesitation. Shikamaru shot him a sidelong look. He knew Shino wasn't saying that lightly. Just yesterday, he'd noticed something strange. A Nara clansman who had once disappeared into Root was suddenly back home. Curiosity had led him to question his father, Shikaku, who revealed the truth. Tsunade had stormed into Root's base, forcing them to regulate recruitment. The clan's geniuses would no longer be stolen away with impunity. At least, not openly. And Kitazawa had been part of that incident too. Kabuto had confirmed it earlier that morning. That alone explained Shino's shift in loyalty. In fact, Shikaku had personally instructed Shikamaru to follow Kitazawa's lead at school. Quiet. Kitazawa's voice cut through the chatter again. The student council selection battles will replace this semester's combat exam. The announcement startled both classes, though not as much as before. An exam was an exam, after all, merging them only made sense with the schedule so tight. To help you prepare and to sharpen your strength, I'll be holding 3 combat tests a week between the 2 classes, Kitazawa added, smiling. Nice. Naruto pumped his fist. Actual battles suited him far more than textbooks. Shikamaru sighed. Great. Troublesome stuff, just as I feared. Kiba, on the other hand, wore an expression of regret. He hadn't fully mastered shadow clones yet, and his new secret jutsu was still incomplete. For now, against Naruto or Sasuke, he'd only be a punching bag. But soon, he'd catch up. Combat tests. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Without his 2-tomo Sharingan, he probably still couldn't beat Yakumo. But maybe, just maybe, he could test Genjutsu on Naruto again. Last time, Naruto had broken free instantly, and that mystery gnawed at him. Niji's gaze slid toward Sasuke. If the tests were interclass, then he could face Sasuke directly. Perfect. He had recently mastered the first 10 strikes of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This would be the ideal chance to test its force. Yakumo and Hinata, by contrast, remained calm and reserved. They didn't react much at all. The combat tests will be held every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Kitazawa declared. And today will be the first one. Matchups will be determined by random draw. He pulled out a small lottery box, the perfect tool for keeping the matchups under his control. Chapter 167. Drawing lots was nothing new for the students of both classes. Every monthly assessment involved drawing for practical matchups, so without Kitazawa needing to say a word, the students lined up and approached one by one to draw their numbers. I got number 27. Naruto Uzumaki announced it proudly, immediately looking around with an impatient grin. So, who's my opponent? With more than 70 students combined from both classes, the number of lots was nearly double that of their usual monthly exams. I'm number 27. Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward, face unreadable. Your opponent is me. What, Sasuke? Naruto's grin only widened. Perfect. Let's have another showdown, Date Bayo. Last time was last time, Sasuke replied coolly, hands stuffed in his pockets. This time, I won't lose. Me neither. Naruto beamed, eyes full of excitement. Good thing I didn't draw you too. Kiba let out a relieved sigh after checking his number. His opponent wasn't Shikamaru or Hinata either. Looks like luck's on your side this time, Shikamaru said with a small smile. Don't celebrate yet. Shino's voice was quiet but cutting. This is just the first round. Kiba froze on the spot. The 2 students who drew number 1 stepped forward, Kitazawa called, putting away the lottery box. Only Naruto and Sasuke's lots had been tampered with, everyone else's was pure chance. 2 boys from different classes walked out hesitantly. After a brief exchange, the student from second-year Class A secured victory, unsurprisingly, given his extra year of training. Time flowed quickly as other matches followed. Niji, Shino, Sakura, and others took the stage in turn, each dispatching their opponents with relative ease since they hadn't drawn each other. By now, the first round was nearly finished. The two students with number 27, prepare yourselves. Kitazawa's smile hinted at his anticipation. The main event was about to begin. Naruto and Sasuke strode into the arena side by side. Sasuke-kun, good luck. The girls, led by Sakura, cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Naruto's lips curled in mock annoyance. Sasuke, you're really popular, huh? It wasn't just Class A, many of the older students were also rooting for Sasuke. Naruto. Lee raised a gleaming thumbs up. Show the fire of youth. I will. Naruto shouted, instantly fired up. For youth. Sasuke's eye twitched. Old memories he'd rather forget crept up uninvited. Begin. Kitazawa called once they'd exchanged the seal of confrontation. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto wasted no time, filling the arena with countless clones. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke countered smoothly. He knew Naruto well enough, his fighting style was reckless, yes, but that didn't make him easy prey. Shadow clones were already a terrifying jutsu at the academy level, and soon their clash reached a tense stalemate. Sasuke's strategy was clear, slip a genjutsu into Naruto's defenses. That was his best shot at victory. The moment he spotted the real Naruto among the clones, his Sharingan flared. Genjutsu, bubble. Naruto's vision warped, Sasuke dissolved into a swarm of crows, then vanished. But before the illusion could fully settle, Naruto's sight cleared, and the crows were gone. Wait, what? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He had cast genjutsu properly, but still Naruto broke out easily, like last time. Shadow clones swarmed again, forcing him back. Naruto, let's keep going. Naruto bounced back, energy undimmed. Sasuke answered with another roaring fireball. Smoke and flames burst across the arena, dispelling several clones. But from the side. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Naruto's kick came flying. Sasuke reacted with his own counter kick. Their legs clashed, the shock rattling both, but Naruto's raw strength pushed Sasuke back. Genjutsu, bubble. Unfazed, Sasuke seized another chance. Again, Naruto was caught. Again, he broke free instantly. This time, Sasuke didn't hesitate. Already lunging forward, kunai in hand, he slashed, only for the blade to meet resistance. You're still wearing weights. Sasuke blurted out in disbelief. The kunai hadn't pierced through, Naruto's metal wristbands had blocked the strike. Oh, I forgot to take them off. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Every morning, he wore his training weights with Gai-sensei. He hadn't thought about them at all during Kitazawa's surprise exam. Damn it. Sasuke cursed, furious. He slashed again, but in his frustration, forgot about the circling clones. Got you. A whirlwind kick knocked him off balance. He twisted midair, landing hard, only to find himself immediately surrounded. Naruto, not the face. Sakura screamed. That's enough. Kitazawa raised his hand, ending the match before things escalated. Naruto immediately dispelled his clones and rushed to Sasuke's side. You okay, Sasuke? Sasuke was conscious, but humiliation burned hotter than pain. Twice, his genjutsu had failed. Twice, he had lost. If he counted the incident in Yakumo's illusion and the last spar, that made 4. This was unbearable. His fists clenched tightly. Why? Why was the Uchiha clan's pride, genjutsu, useless against him? Sasuke-kun, let me heal you. Sakura rushed over, worry plastered across her face. Kitazawa watched quietly, satisfied. Sasuke's bitterness was exactly what he wanted to provoke. Yet, there was progress too, the cold edge in Sasuke's eyes had only sharpened further. The tests went on. Kitazawa even gave Sasuke 2 wins in the next rounds, careful not to break him entirely. There would be time to push further, Wednesday, perhaps. At last, the day wound down. Everyone did well in today's practical exam. Kitazawa clapped once. That's all. Go rest early. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. The students dispersed, buzzing with talk of Naruto and Sasuke's duel. Sasuke, face impassive, brushed past Sakura without so much as a glance and turned to leave. He might have won his matches in the second and third rounds, but his opponents had been far too weak. Victory felt hollow. Sasuke. The familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. Brother. Sasuke's expression instantly shifted, surprise lighting his face. Why are you back today? I wrapped up a mission yesterday, Itachi explained calmly, placing a gentle hand on his brother's head. I have some free time today. But, why do you look so downcast? Sasuke's lips tightened as he admitted reluctantly, I lost to Naruto again in class. As a shinobi, wins and losses are part of the path, Itachi reassured him. No one can always win. The last time Sasuke had lost to Naruto, Itachi had looked into the matter himself. Truth be told, it wasn't an undeserved defeat. At 7 years old, even he would have struggled against an opponent capable of summoning an army of shadow clones. Brother, have you ever lost before? Sasuke's dark eyes looked up curiously. To him, Itachi was untouchable, an unmatched genius of the Uchiha clan. Of course, Itachi answered quietly, a shadow flickering across his expression. Once, I was utterly defeated. I nearly lost my life. A masked figure surfaced in his mind. The day his Sharingan awakened. If that man had not spared him, he would have shared his teammate's fate. What? Sasuke's eyes went wide, disbelief written all over his face. This is the shinobi world, Sasuke, Itachi said gently, his calm tone returning. There will always be enemies stronger than us. Better to stumble here, in the academy, than when you're on real missions. I guess so. Sasuke nodded, though his voice betrayed his lingering doubt. Come, Itachi said, rising with a faint smile. I'll be free for the next couple of days. I'll teach you genjutsu. Sasuke tilted his head. You seem oddly cheerful today, brother. Do I? Itachi paused, then gave a rare, honest reply. Maybe it's just because I'm happy to see you. The truth was different. Tsunade's brazen assault on Root had triggered a rare moment of peace between the Uchiha clan and the village. Root had been dealt a heavy blow, forcing Danzo to turn his attention entirely on Tsunade. Even Fugaku, influenced by Itachi's role in the affair, had ordered restraint among the Uchiha, cooling tensions. For once, the clan could breathe. If only Shisui were still alive to see it. I don't want to learn genjutsu, Sasuke muttered suddenly, stepping into the courtyard. His voice carried a note of frustration. It doesn't work on Naruto. Doesn't work. Itachi's brows furrowed. That's right, Sasuke grumbled. I tried twice today and once another time, he dispelled them instantly. Itachi's mind sharpened. Impossible. To dispel genjutsu that quickly, one needed either Mangekyo Sharingan, or to be a perfect Jinchuriki. He swallowed the explanation. Sasuke wasn't ready to hear it. And if such a truth slipped out, Sarutobi would move swiftly, jeopardizing the fragile peace the Uchiha had gained. How about this instead? Itachi offered after a pause. I'll teach you the body flicker jutsu. Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. I'll learn that. Genjutsu might fail against Naruto, but speed, true, blinding speed, could turn the tide. After all, he had once lost to Hinata for the very same reason, the leaf body flicker. Meanwhile, after class, Kitazawa made his way to Karinai's home. He stopped at the doorstep, though, noticing the door next to hers, the one belonging to Tsunade and Shizun, was ajar. You're back early today, he remarked curiously, knocking as he stepped over. Shizun peeked out and let out a relieved breath. Oh, it's you. What's wrong? You look like you've just seen your savior, Kitazawa teased. All day, Shizun sighed, people have been flooding in to see Lady Tsunade. She hasn't had a moment's rest. Who came? Kitazawa asked, pausing. Almost every major clan, and plenty of Chunin and Jonin too, Shizun replied. Ah, related to Root, isn't it? Kitazawa guessed. Shizun nodded. They all came to thank her. As they should. Kitazawa smirked. Being freed from Root's grasp is no small thing. Come inside, Shizen said, shutting the door behind him. I said I'm not seeing anyone. Tsunade's irritated voice rang from the living room before he could even enter. Why so grumpy, Lady Tsunade? Kitazawa asked, glancing around. The corner of the room was piled high with gifts, forming a miniature mountain. Kitazawa. Tsunade scowled when she spotted him. Don't tell me you're done with school already. Damn. I didn't even get to the casino today. Not gambling for one day isn't a loss, Kitazawa countered smoothly. For someone who always lost, skipping the casino meant guaranteed profit. Fine, I'll make up for it tomorrow, she muttered. This time I'll leave early, before the crowds block my door again. They brought you gifts, Lady Tsunade. Shouldn't you be happy? Kitazawa asked, pointing at the stacked presents. Tsunade pouted. Gifts are just excuses. What they're really doing is pledging loyalty. The truth gnawed at her. If she wanted, she could topple Sarutobi tomorrow and sit in the Hokage's chair. That, more than anything, was what frustrated her. You came at the perfect time, she said suddenly, her irritation shifting to a sly smile. I'll teach you the strength of 100 seal, right now. How about tomorrow? Kitazawa asked warily, already sensing trouble. Stop whining. Tsunade barked, cracking her knuckles. Outside. Now. Kitazawa sighed. He wanted to argue, but there was no winning against Tsunade. Reluctantly, he followed. Shizen blinked in shock, frozen in place. Was Kitazawa already ready to learn the strength of 100 seal? If he mastered the Een seal too, he'd be the second coming of Tsunade. Worse, his strength already surpassed hers, her title of senpai would be meaningless. Outside, Tsunade took Kitazawa's wrist, her face thoughtful. Your chakra reserves are impressive. Kitazawa stayed silent. His natural reserves weren't extraordinary, but his hidden advantage boosted him far beyond most shinobi, even surpassing Kakashi. And with his Senju bloodline slowly strengthening, his chakra would only keep growing. The strength of 100 seal, Tsunade began, releasing him, isn't just about raw power. It's about storing vast amounts of chakra in one place, then unleashing it in an instant. Half an hour later, Kitazawa had already grasped the fundamentals. Simple in theory. Demanding in practice. It required exquisite chakra control to condense power instantly. That was why Tsunade had checked him first. If his chakra were insufficient, the jutsu would cripple him instead of empower him. But with her Senju heritage and Een seal reservoir, Tsunade had no such limits. In her hands, the strength of 100 seal was a weapon rivaling even S-rank or forbidden jutsu. Chapter 168. 8 o'clock in the evening. Tsunade's lesson on super strength finally came to an end. Dragging his worn-out body, Kitazawa stumbled into Karinai's home. Without a word, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. He didn't even want to lift a single pinky finger. Super strength wasn't just physically exhausting, it burned through mental energy too. Even with his little cheat, Kitazawa couldn't endure it for long. Lasting 3 whole hours had already impressed Tsunade. Soft footsteps drew his attention. Karinai's charming face appeared in his vision as she bent slightly to look at him. The shift in her posture caused her loose clothing to dip, outlining her figure more than usual. You've been working hard, Kitazawa, she said gently. The echoes of his earlier training had been loud, she had noticed them long before he walked in. She didn't need to ask, anyone would know that learning super strength was a torment. I'll give you a massage, she decided after a moment, then sat on the sofa. Rest your head on my lap. Thanks. Kitazawa didn't refuse. His head sank against her thighs, which were still wrapped in bandages. From that angle, he could see her abdomen all the way to her face. He couldn't help but think of Tsunade. If it were her, he probably wouldn't even see her chin from here. Karinai's hands moved to his temples, kneading gently. Kitazawa shut his eyes, inhaling the faint, soothing fragrance around her. Did Lady Tsunade accept you as her student? Karinai asked curiously. It was a fair question. Aside from medical ninjutsu, super strength was Tsunade's most famous taijutsu, one of her very hallmarks. No. That's odd, Karinai frowned. She's already taught you so many techniques. She's just preoccupied with other things, Kitazawa replied casually. Once she sorts them out, she'll take me on properly. That's good, then. Karinai nodded. As his girlfriend, she naturally hoped he'd go further, and becoming Tsunade's disciple would be a giant step in that direction. Turn on your side, she instructed after 10 minutes. Kitazawa rolled over immediately. Face outward, she snapped when she realized where his eyes had wandered. Of course, he ignored her, nestling against her thigh and gazing toward her waist. Unfortunately, her clothes were long enough to cover everything thoroughly. You're not listening, Karinai muttered, annoyed, and rubbed his face hard with her palm. I'm too tired to move, Kitazawa replied solemnly. Always an excuse. Karinai sighed but resumed massaging anyway, her nimble fingers soothing his temples. Yuhi, you're amazing, Kitazawa murmured, touched. As long as you know, she answered with a soft humph. Next time, I'll massage you. Pervert. Karinai blurted, cheeks heating. What kind of massage? You're just taking advantage of me. I'm not that kind of guy, Kitazawa protested smoothly. A real massage, nothing else. If you don't believe me, let me prove it. I won't fall for such a lame provocation, she rolled her eyes. As expected of Yuhi, clever and beautiful, Kitazawa said with exaggerated admiration. Why do you talk so much? Despite herself, her lips curved slightly. Turn over. I'll get your other side. He obeyed reluctantly. Though he couldn't see her face anymore, his gaze landed on her pale thighs beyond the bandages. His hand crept up before he even realized it. Don't mess around. Karinai scolded sharply. This isn't messing around, Kitazawa grinned, giving her thigh a firm squeeze. It's called returning the favor. Her legs stiffened at the sudden sensation, her toes curling instinctively before relaxing again. Bastard, she hissed, increasing the pressure of her massage. To Kitazawa, however, the added strength only made it feel better. Enough. That's the end of your massage. Karinai finally snapped, unable to stand his wandering hands. Thanks, Kitazawa said brightly, sitting up. I feel completely recharged now. Then make dinner. I'm hungry. She pouted, crossing her arms. Got it. He kissed her cheek, then walked into the kitchen. Karinai watched his retreating back, and despite herself, a smile tugged at her lips. The next day. Compared to yesterday, today was far lighter. After arranging the student special training, Kitazawa returned to his office. 2 tasks awaited him. First, prepare test questions for Karin. She had been tasked with ranking in the top 10 for the final exam's theoretical portion. Luckily, as the head of the academic affairs, Kitazawa already understood the teacher's patterns in setting questions. With the limited first-year material, he could predict almost everything that might appear. His plan was simple, 5 sets of practice papers every week. Karin would have her tutoring plus homework. In a way, it was cheating, but only a little. He'd done the same with Hinata and Naruto before. Once their tasks were complete, there was no need for endless drilling. Second, research Kiba's new secret technique. The test papers were easy, he finished those in an hour. But the Jutsu was another story. Fortunately, he wasn't starting from scratch. He had 2 of the Inuzuka clan's secret arts as references, Beast Clone, D rank, and Human-Beast Combination Transformation, Two-Headed Wolf, B rank. His plan was to build off Beast Clone and blend elements of the Two-Headed Wolf, aiming for at least a C rank jutsu. A B rank was too difficult, too time-consuming for him to create, and too demanding for Kiba to learn. A C rank, however, would be perfect. The Inuzuka's techniques were rooted in yang release, since they involved genuine transformations of the body, not just illusions. Kitazawa's advanced skill in yang release chakra transformation became crucial here. Combined with the idea already forming in his mind, his progress was steady. Tuesday slipped by, and soon enough, Wednesday rolled around. Kitazawa-sensei. I did it. The moment Kitazawa arrived at the lake, he was greeted by Kiba's overly excited shout. He turned his head, and sure enough, standing next to Kiba was Kiba again. A perfect shadow clone. How's that? Kiba asked impatiently, eyes sparkling. Not bad, Kitazawa said after giving it a glance. You've already managed the shadow clone jutsu. Ha! I knew it, I really am a genius. Kiba puffed out his chest proudly. You've only just started, Kitazawa countered, shaking his head. Being able to form one clone is good, but you'll need more practice if you want to create several. It's just that my chakra isn't enough. Kiba muttered, then grumbled with envy, if I had as much chakra as Naruto, I'd crush him easily. Kitazawa chuckled helplessly. You're good at daydreaming, I'll give you that. People need dreams to aim for. Kiba shot back, but his expression quickly shifted to hopeful curiosity. Kitazawa-sensei, do you know a way to increase my chakra? If I did, would I really be wasting it on you? Kitazawa gave him a sharp look. Chakra reserves are something you're born with. They can't be changed. Of course, that wasn't entirely true. There were methods, but all came with serious drawbacks. Takigakure's hero water could boost chakra, but at the cost of one's lifespan, trading HP for MP, in simple terms. And then there was the far more convenient path of becoming a Jinchuriki. But with only 9-tailed beasts in existence, the odds of that happening were slim to none. Alright, enough about that. Let's move on to your new secret technique. Kitazawa redirected the conversation. Kiba's eyes widened. Wait, you already made a new one. His excitement and relief were impossible to hide. Kitazawa gave a small nod. As expected of you, Kitazawa-sensei. Truly omnipotent. Kiba grinned, trying to butter him up. It hadn't been easy convincing his clan to hand over 2 of their secret jutsu for Kitazawa to study. After all, Kitazawa wasn't an Inuzuka. But now, with a brand new technique to show, Kiba could already imagine the stunned faces of his clansmen. Alright then, who's going to be the ninja hound? Kitazawa asked, glancing around. The shadow clone, of course. Kiba answered immediately. I refuse, the clone shot back without hesitation. I'm the original, you have to obey me. Kiba demanded, utterly confused. Why should I, the clone retorted, folding its arms. My life is mine, not yours. A clone's life is still a life. I can dispel you anytime I want. Kiba snapped, trying to save face. And yet, no matter what, shadow clones eventually disappear. What's the difference? The clone shrugged. You. Kiba was left speechless. Kitazawa laughed quietly to himself. As expected. Shadow clones had independent will. They'd handle small tasks without complaint, but something humiliating like playing the role of a dog. Not so easy. Kiba turned to Kitazawa with pleading eyes. Shadow clones are like that, Kitazawa explained. If you wouldn't willingly be the ninja dog, neither will he. After all, you're the same person at the core. Kiba's face twisted through several expressions before he finally clenched his teeth. Fine. I'll be the ninja dog. For the sake of ranking higher in the final exam, he'd pay the price. This technique is called Hellhound, Kitazawa explained once the roles were settled. The principle was simple, Kiba and his shadow clone would fuse together into a 2-headed beast. In the future, when Kiba could make multiple clones or use his actual ninja hound, the form could evolve into a 3-headed version. That was why Kitazawa chose the name Hellhound. It resembled the Inuzuka clan's 2-headed wolf transformation, though this version was weaker. Its key advantage? It didn't require an actual ninja hound to perform. Understand? Kitazawa asked after half an hour of explanation. Kiba let out a breath. Yeah. So basically, I'm not transforming into a dog, I'm just filling the dog's role in the combination. Exactly. Now, begin. Kitazawa stepped back, watching closely. Kiba and his clone faced each other, weaving hand signs in unison. Their chakra flared, weaving together like threads. Now, combine. Kiba shouted. He and his clone leapt forward, colliding as chakra wrapped around them. In an instant, the two became a fearsome, snarling 2-headed dog. It looks successful, Kitazawa murmured, raising an eyebrow. But that impression lasted only a second, because the beast promptly tripped and collapsed face first into the dirt. Left leg first, idiot. Kiba barked. How can you not even know how to walk? Why should I move left first? The clone snapped back. You're the one who doesn't know how to walk. The two heads began bickering immediately. In the clan's original two-headed wolf transformation, the ninja held dominance over the hound, eliminating coordination problems. But here, with two equal minds sharing one body, it was chaos. This was the true difficulty of mastering Hellhound. Kiba, the final exam is less than a month away, Kitazawa reminded. TCH. Kiba fell silent. The clone smirked. Don't forget, you're the dog now. A ninja dog should obey its master. Damn it. Kiba gritted his teeth. Fine, you lead. That's better. The clone laughed smugly. Kiba swallowed his pride, feeling utterly humiliated. Deep down, he cursed the second Hokage for ever designing shadow clones with independent wills. Still, Kitazawa was satisfied. Forcing himself into the role of the dog meant Kiba had at least taken the first step toward learning Hellhound. Control would take time, but since he and his clone were essentially the same person, their potential was enormous. Leaving them to practice, Kitazawa wandered back to the lakeside to train his water release, water wall. Time passed quickly, and afternoon arrived. The last lesson of the day was, as always, practical combat. Both classes gathered at the training ground. Do you know what day it is? Naruto asked excitedly, bouncing on his feet. Wednesday, Kiba said dryly, already guessing. Which means another sparring test. Exactly. Naruto's fists clenched, his grin wide. I can't wait to see who I'm up against today. Probably Sasuke again, Shikamaru yawned, too lazy to care. I won't lose this time, Sasuke cut in suddenly. His brother Itachi had taught him the body flicker technique, and with the Sharingan, he was confident in landing a decisive strike. Of course, Sasuke-kun will win. Sakura cheered loudly. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Please, stop talking. Out of 70 students, what are the odds you'd fight Naruto again? Ino rolled her eyes. You'll probably face Yakumo this time. Sasuke froze. Against Yakumo, he wasn't so sure. Genjutsu duels weren't about tactics, they were contests of raw in-release strength. And his was weaker. It's just a spar, Choji said, shrugging. No need to get worked up. Choji's right, Shikamaru agreed lazily. All right, everyone, line up and draw lots, Kitazawa announced, stepping into view. The students shuffled forward one by one. I'm number 4, Yakumo said. Number 17 for me, Naruto muttered in disappointment. Number 4, Sasuke said after a long silence. Ino gasped. No way, it really happened. Please take care of me, Yakumo said with a gentle smile. Sasuke had no words. Students holding number 4, step forward, Kitazawa instructed with a sly smile. He had arranged this match on purpose. The two took their places in the arena, forming the seal of confrontation. Begin. Sasuke vanished in a blur, the body flicker jutsu. He closed in fast, aiming to end it before Yakumo could react. But Yakumo was no ordinary opponent. Startled, she nevertheless activated her genjutsu instantly, without even needing hand signs. Sasuke's surprise attack crumbled as he was drawn into the illusion. So he's learned body flicker, has he? Kitazawa raised a brow, faintly impressed. Sasuke's approach was tactically sound. Against most genjutsu users, sudden close combat would have worked. Unfortunately, Yakumo wasn't most. The rest of the battle resembled the previous month's exam. Sasuke tried everything, but he couldn't break Yakumo's genjutsu. In the end, he was left utterly defeated and disheartened. Overall, today's performances weren't bad, Kitazawa concluded after the last match. The next combat test will be on Friday. Use the time to prepare yourselves. Chapter 169. The practical test finally came to an end. Sasuke walked out of the ninja academy, his expression dark and brooding. Losing to Uzumaki Naruto was painful, yes, but not something that broke him. Deep down, he was convinced that given another chance, he could turn the tables. Victory was always just within reach. But his battle against Yakumo was different. That fight hadn't just stung, it had left him with a heavy sense of despair. No matter how many times he replayed it in his mind, he couldn't see a path to victory. Unlike Sasuke, Kiba left the academy in high spirits, grinning ear to ear. He had won all 3 of his matches today. The first 2 opponents had been unimpressive, nothing worth bragging about. But his last match had been against Ino, and that victory meant something. He had beaten her with his newly learned shadow clone jutsu. Ino, still without the mind-body switch jutsu, could only manage to control a single target. Against Kiba's clones, she was overwhelmed. The win filled Kiba with pride. If he could polish his mastery of the Hellhound jutsu, perhaps one day he could even stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Sasuke and Naruto. "I'm home," Kiba shouted as he pushed open the door. "You're 15 minutes late." Waiting for him was a sharp-eyed kunoichi with the same red fang markings on her cheeks. His mother, Inuzuka Tsum. Her methods were as strict with her children as they were with her ninja hounds. In fact, Kiba remembered how, in the past, she had flipped the dinner table simply because he'd overslept. To Tsum, if you weren't disciplined enough to wake on time, you didn't deserve breakfast. There was another test today, it ran long, Kiba quickly explained. "Did you win?" Tsum's tone was stern, though not unkind. She already knew about the scheduled test, that was the only reason she didn't press him on his tardiness. "All 3 matches." Kiba replied eagerly. "And I even learned the shadow clone jutsu." Tsum's expression softened, just slightly. "Not bad." From across the room, Hana leaned in, sounding almost wistful. "Your sensei really is something. Ours never taught us shadow clone." "That's true," Tsum admitted after a pause. "Invite him to visit us when he's free." "Okay." Kiba nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Today, Kitazawa-sensei also taught me a secret jutsu." Tsum's eyes narrowed. "The one you mentioned before?" Kiba had told her earlier that Kitazawa intended to create a new clan-level jutsu. She hadn't believed him then. When he'd begged her for permission, she'd reluctantly allowed him access to 2 of the clan's hidden jutsu, never expecting Kitazawa would deliver on such an outrageous claim. "Yes. That one," Kiba said, practically glowing with admiration. "A jutsu that lets me fuse without a ninja hound." Tsum's eyes widened. "And he actually created it, in such a short time." "I'll show you." Kiba formed hand seals, created a shadow clone, and together they unleashed the Hellhound jutsu. Their bodies merged into a 2-headed beast. The form, however, quickly collapsed. "I just learned it today," Kiba admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "My coordination with the shadow clone isn't good yet. Even walking is clumsy. The clone thinks too much, it's nothing like a loyal ninja dog." Tsum silently considered this. The jutsu was clever but flawed, awkward to use, yet too valuable to ignore. It would be useful only for those rare clan members without a ninja hound, but even so, Kitazawa's innovation exceeded her expectations. After all, the Inuzuka clan's jutsus were rooted in yang release. For Kitazawa to craft something like this meant his command of yang release chakra was formidable. Tsum's eyes narrowed slightly. "So the rumor is true." Ever since Lady Tsunade stormed into Root headquarters, whispers had been spreading. One of them claimed Kitazawa was her disciple, a fact never publicly confirmed. But after witnessing this new jutsu, Tsum was convinced. Medical ninjutsu was also born of yang release. It only made sense that a skilled medical ninja could create a yang-based secret jutsu. "Kiba, I'll come with you to school tomorrow," Tsum decided at last. "Got it." Kiba agreed without complaint. He already knew her intent. In his eyes, Kitazawa had given their clan something genuinely useful. Meeting him was only proper. The next morning, Kitazawa opened his eyes and groaned. Every muscle in his body ached as if he'd been pummeled all night. Well, that wasn't too far from the truth. He had spent another grueling evening training super strength under Tsunade. Now he finally understood why Might Guy was so obsessive about daily conditioning. Taijutsu demanded a body that could endure it. After breakfast, Kitazawa headed for the academy's training ground. "Kitazawa-sensei." Karin noticed him first. She walked up, expectant. "I've prepared 5 sets of practice papers for you," Kitazawa said with a small smile. "One each day. I'll check them next Thursday." Okay, Karen replied without hesitation. Unlike Naruto, she had no dislike for written work. During winter break, I'll start teaching you ninjutsu. He patted her head gently. Your goal is top 10 in the written exam. Top 10. I'll do my best. Karen declared with determination. Harder than the grass village? Definitely not. Good. Keep studying then. Kitazawa turned away. Just then, glowing text appeared before his eyes, an invisible system prompt only he could see. Mission complete. Reward issued. His chakra surged. In an instant, it grew by nearly a fifth. His stamina and recovery spiked as well. Kitazawa clenched his fist. Now, he carried 20% of the Senju clan's bloodline. If this was only 20%, what kind of changes awaited him at full completion? Of course, Senju bloodline didn't mean Hashirama's. At best, it would resemble Tsunade's level, or perhaps a little beyond. He would know when the time came. Next on his list, helping Naruto learn the Rasengan. That mission promised another 20%. He resisted the urge to cut himself with a kunai to test his new resilience. There was a better method, pushing further in his super strength training that evening. With this boost, he'd be able to endure much more. Kitazawa's eyes shifted to Kiba. From his pouch, he withdrew the storage scroll Tsum had given him. He unsealed it and raised a brow. Much like the scroll from Shibi Aburame, it contained secret medicines, specialized ninja tools, and 3 million ryo. 8 million ryo, just like that. Kitazawa sighed. The problem was, what was he even supposed to buy? Standard tools rarely cost more than a few hundred ryo. Even the pricey ones were barely 1,000. The only exception, chakra metal weapons. They were rare, sharp, and conducted chakra seamlessly. Asuma's twin blades, for example, were said to cost 20 million. Shaking his head, Kitazawa tucked the scroll away and returned to practice. His water release training consumed the rest of the day. Time slipped by in a flash. After classes ended, Kitazawa was about to head home when a familiar silhouette appeared at the academy gate. Kitazawa-sensei. Shibi approached, his voice direct and steady. We've located the Nokizuru group. Kitazawa didn't look surprised. When a clan like the Aburame mobilized its full strength, tracking down an enemy organization was only natural. When do you intend to move out? He asked. Considering your teaching schedule, we've set it for Saturday, Shibi replied thoughtfully. Then I'll trouble you, clan head Shibi. Kitazawa smiled faintly. I'll meet you at 9 in the morning. The explosive insects mission hardly worried him. With the Aburame clan operating in full force, it was practically guaranteed success. In fact, it was an opportunity. If any clan members were accidentally infected, he could perform the highly difficult removal surgery himself. A chance to hone his skills while earning their gratitude. After parting ways with Shibi, Kitazawa returned to Yui's home, only to find Tsunade already waiting at the door. Lady Tsunade, why have you been coming back so early these past 2 days? Kitazawa asked curiously. Naturally, to teach you super strength. Tsunade cracked her knuckles with a sly smile. Today's lesson will be actual combat. Kitazawa blinked slowly, practically radiating a question mark. Are you frustrated from losing too much lately and now planning to vent on me? He swallowed the thought, voicing it would only worsen her mood. Come. Tsunade strode to face him, planting her feet firmly. Only taijutsu. Kitazawa inhaled deeply and sprang forward. In an instant, he closed the distance. Good speed, Tsunade remarked before lazily throwing a punch, yet that punch carried the full weight of her monstrous strength. Their fists clashed. Chakra waves rippled out, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Kitazawa was driven back several steps, his arm ringing from the impact. Your strength has grown since yesterday, Tsunade admitted, eyes narrowing in intrigue. She had gauged his limits over the past 2 days, and this leap in power was no ordinary improvement. He had broken through again, a rare thing, even for Shinobi. Kitazawa steadied himself, shaking the numbness from his right arm. Her blows were as crushing as ever. Truly, one of the legendary Sannin. Again. Tsunade beckoned. Kitazawa flickered forward. His body scattered into drifting leaves. Tsunade pivoted, catching his feint, and drove a kick backward. Bang. Kitazawa crossed his arms to block, teeth gritted against the numbing shock, before countering with a swift kick toward her midsection. Ineffective. Tsunade slipped back, slammed her heel into the ground, and split the earth in a jagged crater. Kitazawa pulled away just in time to keep his footing, but her next punch was already arcing toward him. Super strength. He met her blow with his own, and the force sent him flying. Mid-air, he twisted, landing smoothly, and pressed forward again. The spar stretched on, the clash of fists echoing through the night until the clock struck 8:30. Not bad, Tsunade said at last, watching him sprawl across the floor, gasping for air. Half an hour longer than yesterday. We'll continue tomorrow. La. Lady Tsunade, goodbye, Kitazawa wheezed, too drained to even lift a hand. Still, he had to admit, the trace of Senju blood in his veins was paying off. After resting briefly, he dragged himself up, stretching out his sore limbs. Grueling as it was, this training doubled as brutal conditioning. Before long, the weekend arrived. Saturday, 9 a.m. sharp, Kitazawa arrived at the Aburame compound. The previous day's academy test, the third practical, he'd left untouched. Targeting Sasuke 3 times in a row would have been too blatant. Twice a week was enough. Kitazawa-sensei. Shibi stepped forward to greet him. Clan head Shibi. Kitazawa straightened, his eyes sweeping the gathering. The Aburame had assembled nearly their entire elite force, Shibi himself, accompanied by 8 jonin. A testament to the mission's gravity. The Nokizaru group's base lies in a valley within the Land of Iron, Shibi explained as they moved. They number 27, but only 5 are jonin. Kitazawa gave a small nod. Not bad at all for an unofficial ninja organization. The Land of Iron, neutral ground in the shinobi world, home to the samurai. Though they wielded chakra much like ninja, their nation's neutrality gave it unique weight, hence why the second 5 Kage summit would one day be held there. By evening, the group reached the valley. Kitazawa-sensei, wait here. Shibi adjusted his glasses. We'll strike under cover of night and crush the Nokizaru group in a single blow. Versatility was the Aburame clan's trademark. Their Kakashi could scout, heal, attack, defend, few clans could match that adaptability, not even the Uchiha. Understood. Don't worry about me. Kitazawa paused, then added, if anyone is infected by an explosion bug, no matter what, don't channel chakra. We know. With a wave, Shibi led the jonin into the valley. Moments later, screams echoed. Kitazawa sighed, then joined the fray, loosing bursts of fire release and wind release to support them. Half an hour later, glowing text flashed before his eyes. Current mission, assist the Aburame clan in obtaining the explosion insect. Mission reward, White Zetsu's body substitution jutsu. Mission complete. Reward issued. A flood of new knowledge surged into Kitazawa's mind. Chapter 170. Before Kitazawa could finish processing the body substitution jutsu, a commotion broke out. Kitazawa-sensei. Shibi Aburame rushed over, his voice low and urgent. Someone's been infected by an explosive bug. Kitazawa's expression hardened instantly. Take me there. This way. Shibi raised his hand, leading him forward. Soon, Kitazawa found the afflicted Aburame clansman. The man unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a chest that bulged unnaturally, as if something alive pulsed beneath the skin. Kitazawa's lips twitched despite the seriousness of the scene. Bro, you're growing an alien. And disturbingly, the explosive bug did bear an uncanny resemblance to one. The insect has already absorbed quite a lot of chakra, Kitazawa observed, his tone steady, but it hasn't matured yet. We still have time before it detonates. He placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. Stay calm. I'll operate now. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, the ninja said gratefully, adopting the same respectful title Shibi had used. Kitazawa was well aware of the awkwardness of his position. Officially, he was just a special jonin and an academy instructor. Every Aburame present outranked him in status. Yet, because of his connection to Tsunade, they bowed their heads without complaint. The surgery, however, was no simple task. The explosive bug had fused almost completely with the host. Extracting it required not only elite medical ninjutsu, but also absolute finesse. Worse still, the creature was alive and aware. If it realized it was being removed, it would thrash in desperation, risking the host's life. Minutes bled into hours. Not far off, 7 Aburame stood clustered together, watching in tense silence. His chakra control is terrifying, Shibi muttered, unable to hold back his awe. They were in the field, so Kitazawa hadn't bothered to shield his work from view. Even without formal training in medical ninjutsu, Shibi could see how Kitazawa's chakra flowed like a surgeon's scalpel, carving the insect away without alerting it. The sight alone made his scalp prickle. He is Lady Tsunade's student, after all, one whispered. Shibi coughed lightly. Don't spread unconfirmed rumors. Lady Tsunade has her reasons for keeping quiet. Not that it mattered much, every major clan had already accepted it as fact. Finally, Kitazawa straightened, sweat dampening his brow. It's done. The insect's out. Rest, and you'll recover. The operation had lasted 2 grueling hours, leaving him drained but satisfied. Another high-difficulty procedure, successfully completed. Fortunate you were here, Shibi said gravely. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. On behalf of the Aburame clan, thank you. No need for that. Kitazawa waved it off. Did you secure the insect? Shibi produced a specially crafted bottle. Yes. Here it is. Inside, a cluster of larvae glowed faintly, dust-sized, like fireflies bottled up. Pretty, Kitazawa murmured, peering closer. The prettier, the deadlier, Shibi replied flatly. How will you handle it? Kitazawa asked. We'll cultivate it, expand its numbers, and develop new secret techniques based on its traits, Shibi said with disdain. The Nokizaru group's use of it was crude and wasteful. Kitazawa chuckled. When it comes to insects, no one outmatches the Aburame. Are we returning to the village now? Shibi asked. Somewhere along the way, his tone had shifted, addressing Kitazawa not as a subordinate, but as an equal. In the shinobi world, one did not make enemies of great medical nin lightly. And Kitazawa, even without Tsunade, had already proven himself as one. Let's head back, Kitazawa said with a small nod. If we're quick, I might even make it back to class. With your strength, why teach at the academy? Shibi asked, puzzled. Because I like it. Kitazawa smirked. He'd answered that question countless times. Ninja Academy teachers might have little prestige, but the work profited him. Strangely enough, Shibi's own son would one day follow the same path. They set off. With one man injured, their pace slowed, and it was already Sunday evening by the time they reached Konoha. Kitazawa-sensei, Shibi said firmly, no more words of thanks. If you ever need the Aburame clan, we will answer. I'll remember that. Kitazawa bid them farewell and went home. It was late, so he didn't bother Tsunade or Karinai. Glancing around, he noticed his general store still shuttered. He hadn't opened it for weeks, too busy at night to bother with business. Not that it mattered, between the Aburame and Inuzuka's combined gift of 8 million ryo, he could afford to live comfortably for quite a while. His thoughts drifted back to the body substitution jutsu. On paper, it was terrifying, able to replicate not just a target's appearance, but their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even their thoughts. But it wasn't without limits. It couldn't replicate someone much stronger than the caster. Trying it on Tsunade, for example, would be like a pony trying to pull a freight train. Impossible. Worse, it required the target to be in physical contact, no copying from afar. Compared to the Sharingan, that was a definite drawback. Still, as a disguise technique, it was flawless. Unlike the standard transformation jutsu, which experts could pierce through, the body substitution was seamless. If every detail, appearance, chakra, even manner of thinking, was perfectly mirrored, even Kitazawa himself might not be able to tell the difference. Monday morning, after breakfast, Kitazawa headed to the training grounds. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto hurried over. Let me guess, Kitazawa said. You've almost mastered wind release, vacuum blade. Kabuto shook his head. Not quite. I actually wanted to ask, who's going to be our squad's final teammate? With you and Torion, passing the Chunin exams won't be an issue, Kitazawa said, pausing. As for the last member, don't worry. I already have someone in mind. You'll know when the time comes. In truth, he had no one in mind. But that didn't matter. On registration day, he could always pull a genin at random. Kabuto's eyes narrowed. Kitazawa's casual words confirmed his suspicions. Tsunade's dramatic raid en route to rescue Torion had likely been driven by the need for teammates in the exams. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto said, quickly shoving aside his swirling thoughts before heading back to practice. Kitazawa, reminded of the timing, realized only a week remained until the Chunin exams. His gaze slid to Sasuke. The practical combat drills had been ongoing for a week, with decent results, but Sasuke still needed to suffer a crushing defeat if he was to awaken his two-tomo Sharingan. A simple skirmish between two classes wouldn't cut it. No, the upcoming student council selection battles, with the whole school watching, would provide the perfect stage. And if Sasuke's family, Fugaku, Itachi, and Mikoto, were in the audience, the pressure would be unbearable, just as Kitazawa intended. Of course, for it to work, Sasuke needed hope. If he entered already resigned to defeat, the outcome wouldn't sting. Only when victory seemed possible, before being ripped away, would resentment ignite. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sasuke. The boy looked up. You've just about mastered the leaf exercise. Time to move on to something new. Sasuke's eyes narrowed with curiosity. What kind of exercise? The leaf exercise had been useful. He'd already noticed the improvement during his bout with Naruto last week. But against that absurd multi-shadow clone technique, one leaf exercise wasn't nearly enough. I'll teach you the shadow clone technique, Kitazawa said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. In Class A, very few first-year students had ever managed to learn this jutsu. But Sasuke, he met the conditions. With his chakra reserves, producing 2 or 3 shadow clones wouldn't be a problem. Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. He knew the weight of what was being offered. After all, he'd been beaten black and blue by Naruto's endless swarm of clones more times than he cared to admit. Can I skip ahead and learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu instead? Sasuke asked eagerly. Kitazawa shook his head. Your chakra isn't nearly enough to sustain that technique. TCH. I figured. Sasuke tried to hide his disappointment, but it lingered in his expression. Naruto's jutsu had always felt overwhelming, something Sasuke had secretly envied. The shadow clone technique isn't about numbers, Kitazawa explained patiently. It's about quality. With this jutsu, your strength won't just increase, you'll gain new strategies, new ways to outthink your opponent. Sasuke's expression brightened. That's true. His mind immediately began racing. He recalled Naruto's irritating knack for breaking free of genjutsu, but even that took a moment. If he and his clone alternated casting genjutsu in succession, they could stretch that brief delay. Even a single second would be enough to tip the battle in his favor. Just as Kitazawa was about to speak again, glowing lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Current mission: help Uchiha Sasuke defeat Uzumaki Naruto once in a practical test. Reward: genjutsu, unknown fire. Accept. Kitazawa blinked. A mission trigger. Of course it's you. His first thought was whether this would disrupt his plans, but on second thought, it fit perfectly. If Sasuke tasted victory once, he'd grow overconfident. Then, when he inevitably lost during the student council selection practical, the emotional blow would hit twice as hard. The real question was, could Sasuke actually beat Naruto now? The answer was yes, there was hope. Before Naruto learned Rasengan, a Sasuke trained in the shadow clone jutsu, with the right guidance, could manage it. Let's begin, Kitazawa said firmly. And just as expected, Sasuke grasped the technique faster than Kiba had. Kitazawa estimated that with focus, Sasuke could master it within a week. Time slipped by, and soon noon had arrived. After lunch, Kitazawa sent Sasuke and Hinata off for their nap before leaving the academy himself. Though the student council selection practical was still half a month away, he planned to meet Fugaku and his family now. Ninja were always sent on missions, some lasting days, others months. By securing their promise early, they could clear time in advance. The Uchiha compound was familiar ground to Kitazawa. He soon reached Sasuke's house and knocked on the door. But instead of Uchiha Mikoto, it was a girl around 12 or 13 who answered. Kitazawa froze. Who? Mikoto doesn't have a daughter. Are you looking for Aunt Mikoto? The girl asked, studying him with polite curiosity. Yes, Kitazawa nodded, introducing himself. I'm Sasuke's teacher, Kitazawa. Her face brightened. You're Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi mentioned you once. He doesn't usually talk about shinobi from outside the clan. A name surfaced in Kitazawa's mind even before he asked. And you are? Uchiha Izumi, she replied with a smile. I thought so, Kitazawa mused. In the original timeline, Izumi had been Itachi's classmate, gentle and kind, one of his few close friends. Half Uchiha by birth, she and her mother had only returned to the clan after her father's death. She would later awaken the three-tomo Sharingan on the very night of the Uchiha massacre, a genius in her own right, and a girl who had once confessed her feelings to Itachi, only to be quietly turned away. Who is it, Izumi? Mikoto's voice floated from inside. It's Kitazawa-sensei, Izumi called back. Mikoto appeared moments later, smiling warmly. Kitazawa-sensei. Please, come in. Kitazawa offered a polite greeting before stepping into the living room. Izumi quickly set tea before him, and he thanked her with a nod. Visiting at noon, was there something urgent? Mikoto asked. If it's important, I can summon Fugaku immediately. Kitazawa caught the nuance. In the past, Mikoto wouldn't casually interrupt her husband's work. Fugaku was both clan head and commander of the Konoha police force, his time was precious. The fact that she would now call him on Kitazawa's behalf was a subtle reminder of his elevated status. It's not urgent, Kitazawa assured her, then revealed his purpose. I'd like to invite your family to attend the Student Council Selection Practical. Lord Hokage himself will be present. Of course. Mikoto nodded instantly. If the Hokage is attending, we'll certainly be there. Kitazawa pressed gently. It would mean a great deal to Sasuke if both his father and brother could come. He often tells me how much he longs for their recognition. That child. Mikoto's smile softened. I'll make sure to tell them. Can I go too? Izumi asked suddenly, her eyes shining. The mention of Itachi's attendance had sparked her interest. Naturally, Kitazawa said with a faint grin. The practical is one of the Academy's grandest events. The more spectators, the better. In that case, perhaps I'll inform the clan as well, Mikoto added thoughtfully. Those who are free may also attend. Kitazawa's brow twitched. Sasuke, don't blame me for this. Your mother's the one turning it into a clan affair. He simply inclined his head. That works too. Mikoto tilted her head. Would you like to stay for lunch? I've already eaten, Kitazawa replied, then paused. His gaze flicked toward Izumi. Tell me, Izumi, are you a genin yet? Yes, she nodded. Then, would you be interested in joining next month's Chunin exams? Huh. Izumi blinked, startled. Kitazawa explained the situation. But before Izumi could finish her hesitant protest, Mikoto cut in with a smile. If it's Kitazawa-sensei's invitation, you should accept. Izumi hasn't been assigned a squad or leader anyway. Chapter 171. Kitazawa-sensei, until next time. Mikoto stood at the doorway, her calm eyes following Kitazawa's retreating back. Aunt Mikoto. Izumi finally broke her silence. I already have a squad leader and teammates. I know. Mikoto withdrew her gaze and turned toward her niece. Then why agree to Kitazawa-sensei? Izumi asked, startled by her own boldness. Your squad leader is a jonin from the clan, isn't he? All I need to do is speak with him. Mikoto's voice was even, almost indifferent. Normally, after graduating from the academy, students were assigned a jonin leader and teammates. But the Uchiha clan, as one of Konoha's great clans, held certain privileges, appointing their own instructors among them. Izumi was a rare talent, so naturally, the clan had placed her under the tutelage of an Uchiha jonin. There was another reason, too. The Sharingan, no outsider could teach it. An Uchiha mentor would help her grow more quickly. I don't get it. Izumi's brows furrowed. Kitazawa wasn't an Uchiha. He had no Sharingan. How could he possibly guide her better than the clan's own? Kitazawa's position is special, Mikoto said gently. Becoming his student will benefit not only you, but the Uchiha as a whole. She reached out and stroked Izumi's hair with a small smile. As for the Sharingan, I'll let Itachi teach you. How about that? Really? Izumi's face lit up instantly. Of course. Mikoto's smile softened before she added, and Kitazawa-sensei is far more formidable than you think. You'll gain much by learning from him. Her confidence came from what she'd seen with Sasuke. Before enrollment, he was a bright child but nowhere near Itachi. After joining Kitazawa's class, though, his growth was astonishing. He awakened his Sharingan early, mastered fire techniques, taijutsu, and even genjutsu. Before, he'd been an ordinary genius. Now, he was nothing short of extraordinary. The difference was Kitazawa. Izumi nodded, though a new worry crept into her mind. I just don't know how strong my new teammates are. Anyone chosen by Kitazawa won't be weak, Mikoto assured her. Besides, with your strength, passing the Chunin exams won't be difficult. That's true. Izumi's lips curved into a determined smile. Itachi's already an Umbu captain. I can't fall too far behind him. By afternoon, the training ground buzzed with students from Class 1A and Class 2A, all gathered for their weekly sparring test. Kitazawa, with a subtle bit of arranging, had paired Sasuke against Yakumo. Predictably, Sasuke lost, again. He stood frozen, trembling with frustration. Losing so miserably each time burned his pride, yet only fanned his determination. If anything, the humiliation hardened his resolve to complete Kitazawa's special training as quickly as possible. Class dismissed. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa's hands clapped sharply, ending the session. To his surprise, the real highlight of the day had been the Hyuga cousins. Niji had advanced to 12 palms of the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, while Hinata had pushed ahead with 14. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kiba had performed within expectations, no breakthroughs, no disasters. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei, the students chorused as they scattered. Sasuke lingered only a moment, face tight, before turning away wordlessly. Kitazawa's smile at the boy's stubborn back faded quickly, he had his own ordeal to face. 3 more grueling hours of Tsunade's training in super strength. By the time evening fell, Monday had finally come to a punishing close. Saturday morning. The academy grounds were quiet, empty of the usual chatter. But on the training field, 3 students waited, Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi. Kitazawa arrived to find a familiar scene, Kabuto chatting animatedly, drawing his teammates in with ease. As expected, Kitazawa thought, amused. The future snake's right-hand man already has social skills maxed out. The week itself had been uneventful, aside from Sasuke's 2 crushing defeats. But there was good news, the boy had finally mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Combined with Body Flicker, his chances against Naruto had improved. Not reliable yet, but promising. For now, though, Kitazawa had another duty. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto noticed him first, falling silent. Torion and Izumi quickly followed with respectful greetings. Since you've already met, I'll keep this short, Kitazawa said. The 3 of you will enter the Chunin exams together as a team. Yes, they answered in unison. The exam has 3 parts, a written test, a team battle, and individual duels. Konoha's internal exams were much like the joint exams in the future, Kitazawa knew, minus the infamous Forest of Death scroll hunt. For the next 2 days, your task is simple, build team cohesion. He smiled faintly. And how do shinobi bond best? Through battle. Izumi raised a hand, curiosity in her eyes. Do you mean the 3 of us sparring with each other? No. Kitazawa shook his head. The 3 of you will fight me. Izumi blinked in surprise. Kabuto and Torion exchanged stunned looks. I'm confident in your written and solo skills, Kitazawa explained. But as a team, you've never worked together. This exercise will be your whetstone. Torion hesitated. Kitazawa-sensei, may I use my Kikeichu? Kitazawa chuckled. Worried about poisoning me? I'm a medical ninja, Torion. Don't hold back. Torion's nanoscale insects were lethal, yes, but Kitazawa had more than enough counters. Between Tsunade and Nono, he'd learned detoxification that would make most poisons useless. The team battle stage won't be on flat ground, Kitazawa continued. Usually it's a terrain like a forest. Which is why. He gestured toward a nearby grove. We'll spar there. The 3 students followed him in. You have 10 minutes to plan. Kabuto immediately pulled the others into discussion, whispering strategies. Kitazawa didn't eavesdrop, waiting patiently. We're ready, Kitazawa-sensei, Kabuto announced after only a few minutes. Then begin. The moment he spoke, the 3 vanished into the trees. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow. At least they understood the basics. Stealth and surprise were the essence of shinobi combat. He assessed their capabilities, Kabuto with medical ninjutsu and wind release, Torion with his nano-insects, Izumi with her one-tomo Sharingan, fire release, and taijutsu. A sudden distortion in the air drew his attention, then a massive fireball roared forth, amplified by a gust of wind. The flames swelled into something like a miniature sun. Wind and fire combination, clever, Kitazawa mused, though the mastermind was obvious. With Kabuto leading, it was only natural. Will it work? Izumi's voice was taut, her eyes narrowed. It's unlikely, Kabuto admitted. Kitazawa-sensei's on another level. Our attacks probably won't land. He's really that strong? Izumi asked, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Her knowledge of Kitazawa came mostly from Itachi's words, high praise for his teaching and medical skill. But beyond that, Itachi had left much unsaid. Kitazawa-sensei has the strength of an elite jonin. Unlike Izumi, Kabuto had witnessed Kitazawa's clash with an Iwagakure jonin firsthand and knew exactly how terrifying his power was. Elite jonin. Izumi's eyes widened in shock. A simple academy teacher with that kind of strength. Her disbelief didn't last long. In the next instant, Kitazawa revealed his power before her very eyes. A thunderous roar split the grove. From nothing, a ferocious water dragon surged forth, colliding head-on with a blazing fireball. Water and fire clashed violently, the explosion producing a deafening boom and thick rolling mist. In moments, the flames were completely swallowed by the rushing torrent. So that was a 3-pronged attack. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow calmly. His water dragon had struck not only the fireball, but something else hidden within it, Torion Aburame's nano-sized venomous insects, cleverly concealed behind Kabuto and Izumi's techniques. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Kitazawa's hands blurred through signs. The water dragon couldn't harm the microscopic insects, but fire could. He exhaled sharply, unleashing a blazing sphere nearly 10 meters tall. The inferno roared, consuming every last insect. So big. Izumi gasped. Her Sharingan trembled as she watched in awe. She had seen countless fireballs before, but Kitazawa's dwarfed them all. How could an outsider wield an Uchiha specialty better than the Uchiha themselves? As expected, it won't be that easy. Kabuto's glasses glinted as he glanced at Torion. You still holding up? I'll live, Torion replied, pale-faced. But too many of my insects were destroyed. I'll need to use secret jutsu, insect cocoon to replenish them. Whether Kikaichu or nano-insects, both thrived on chakra. Torion's tone was calm, but his loss was significant. Izumi, initiate the second plan, Kabuto ordered sharply. His hands blurred again, shadow clone. In an instant, a clone transformed into Izumi's likeness. The air howled. A fierce gust of wind rushed Kitazawa's way. Water release, water wall. A towering wall of water rose before him, splitting the gale to either side. Kabuto appeared at his flank, body flicker carrying him forward. Wind release, vacuum blade. His kunai shimmered with cutting wind chakra as he slashed. At the same time, Izumi attacked from the opposite side, showering Kitazawa with kunai and shuriken. Kitazawa's response was casual. He drew his own kunai and parried with ease. Clang. Kabuto staggered back, shocked at the sheer force transferred through his weapon. Kitazawa didn't even spare him another glance. Instead, he twisted, his blade flashing. Kunai and shuriken alike were deflected in a single sweep. In the next instant, Izumi flickered forward, her foot slamming toward his abdomen. Kabuto steadied himself, forming more seals. Wind release, shuriken. The spinning projectile shot forward just as Izumi's kick landed, perfect synchronization. Kitazawa prepared to counter, but his eyes narrowed sharply. From beneath his feet, a swarm of nano-insects erupted. Leaf body flicker. In a blur of scattering leaves, his body vanished. Kabuto's face fell. Damn. The wind shuriken struck Izumi squarely, puff, only for her to dissolve into smoke. As expected, just a clone. Kitazawa reappeared calmly. With a one-handed seal, he turned to face the real Izumi. Their eyes met. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Izumi froze. In her vision, roots and branches twisted around her body, binding her against a massive tree. Genjutsu. Her Sharingan flared, dispelling it, but too late. Kitazawa's whirlwind kick slammed into her, sending her tumbling across the ground. Of course, he had held back. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kabuto didn't hesitate, exhaling a surging gust. Torion seized the opening, directing another wave of venomous insects forward. Izumi forced herself up, her hands tugging sharply. Shuriken on the ground leapt back into motion, curving through the air under her control. Ho-ho. Kitazawa's eyes flickered with mild surprise. Their teamwork was remarkable. Smooth, coordinated, tactical. This wasn't the work of a group fighting together for the first time. The credit, of course, went to Kabuto. He had the mind of a strategist and the experience of a veteran spy. Under his lead, their small squad fought like seasoned shinobi. And yet, Torion and Izumi were hardly average genin to begin with. An hour later, the battle was over. Kabuto, Izumi, and Torion lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. They had thrown everything they had at Kitazawa, and it hadn't been enough. Your teamwork is strong, Kitazawa said, his tone even, but there are still flaws. Fix them, and you'll go far. Despite his critique, there was approval in his eyes. Among ordinary Chunin, the three of them would already be considered unbeatable. Kabuto especially impressed him. Fighter, healer, tactician, he was the kind of teammate every shinobi squad dreamed of. No wonder, in another story, he would become a true monster. I look forward to seeing your performance in the Chunin exams, Kitazawa concluded. Kabuto wiped sweat from his brow, still catching his breath. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Originally, he had only sought Kitazawa's help to fill a vacant spot. He hadn't expected to gain two prodigies as teammates. Now, the thought of forming a permanent team with Izumi and Torion burned in his mind. Izumi, meanwhile, finally understood what her Mikoto had meant. Kitazawa was stronger than her former Jonin squad leader, far stronger. The only thing he lacked was a Sharingan. As for Torion, his root training left him with no thoughts of his own. He would follow orders, nothing more. This morning's training ends here, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. We'll resume at 4 in the afternoon. 2 sessions per day would push Kabuto's squad to their limits without breaking them. With that, Kitazawa turned and left. His responsibilities weren't over yet, he still needed to cultivate super strength and pass ceiling techniques onto Karinai. Time was short. Monday morning. Ninja Academy Training Ground. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke was the first to rush over, eager for his session. Let's begin, Kitazawa nodded. Follow me. They left the field to avoid disturbing Shikamaru and Hinata's own practice. To make this feel real, Kitazawa explained, I'll take Naruto's form and only use his ninjutsu and taijutsu. Before Sasuke could respond, Kitazawa transformed. In a blink, he became Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Something about the way he looked, felt off. Begin. With a flash of hand seals, Kitazawa unleashed Naruto's signature jutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, 40 clones surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke's mouth twitched. You didn't have to be that accurate. The fight began, and Sasuke was swallowed in a storm of fists. Compared to the reckless Naruto, Kitazawa fought with cunning precision. For the first time, Sasuke truly realized how terrifying the shadow clone jutsu could be. Even holding back, Kitazawa overwhelmed him completely. Chapter 172. 2 days slipped by in a blur, with Sasuke spending most of them getting pummeled. The beatings were so severe that now, whenever he laid eyes on Naruto, his fists itched to strike. Sasuke even dreamed of Naruto's smug face every night, though he couldn't quite tell if it was truly Naruto or Kitazawa disguised as him. By Wednesday, however, Sasuke finally managed to catch a breather. December 1st had arrived, the start of the Chunin exams. That same morning, Kitazawa reported to the Hokage's office. Why the sudden decision to act as a squad leader? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, brow furrowed at the unexpected request. Just lending a hand to Nono-senpai, Kitazawa explained calmly. As you know, her adopted son, Kabuto, still hasn't had the chance to become a Chunin. I see. Hiruzen nodded, immediately grasping the situation. Kabuto had long surpassed the level of a Chunin, but as a root operative, he'd never had the opportunity to officially take the exams. Then who are the other two in your squad? Hiruzen asked. Aburame, Torion and Uchiha Izumi, Kitazawa replied. Oh. The Hokage's eyes widened briefly before a knowing smile curved his lips. Quite the remarkable trio you've gathered. At that moment, Hiruzen's thoughts mirrored Kabuto's from earlier. Tsunade's intrusion into route to save Torion likely wasn't just at the Aburame clan's request. Kitazawa must have been involved. No wonder she had dragged him along that day. It also spoke volumes about Kitazawa's place in Tsunade's heart. No wonder Fugaku came to see me a few days ago, Hiruzen continued, shifting topics. He requested the dissolution of Uchiha Izumi's squad. Every squad's formation or disbandment required Hokage approval. For Izumi to join Kitazawa's team, her original squad first had to be disbanded. The revelation caught Kitazawa off guard. For Fugaku to move mountains just to let Izumi become his student, it exceeded his expectations. Clearly, Mikoto's earlier agreement on Izumi's behalf wasn't just casual consent, but part of this very plan. The Uchiha clan has always been difficult, Hiruzen said plainly. Since you have good rapport with them, I'd like you to keep those ties strong. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. He was being encouraged to associate with the Uchiha. But after a moment's thought, it made sense. In the original history, Hiruzen had tried to prevent the clan's downfall. Even when rebellion loomed, he sent Itachi to negotiate rather than crushing them outright. It was Danzo who twisted persuasion into massacre. Hiruzen was much like Fugaku in that sense, hesitant, torn between ideals and action. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said, steadying himself. With Tsunade backing him, he wasn't afraid of political entanglements. Go, then. Take part in the Chunin exams, Hiruzen waved him off. Bowing slightly, Kitazawa left. His team, Kabuto, Izumi, and Torion, was already waiting at the door. Together, they made their way toward the exam site, the Umbu base. Unlike the joint exams, which had been held at the academy due to sheer numbers, Konoha's internal exams required less space. At the entrance, Kotetsu Hagane looked up in shock. Kitazawa-senpai. Why are you here? Why are you here? Kitazawa countered curiously. This is the Chunin exams, right? Izumo and I signed up as proctors for the written test, Kotetsu explained, glancing at Kitazawa's students. Wait, since when did you become a squad leader? Today. Just temporarily, Kitazawa said with a grin. Kotetsu nodded in understanding. Teams thrown together at the last minute were nothing unusual. Then we'll head in, Kitazawa said, not wasting time as the exam approached. They can go in, but you can't, Kotetsu warned, blinking meaningfully. Got it. Kitazawa caught on instantly. He turned to his students. Go ahead. Yes, sensei. The three stepped inside. Before the actual written exam, there's a small challenge, Kotetsu explained once they'd gone. They'll need to clear it first. Genjutsu, mystical illusion, place transfer, right? Kitazawa asked smoothly. Kotetsu's eyes widened. You saw through it already. Kitazawa only smirked. As expected, the setup was the same as the original joint exams. Inside, Kabuto immediately identified it. This is a genjutsu. 6 confused genin clustered around a sign pointing to the 3rd floor, even though the exam hall was clearly on the first. Mystical illusion, place transfer, Izumi muttered dismissively. Such a low-level genjutsu. Let's go, Kabuto said, heading upstairs. Izumi and Torion followed without hesitation. Watching from the outside, Kotetsu let out a whistle. As expected from Kitazawa-senpai's students. They saw through it faster than anyone else. Kitazawa only replied modestly, "They're strong, yes." Truthfully, if not for his mission, he wouldn't even need to be here. The outcome was obvious. Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi would dominate unless they somehow ran into a Jinchuriki. "Do you know the second stage?" Kitazawa asked idly. "A race," Kotetsu revealed. "The Forest of Death. Only the top 5 squads that reach the finish line qualify for the third stage." Kitazawa nodded. Tougher than the joint exam survival round, perhaps, but ultimately, strength decided everything. When the written exam ended, the remaining genin were led to the Forest of Death. Kitazawa followed as a spectator, watching his team sweep through the second stage with ease. Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi secured first place without breaking a sweat. "Well done," Kitazawa told them afterward. "Get plenty of rest. The third stage begins tomorrow." Unlike the joint exams, which dragged out preliminary rounds and month-long gaps, Konoha's internal exams wrapped up quickly. 2 days, start to finish. The next day, Thursday. At exactly 9 in the morning, Kitazawa arrived punctually at the training ground in front of the Umbu base. Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi were already there, having arrived a step earlier. By then, under the direction of the chief examiner, Shiranui Ginma, the three stood together with the remaining genin. Kitazawa's eyes swept over the group. There weren't many left, only 9 genin had made it into the third stage. That neatly formed 3 teams. If nothing unexpected happened, they'd all become Chunin. Unless, of course, one of them turned out to be hopelessly weak. After all, this was about the level of difficulty the Chunin exams usually carried. Ginma noticed Kitazawa's arrival, but since the exams were about to start, he didn't come over to greet him. Kitazawa, however, had already spotted another familiar face. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi. Kitazawa walked up, smiling faintly. "You've got students in this batch." He remembered Kakashi had led several squads before, but each time he'd sent them back to the academy after they failed his infamous test. Judging by the Umbu uniform he still wore, it didn't look like he'd taken an official team yet. "No," Kakashi replied flatly. "Then what? You came just to watch the exams out of boredom." Kitazawa chuckled. "That doesn't sound like you." "Hokage-sama asked me to inform you." Kakashi's dead fish eyes blinked once. "He wants to see you after the exams." "Ah, I see." Kitazawa nodded in sudden understanding. "How's it feel, being a squad leader?" Kakashi asked after a short pause. "I find it interesting," Kitazawa said with a small smile. "Watching students grow is surprisingly fulfilling." "What about you, are you planning to take a team?" "Yes." Hokage-sama's orders, Kakashi admitted without hesitation. "Well, if you're not in a rush, you could always wait for mine to graduate." "Your students still have 5 years, Kakashi countered with calm logic. "By then, I'll already be leading a team." Kitazawa thought wryly, "Good thought, but your standards are too damn high." His musings were interrupted as Kabuto stepped into the arena. His opponent was a young shinobi wielding a blade. Kabuto's answer was simple, a flicker of chakra scalpel, and the guy became incapacitated. Victory, effortless. Chakra scalpel. Ginma stared as if he'd seen a ghost. Genin nowadays are terrifying. Kakashi wasn't surprised. He had seen Kabuto's strength firsthand when he and Kitazawa picked him up. For him, the Chunin exams were child's play. The same applied to Torion, though the boy was careful, he didn't even use his poisonous insects, afraid they'd kill his fellow leaf shinobi. Still, one thing caught Kakashi's eye, Kabuto's wind release. He hadn't used it against the IWA ninja before. Which meant he'd only just learned it. His talent in wind release was obvious. The likely teacher. Kitazawa. That sparked another thought. Asuma was also a wind release specialist. Between him and Kitazawa, who was stronger? The first round is over. 15-minute break. Genma announced. Out of 9, only 5 genin remained by the second round. Among them, Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi. They'll probably end up fighting each other, Kitazawa murmured, watching the lot drawing. Kakashi only nodded. Second round, first match, Yakushi Kabuto vs Aburame Torion. Genma called. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Even Kakashi straightened a little. The earlier matches had been dull, but Kabuto and Torion, both root-trained, were different. Secret technique, dust of poison. Torion didn't hold back. He extended both hands, exhaling a swarm of nano-sized insects that spread like choking dust. He knew Kabuto was dangerous. And if anyone could detoxify poison mid-battle, it was Kabuto, a medical ninja trained by Kitazawa and the medical director. Wind release, gale palm. Kabuto clapped his hands, a gust sweeping away the cloud. When the insects dispersed, Torion had vanished. Kabuto calmly flicked a shuriken skyward. With no cover on the grounds, the only possible ambush was from above. Sure enough, Torion was midair. His sneak attack foiled, he grimaced. Controlling himself, he released another cloud of insects to intercept the spinning shuriken. Though the wind-infused blade shredded many, sheer numbers slowed it down. Still, Kabuto wasn't done. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale blasted Torion midair. He tried covering himself with a dense insect swarm, but the force still sent him flying back. I surrender, Torion said quickly, raising his hand. He'd realized the problem. Kabuto wasn't letting him get close, kiting him mercilessly from start to finish. Kakashi, thoughts? Kitazawa smiled. They'll all be excellent jonin someday, Kakashi replied evenly. Their level already far surpassed the average Chunin. Izumi's match was simpler. A flicker of Sharingan, a quick genjutsu, and her opponent collapsed. Victory. Thanks to a bye and a rematch, Torion also scraped into the third round. All 3 who advanced are yours, Kakashi remarked coolly. Thank you. Kitazawa smiled. Third round, first match, Yakushi Kabuto vs Uchiha Izumi. Genma announced. Izumi steeled herself. Both her teammates were far stronger than her, Torion's poisonous insects were lethal, and Kabuto. Kabuto was on another level entirely. She activated her Sharingan instantly. Genjutsu would be her only chance. But Kabuto charged with Chakra Scalpel, eyes closed. Izumi faltered. Root Shinobi also trained specifically to counter Uchiha techniques. Danzo had made sure of that. Kabuto dismantled her attempt at Genjutsu, pressed her with scalpel strikes, and soon she was forced to yield. Her second match against Torion ended in defeat too. Still, she wasn't the type of Uchiha to brood over losses. Calm acceptance was her strength. Current mission, lead Yakushi Kabuto to pass the Chunin exams. Mission reward, hydrification technique. Mission complete. Reward issued. The system's prompt appeared, and Kitazawa nodded with satisfaction. A life-saving jutsu like that could be invaluable. Let's go, Kakashi said, drawing him back to reality. Time to see Hokage-sama. For Kakashi, only Kitazawa's 3 students had made this Chunin exam worth watching. Chapter 173. Hokage's Office. Kitazawa, your 3 students have truly surprised me, Hiruzen said with a broad smile. Kitazawa instantly understood. That crafty old man must have been peeking again, using his crystal ball to watch Kabuto and the others fight. His gaze flicked to the crystal ball sitting on the table. Once Tsunade took over as Hokage, he had to get his hands on that thing. Leaving it with Hiruzen was far too dangerous. I recall you mentioning you were only filling in as their temporary squad leader. Hiruzen asked while tapping his pipe. Kitazawa nodded. Your students' talent and strength are among the best of their generation. On top of that, their teamwork is remarkable, Hiruzen continued slowly. I believe this squad of yours should be kept together. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. Reasonable, yes, but still unexpected. After all, this team's potential was frightening. Splitting them up wouldn't destroy their futures, but when geniuses gathered in one place, something special happened. Especially in group battles, they were practically untouchable, complementing one another perfectly. Kabuto, with his clever mind, provided tactics and strategies. He doubled as both a medical ninja and wind release user, acting as a healer and support. Izumi, wielding the Sharingan, balanced combat and control with ease. And Torion, not only could he scout and fight, but his nano-sized venomous insects gave the squad the ability to challenge opponents far above their level. The team was complete, balanced, and dangerous. Hiruzen saw what Kitazawa already knew: once they matured, they could handle missions few others could. A huge boon for Konoha. My proposal is simple: you continue as their squad leader, Hiruzen said after a pause. If you refuse, then Kakashi will take the role. Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi were too young to grow without a capable leader. And in Hiruzen's eyes, Kitazawa was the obvious choice. Not only for his own strength, but because he was the one who had unearthed them in the first place. Without him, Root's hidden gems, Kabuto and Torion, would never have been revealed. Even Izumi, who once underperformed in her old squad, had flourished only after losing the deadweight that had held her back. Kitazawa hesitated. Originally, his plan was simple: help Kabuto through the Chunin exams, clear a system mission, and be done with it. Once Kabuto made Chunin, he could form his own teams. Easy. But now, Hiruzen wanted this team preserved, and that complicated things. Unlike other Jonin leaders, Kitazawa already had a full-time job at the academy. Sure, he could lead them, but realistically, he only had weekends free for missions. Just then, glowing text appeared before his eyes. Your performance in the Chunin exams has earned the Hokage's recognition. He has granted you permission to become a squad leader. Current mission: lead your squad to complete 90 D-rank missions within 1 month and make a name for yourselves. Mission reward: lightning release, Chidori. Do you accept? Oh, system, you sly fox. Kitazawa almost wanted to laugh. What performance! From start to finish, it had been Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi shining while he watched from the sidelines. Yet somehow, he ended up as the MVP. Still, once he saw the reward, he swallowed his complaints. Chidori. One of the most iconic jutsu in the series. Created by Kakashi. Perfected by Sasuke. If Naruto had raised Nen to the very end, Sasuke had Chidori, spawning countless variations like Chidori Stream, Chidori Blade, and even the Six Paths Chidori. How could he say no? Since Hokage-sama insists, I'll accept, Kitazawa finally said. Besides, with his growing chakra reserves, he could manage. Worst case, he'd send a shadow clone to cover teaching duties while he handled missions. And when his 3 students inevitably reached Jonin level, the squad would dissolve naturally, for Jonin in a squad would be overkill anyway. With their talent, that day wasn't far off. Thank you for your efforts, Kitazawa, Hiruzen said warmly, clearly satisfied. With that settled, Kitazawa gave a polite bow and departed. Back at the Umbu base, Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi were still around. Though the exams had ended, they hadn't yet received their official Chunin promotion. The paperwork was still underway. When Kitazawa walked in, they had just finished their registration. Kitazawa-sensei, the 3 greeted him as they approached. I just met with Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said with a smile. He praised you all very highly. The 3 remained unfazed. Kabuto and Torion had grown up en route, while Izumi carried the Uchiha name. None of them were dazzled by the Hokage's approval the way other kids might have been. There's more, Kitazawa continued. Our squad will remain intact. I'll be your leader moving forward. This time, there was a reaction. Kabuto blinked in surprise, then gave a small smile. His original plan had been the same as Kitazawa's: become Chunin and move on. But he had grown fond of Torion and Izumi. Keeping the team together was a pleasant surprise. Izumi's happiness ran deeper. For her, this wasn't just about friendship, it was about fulfilling Mikoto's wishes, and eventually sharing Itachi's burdens for the clan. Torion was the simplest of the 3. Kitazawa had saved him and proven his strength. That was reason enough for his loyalty. Had anyone else been chosen as leader, he would have quit and waited to team up with Shino once he graduated. You've all been fighting hard since morning. Go home and rest. Meet me at the academy tomorrow, Kitazawa instructed. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, they answered in unison. And with that, they parted ways, their futures now intertwined. Uchiha clan compound. I wonder if Izumi and the others passed the Chunin exams. Mikoto spoke softly, worry flickering in her tone as she set her cup down. With their strength, there's nothing to fear. Itachi's voice was calm, almost detached. Mikoto nodded, but her brows remained furrowed. I just hope their squad doesn't dissolve so quickly. Kitazawa's ties to Tsunade had already drawn the Uchiha closer to her. With Izumi now becoming his student, that connection deepened even further. Yet, there was a problem. The team she was in had only been formed on a temporary basis. Itachi caught his mother's gaze. He understood her thoughts all too well. He hoped for the same outcome. Not only for Izumi's sake, but for the clan's. A permanent squad would strengthen their position. But if it didn't work out, there was still Sasuke. I'm back. The door slid open, and Izumi's cheerful voice filled the hall. Izumi, how did it go? Itachi asked before Mikoto could. I made Chunin, she replied with a bright smile. Congratulations, Itachi said warmly. And, our squad is officially permanent. Izumi added, her grin widening. That's wonderful. Mikoto exclaimed, relief and joy lighting her features. Even Itachi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With both Izumi and Sasuke now linked to Tsunade through Kitazawa, the Uchiha clan's prospects looked brighter than ever. Once Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, their situation could finally improve. Even Danzo's suppression wouldn't matter as much. For the first time, Itachi allowed himself to envision a future where the Uchiha weren't cornered. It was a rare, almost impossible dream. Friday. After breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the academy. He found Kabuto, Torion, and Izumi already waiting. Others, Sasuke, Niji, and Shikamaru, were there as well. Sasuke. Kitazawa sent out a shadow clone and gestured. You'll train with him. He had already decided, Naruto and Sasuke's match would take place next Monday. It would be the last practical combat test before the student council selection battles. Naruto's Raiznan training was nearly complete. If he delayed any longer, Sasuke would lose his final chance to measure up. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke replied with his usual cold expression. But inwardly, if no one else had been around, he would have let out a bitter smile. The training was brutal, yet undeniably effective. In just a few days, he had dissected Naruto's abilities more thoroughly than ever before. This time, he was certain of victory. You all, follow me, Kitazawa instructed, leading them to the mission hall. Straight to missions? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses in surprise. He had expected another round of special training. Your strength is sufficient, Kitazawa replied. What you lack is teamwork. Missions are the best way to build that. Kabuto's lips curved slightly. In that case, we could even handle B-rank or A-rank missions. He wasn't boasting, he genuinely believed their team could face Jonin-level opponents. 27 D-rank missions, please. Kitazawa addressed the staff member behind the counter. Huh. Both Kabuto and Izumi froze. D-rank missions. The lowest of the low. Chores like weeding and finding cats. Surely, at least C-rank would be more appropriate. Sorry, only one mission at a time, the clerk said after recovering from his surprise. Kitazawa frowned. He had planned to split the tasks among the three of them, one mission each per day. Sending all three on a single D-rank was a waste of time. Please wait. Without further argument, Kitazawa turned and went upstairs. If you have connections, it's foolish not to use them. Ah, Kitazawa. Hiruzen looked up as he entered. What brings you here? Kitazawa explained the situation. Why insist on D-rank missions? Hiruzen asked, curious. Because Kabuto and Torion came from Root. They never went through the academy and never learned what the will of fire truly means. I want them to earn the villagers' trust, to integrate into the village properly. These small missions are the best way to achieve that. Hiruzen blinked, startled. Then he smiled warmly. Brilliant. That is an excellent idea, the Hokage said, impressed. The more he saw of Kitazawa, the more he appreciated him. Not only did he teach the next generation, he also considered the hearts of those who had been left behind. You may take as many as you wish. Hiruzen wrote the authorization and handed it over. Kitazawa bowed slightly. To move Hiruzen, you need only invoke the will of fire. It works like magic. Back in the mission hall, he passed the letter to the stunned clerk, who quickly complied. Since Hokage-sama has approved, you may register for multiple missions. Please provide your team's names and strengths. As he wrote, the clerk suddenly looked up. You're Kitazawa. Kitazawa blinked. You know me. Of course. You saved countless lives at the hospital. Everyone's heard of you. The staff member handed over the mission scrolls with newfound respect. Kitazawa hadn't realized his reputation had spread so far already. Once outside, Kabuto asked curiously, Kitazawa-sensei, why so many D-rank missions? To train the shadow clone jutsu, Kitazawa replied smoothly. Kabuto's eyes widened, then he nodded with admiration. Ah, I see. Using shadow clones to complete them. As expected of you, sensei. Kitazawa's lips twitched. Overthinking again. Still, he's not wrong. Torion, Izumi, I'll teach you the shadow clone jutsu. Kabuto, since you've already mastered it, I'll show you the multiple shadow clone jutsu. As team leader, he was fully authorized to teach even forbidden jutsu. Kabuto, with his keen judgment, wouldn't misuse it. The three divided up the missions, Kabuto immediately offering to map the most efficient routes. With him, Kitazawa hardly needed to worry, he was like a hands-off captain. Monday. Time flew quickly. The team adapted well, balancing missions with training. For now, Kitazawa's focus shifted entirely to the upcoming student council selection battles. But first came today's match, Sasuke versus Naruto. Kitazawa gathered everyone at the training ground. I have an announcement, he began. The student council selection battles will take place on December 15th. That gives you 8 days. 8 days. Kiba clenched his fists. He had to master Hellhound before then, especially since Kitazawa had invited their parents to watch. 8 days is plenty. Naruto shouted, Raiznon blazing in his mind. You'll find it's not so easy, Sasuke said coolly. Confidence radiated off him, sharper than ever before. Sakura and the others exchanged surprised looks. Sasuke's composure today bordered on arrogance. He had changed. To help you prepare, today will be the last practical combat test. From now on, I'll tailor your training individually to strengthen you for the battles ahead. Chapter 174. The final practical test of this semester begins now. Everyone, step forward and draw lots. Kitazawa's announcement drew every eye. He set down the lot box in front of the students. Sasuke gave Naruto a sidelong glance before striding ahead, the first to act. He looked at the box, his expression unreadable, and slowly reached in. What he wanted most was obvious, Naruto. But with so many students from both classes participating, pulling Naruto's number would be pure luck. Number 1. Sasuke announced his draw and returned to the line, composed as ever. Youth. Let me get number 1 too. Naruto slapped his hands together, muttered a quick prayer, and bounced up to the box. He pulled out a slip of paper and froze. His eyes lit up. No way, it's really number 1, he shouted, practically shaking with excitement. Youth never lets me down. Is it really that miraculous? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Something smelled off. This wasn't coincidence. No, this was arranged. And if it was a setup, then only one man here could have rigged it. Kitazawa. Shikamaru hunched his shoulders. Well, at least he wasn't the target. Sasuke versus Naruto again. Shino adjusted his glasses, voice calm. Strange. They always seem to end up facing each other. Almost like they're bound together. Niji frowned faintly. A pity. He'd been hoping to face Sasuke himself. His chance would have to wait for the student council trials. Students holding number 1, step onto the field, Kitazawa ordered. Sasuke and Naruto walked out, facing each other in the center. Do you think Sasuke will win this time? Ino flicked her bangs out of her face. Hard to say, Shikamaru replied lazily, hands behind his head. He is an Uchiha, after all. Karin shook her head. Naruto's still the tougher one. Sakura clenched her fists. Sasuke-kun will definitely win. Begin. Kitazawa's voice cut the air. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto's opening move filled the training ground with 50 Narutos in green jumpsuits. Leaf whirlwind. One clone charged first, leg whipping through the air. Sasuke stayed perfectly calm. He raised an arm, blocked the kick, then flicked a kunai at the clone. It burst into smoke. Leaf double whirlwind. Dynamic entry. 3 more Narutos attacked at once, but Sasuke didn't even flinch. He moved with sharp precision, 6 shuriken flashing from his hands. Each struck true, hitting the clones in pairs. All 3 vanished. And then Sasuke moved again. His fingers twitched. The embedded shuriken lifted, strings snapping taut in midair, forming a deadly web. Clones stumbled, snagged, or fell to the whirling blades. Smoke burst across the field. In less than a minute, half of Naruto's army had vanished. What the? Ino's eyes widened. Why does it feel like Sasuke's a different person? Karin nodded, astonished. He looks so composed. It's his style, Niji said seriously. Before, Sasuke fought by instinct. Now it's calculated. Every move has purpose. Shino adjusted his glasses. He seems to have memorized Naruto's entire fighting pattern. Sakura's eyes sparkled. Sasuke-kun is amazing. Special training, Shikamaru muttered. Definitely Kitazawa-sensei's hand in this. On the field, Naruto grinned fiercely. Again. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. This time the ground shook under 100 clones. A wave of green spandex. Sasuke's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Kitazawa's words echoed in his mind, when the crowd is too big, only a few can strike at once. The rest only get in each other's way. 6 wooden shuriken spun into the clones' legs. One toppled, then another, and then chaos erupted. Like dominoes, clones tripped, collided, and crashed into each other until most were sprawled on the ground. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A few shuriken took out an entire shadow clone army. Terrifying. Is this even the same Sasuke? The students stared in awe. Shikamaru clicked his tongue. Same, huh? This isn't the old Sasuke. He's not pretending to be calm anymore, he is calm. The real monster is still Kitazawa-sensei, Kiba muttered, half in awe, half in envy. Sasuke heard the reactions and couldn't resist a smirk. Time to finish it. 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. Naruto's side, however, had collapsed into chaos. Who stepped on my hand? Get off, I can't breathe. Hey, don't sit on me, bastard. Naruto groaned. Oi, get it together, will you? But 3 Sasukes were already in front of him. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created 10 more in a rush. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. The Sasuke on the left struck instantly, spitting a stream of fireballs. 7 Narutos vanished in bursts of smoke. Raging Lion Kick. Naruto lunged at the Sasuke in the middle, chakra flaring on his leg. The kick howled through the air. And struck nothing. Sasuke's form blurred with a flicker, reappearing behind him. Naruto's eyes widened. What? He learned body flicker. Naruto, the Sasuke on the right barked sharply. Naruto glanced instinctively. And fell into an illusion. His eyes filled with fluttering crows. Genjutsu, bubble. Naruto snapped out of it just in time to see the real Sasuke weaving signs. A giant fireball roared forward, swallowing his vision. Just before it struck, a wall of water surged upward, blocking the flames. Kitazawa appeared between them, voice calm but firm. The spar is over. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. To be fair, Sasuke had performed exceptionally well today. Maybe it was because he had been losing for far too long, forcing him to hold his frustration in until it became fuel. Or perhaps it was Kitazawa's special training finally paying off. Either way, he surpassed expectations and managed to defeat Naruto. Sasuke-kun, you were incredible today. Naruto, despite his loss, grinned brightly and gave a thumbs up. But don't think I'm giving up. I'll stake my youth on it, I'll definitely beat you next time. His optimism never faltered, defeat only sharpened his determination. Humph, beat me. You don't stand a chance anymore. At last, Sasuke's composure cracked. A grin split across his face, and then he erupted into laughter, wild and unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Confidence surged through him. The victory felt easy, natural, relaxing, even. All he had done was follow Kitazawa's instructions, and with just one clean execution, Naruto had fallen. But Sasuke had yet to dismiss his shadow clone, and in an instant, the field filled with 3 laughing Sasukes. Their arrogant chorus of laughter rang out toward the sky, making the atmosphere almost unbearable. Naruto, your combat issues today are serious. After the test, come see me. Kitazawa's calm voice cut through the noise. Huh. Naruto froze, his heart sinking with dread. Strangely, he feared no one, not even Lord Third, but when it came to Kitazawa, something about the man left him uneasy. Even so, he lowered his head and nodded without protest. Kitazawa chuckled softly. He wasn't angry at Naruto. On the contrary, he was preparing to correct him, because, truth be told, Naruto's loss was partly his own fault. 2/3 of the blame lay with him, and besides, hadn't he given Sasuke an extra push to ensure the mission's completion? Well, that just meant it was Naruto's turn to receive special training. Mission: assist Uchiha Sasuke in defeating Uzumaki Naruto in a practical test. Reward: Genjutsu, Unknown Fire. Mission completed. Reward granted. 3 glowing lines appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Information surged into his mind. Genjutsu, Unknown Fire. Much like Genjutsu, Bubble, it required the Sharingan to cast. Its effect: to trap the victim in an illusion of being engulfed by searing flames, the pain indistinguishable from reality. Time to step off the field, Sasuke. Kitazawa snapped back to the present, watching Sasuke still laughing maniacally with his clones. Sasuke quickly dismissed the extras, looking a little embarrassed, before striding off with his usual cool air. Sasuke-kun, that was amazing. Sakura and the others immediately rushed to his side. Sasuke's lips twitched upward again. Yes, this was what he craved, the admiration, the recognition. His past failures melted away under the warmth of their praise. In that moment, he silently vowed to keep winning, no matter what. Kitazawa observed him quietly. Everything was going exactly as planned. Sasuke's ego had grown dangerously inflated. If he triumphed in the student council selection test, it would only embolden him further. But if he lost, especially in front of Fugaku, Itachi, and the rest, the blow might crush him. The test went on. In the next 2 rounds, Kitazawa subtly manipulated the matchups, steering Sasuke away from threats like Yakumo and Hinata. Sasuke swept his opponents with ease, leaving the grounds with 3 consecutive victories and a cocky swagger. Meanwhile, Naruto trudged toward Kitazawa with a heavy heart. Kitazawa-sensei. Relax, Kitazawa said gently, patting his shoulder. I just want to review your spar with Sasuke. Naruto exhaled in relief. Tell me, what was the biggest issue in your fight? Kitazawa asked. Naruto frowned in thought. I think it was how I used the multiple shadow clone jutsu. When Sasuke disrupted them, everything fell apart. I shouldn't have panicked, but it was my first time in that situation, and I didn't know what to do. He lowered his head. Sorry, Kitazawa-sensei, you taught me that jutsu, and I still couldn't use it properly. There's nothing to apologize for, Kitazawa replied with a small shake of his head. You're young. You lack experience. Mistakes are natural and okay, as long as you learn from them. Naruto's eyes lit up again. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Good. Starting tomorrow, you'll be joining my practical training sessions. Naruto's gloom evaporated instantly. That's awesome. Practical training is important, Kitazawa reminded him, but don't neglect the Raiznan. You need to keep progressing. Don't worry. Naruto beamed, fists clenched with determination. I'll master it in 3 days, I swear. In that case, Kitazawa smirked, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen once you succeed. But for now, let's go over your match in detail. The two spent half an hour reviewing every moment of the spar. When Kitazawa finally walked Naruto home, the boy waved vigorously at the door. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa-sensei. Kitazawa smiled faintly, then turned back into the night. By day, he was a sensei. By night, he reverted to a student. When he arrived at Yui's home, Tsunade and Shizun were still absent. Tsunade's gambling habit had flared up again. Kitazawa was hardly surprised. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. As always, Karinai was seated at the coffee table, diligently practicing the fire sealing method. Kitazawa strolled over, his eyes inevitably drawn to her shapely figure. Without hesitation, he slipped behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. You're distracting me again, Karinai scolded, glaring over her shoulder. But her chakra flow didn't falter. Symbols etched themselves neatly onto the scroll. You've nearly mastered this technique, Kitazawa murmured, resting his chin on her shoulder. Just a few more days. That only proves my talent in sealing jutsu, she said smugly, lips curving upward. His gaze dipped lower, betraying him as it slid down the line of her collar. White mesh blocked his view, much to his frustration. I'm finished.